Hello everybody and welcome back to the TTS Warhammer 40K channel for another epic game on the Tabletop Simulator 40K Alpha League Season 7 Circuit. My name is Slow Wolf and I've got a couple announcements before I get introducing my co-hosts. This stream is made and produced by a lot of different volunteers and everything. If you want to go ahead and support them, hey, there's a Patreon for that, believe it or not. So if you want to go ahead and book on over there, you can go ahead and take a look at some of the benefits you get for supporting all this, which will allow us to start actually implementing stuff like prize support and continuing to grow this operation. Before we get much further, I want to go ahead and give out a special thanks to Argo Fox for the intro and outro music. That's ARGOFOX on YouTube. Lots of free use music over there. Go ahead and check it out. And I'm going to go ahead and be mentioning that I'm using Death by Dice Volume 1 during the game, as last time apparently having a bunch of drum and bass was a bit too hype for a strategy game. I can't blame them though. That said, again, my name is Slow Wolf. I'll be one of your hosts. Joining me today, we've got our illustrious tournament organizer and handsome man who is now playing Death Guard for whatever reason, Erover.
Hey guys, what's up? Sorry, I was kind of zoning out with the fire and the classic art style you've got up there. I think it looks lovely.
It's the best art there is.
Didn't even notice the timer. Yeah, great to be here. I am pumped for this one because we got the homeboys, we got the Eldar in, and I think it's one of the first times that we've ever streamed the Eldar playing. These are my favorite faction that I've been playing for about 5-6 years now, so really excited to see what they can do and if they can take a win off the Dark Angels, because I was not able to do so on the first stream game, so I'm really rooting for them on this one.
And joining us today, we've also got Joko, the Orc Menace, the Buggy Bonanza, the boss of all booming engines. How's it doing, dude?
I'm doing fine, and hello guys. Well, I'm not that much of an Orc Menace. I lost my first game.
It's okay, dude.
Happens to me on Thursday.
Well, that's okay. It happens. And besides, it's not like orcs are, like in a perfect place to be at right now. It will just blame the army and move on like most people do, right? That's the sporting thing to do.
They are definitely the top tier army, and I'm here to convince everyone of that.
So yeah, today we got Lockjaw, our winner from Season 6, playing the Dark Angels, going up an Eldar List piloted by Creeper. We haven't actually had the chance to cover the Eldari on this channel as of yet, but we have seen Dark Angels lists. They've been popping up left and right. They are definitely one of the armies to beat. Can these Eldari do it? We'll have to find out in the game after taking a look at some of their lists. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a look at some of those lists, shall we? Going into the game in 3, 2, fun. Boom! We got ourselves a Dark Angels list right out of the gate. If you guys want to go ahead and check out the lists, here is your Angels list right now. And then I'll go ahead and put down the Eldar list as well so y'all can follow along in the chat. If you're watching this as a VOD, I'm sorry. They'll hopefully be in the descriptions. So let's go ahead and go through this list of Dark Angels. It's a pretty standard force in a lot of ways. It is a Deathwing command. It is a Deathwing, largely Deathwing detachment, Vanguard detachment to start things off, which gives all their Terminators OBSEC, which is kind of gross. We start things off with the command squad. We got a sergeant and a normal Terminator, each with Thunderhammer and Storm Shield, and giving the bodyguard rule. It's the little piece of tech that these two babies right over here give. We got ourselves a captain, Terminator armor, and Ezekiel. We saw the power of Ezekiel yesterday by constantly removing OBSEC and stuff. However, not that power today. Instead, we have a variety of other things, and we'll see what Lockjaw decides to do with this. Following that up, in our Elites detachment, we've got 5 Deathwing Knights. Very strong, powerful dudes. Then one 10-man squad of Terminators, each with Stormbolters and Chain Fists, a couple of which have a Thunderhammer and Storm Shield. Chain Fists being, I think, generally favored in the meta right now, since the D3 damage tends to actually do better against Death Guard, just because of the fact that you could roll a 3 and damage, which is actually important, and just does flat damage against vehicles. There's the ever-present Ravenwing Apothecary, the true hero of the Space Marines. 6-inch, 6-up feel no pain aura around this thing without having to spend the Vox's Spirits, and flies around on a bike. It's insane. This one is also equipped with the grenade launcher to be able to do the you can't fall back strat tech that we saw yesterday that ended up being pretty powerful against Aerover and his Poxwalkers, which was painful to say the least. It was a very strong strategy We also have a Terminator Assault Squad here in the back with Lightning Claws, one of which has a Thunder Hammer and Storm Shield. Then, after this, we've got ourselves another detachment, a patrol. This one seems to be a primarily Ravenwing detachment. We have ourselves a Primaris Chaplain on bike, Canticle of Hate for the extra charge range, and Recitation of Focus for something else. I forget what the Recitation of Focus does. I think that's +1 to hit or wound to the nearest thing when they shoot. There's a squad of regular Space Marines bolters. Nothing extra special about that. We got a squad of servitors, or is that 2 squads of servitors? Yeah, it's 1 squad of servitors, 4 of them. They're dorks. They run around, they do actions for you. And then 2 squads of Melta bikes. We've also got ourselves a Talon Master, not to be disabused of, being just a land speeder, the only land speeder. He's the only land speeder because he's extremely strong, especially with Arbiter's Gaze. That he's always hitting on 2s. With all those shots, it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot. The invulnerable save also helps. The character protection also helps. Yeah, it's a powerful list. We've seen this archetype before. There are a couple different pieces of tech compared to yesterday's list. The Command Squad, for instance, to allow for some cheeky bodyguard rules. We got the Servitors to act as dorks, where in the last list with Curie piloting, they had to rely on their actual units to do actions if they wanted to. The Attack Bike Squads are full Meltas rather than heavy bolters. But overall, the same kind of strategy. Have a bunch of durable units running around all over the place onto the objectives you need, and then just sit and stay there and earn 100 points without too much effort. It's a powerful list. What do you guys think about it?
So, just to confirm, Recitation of Focus is +1 to hit for a core unit on the attack roll.
No, get back here!
For ranged attacks.
Yeah.
So that's going to spike with the Multi-Melter bikes, because if they stand still, they get +1 to hit. And then if he applies that linear, he's basically ignoring like -1 to hit at that point.
Yeah.
To them, which is great. It's really good. You get a lot of efficiency out of the multi-melters, especially just like hitting on 2s. I'm pretty sure attack bikes are core. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep. They are attack bikes are indeed core. Additionally, they can also use their first turn advance and shoot with the +1 to hit to offset the fact that they would normally be counting as assault weapons for that turn. So, still hitting on 3s despite these things advancing an astronomical 20+ inches with those kinds of guns. Yeah, that works. That absolutely works. Well, let's go over to... We know how this list works. Let's go over to the Eldar list. And honestly, sorry, Joko, you have thoughts, obviously. Go for it.
No, I can only just echo the things you said. It's just standard, well-balanced Dark Angels list that has some little things in it, like servitors for probably deploying scramblers and doing actions. Same for the normal Space Marines. So, yeah, I can only echo what you guys said already.
Yeah, the one concern I have for the Dark Angels list, unlike we saw yesterday, where the attack bikes on Thursday, where the attack bikes could kind of go off and do like their own thing. He kind of has to castle up a little bit more, and I've kind of seen Lockjaw in practice matches play this kind of style, where he just goes mid-board, and around like a central ruin, he'll have like both units of like attack bikes like out on the sides, so that everything is getting like auras, feel no pains, and the rest of it. He plays a super sort of castle style game with this list. The problem I can see with that in this matchup is the Eldar can potentially just run rings around it. So it might actually play to Creep's advantage if Lockjaw does kind of play that style with it. The one thing I will say that I love about this, compared to other Dark Angels lists, is the Chain Fist Stonebolter combination. Yeah. Stonebolters give you a lot of Dacker, especially in Tactical Doctrine with like -1 to hit as well. Super efficient. Guys, just so you know, Terminators always count as stationary as well with Bolt Discipline. So they're always getting max shots on those Stonebolters. So against any sort of like light troops that are on objectives, they're just going to get deleted.
And if they've been standing still, then they get the +1 to hit as well. So they got Ballistic Skill 2 in those situations, which is just nice.
Yeah, and then the Chain Fist in combat is great against vehicles as well, because its profile changes against that. So it's doing additional damage there. So I really like the loadout on the Terminators. I think it's a bit more interesting than just going like full Thunderhammer Storm Shield. What you actually sacrifice though for that is obviously like durability, because he hasn't got as many like Thunderhammer Storm Shields as we've seen being run on these Terminators. He is sacrificing a bit of durability, which the Eldar with their really fast movement can exploit a little bit, because remember guys, Jinx is still a thing. It's we'll see this more in the Eldar list, but Jinx is -1 to all saves, so he's going to be losing out on that like As soon as those storm shields go down, the rest of the squad is going up to like a 5-up invul, which then becomes a 6-up invul with Jinx. So yeah, be interesting to see. Chief Apothecary, yeah, he's, as you said, he's the true hero of every Space Marine chapter. Right now, you never leave home without him. What interesting thing to note, guys, with Dark Angels, his aura actually extends out to a 6-inch as well, as opposed to a 3-inch on the bike, which means it gives you a bit of extra movement to play with. And the bike base is just entertaining as well to watch that get a little bit more flex on it. The other key unit as well we're seeing a lot of is the Talonmaster. The Talonmaster is amazing. He has some great shooting. He's character protected. A really great pickup. If you're just starting out with Dark Angels, this is a great starting model for you to sort of like build into your competitive lists. He can't be targeted because he's a character. He's rocking assault cannons. He always hits on 2s, and that includes Overwatch. And he's rocking a twin heavy bolter as well, I think it is.
Yeah, twin heavy bolter and twin assault cannon.
Yeah.
So that's a total of like a lot of shots. 6 heavy bolter shots, 12 assault cannon shots, and they are perfect against Death Guard. Effectively being exactly what you need, hitting on 2s, wounding on 3s, with enough AP to get up to those invulnerable saves. It's the profile you need.
Yeah, great list. Look forward to seeing it in action. Yeah, let's check out the Eldar.
Yeah. Now, this is your wheelhouse. How about you go through the list for us?
Sure. I got it up here. Okay, so for the Eldar, today, guys, we have a patrol detachment. It is custom craft worlds, of course, because they're just better than anything else. We have expert crafters, which on paper is one of like the best things in the game because it is reroll 1 failed hit and 1 failed wound per unit. And is genuinely the thing that you will go to if you're building any Eldar competitive list right now. And then your second sort of like custom craft world trait is kind of like up to you. People prefer certain things. Now, Creeper here has gone for Masterful Shots, which is basically allows you to ignore cover, in effect, on all your units in these detachments. Not my personal first pick that I would take, but it can be useful here and there. And then we're going to go into the HQs here. We've got a Farseer with Doom and Executioner. Doom is reroll fail to wound on a unit on a warp charge of 7. And Executioner is one of the best mortal wound powers in the game, unless you're running like Thousand Suns. It is basically D3 mortal wounds, and then if you kill a model in that unit, you get to inflict another D3 mortal wounds on that unit. Pretty tasty. Now he's gone for Farseer on foot as opposed to Farseer on bite, which is more common, but he's got around that problem and saved some points by taking the Felucio's Wing relic, which allows him to move 12 inches. Then got a Warlock Skyrunner with Protect and Jinx. So Protect Jinx, we just mentioned it, is -1 to all saves. And rather than carrying his 1 damage smite, he's taken Focus Will, which is a Warp Charge 5, I believe, or 4 maybe, power that essentially gives a unit within 3 inches +2 to cast. So you can just bump your casting up to like a +2. Can even make it a +3 with a stratagem, so you're probably not failing psychic powers as Eldar anytime soon. In the troops, we got 2 units of Dire Avengers, filling out. They're just to hold backfield objectives. Can be a screen in certain situations as well. Now we get into the more interesting sort of stuff. He's gone for some Shadow Spectres. I'm a big fan of these guys in 9th edition. I've played them a couple of times myself now. Their guns have 2 profiles. Depending on what you're shooting against. They can deep strike. They have an innate built-in -1 to hit, I believe, as well. They're a really powerful, effective unit. They are really flimsy, though. So once they come in and do their thing, they kind of just get removed. But I've actually seen Creeper in practice games play these guys really well. He's screened out charges with them really nicely on turn 2, turn 3 from Sisters to not get into his tastier stuff. He's taken midboard with them before. So yeah, they can be really frustrating and really annoying to deal with. Then got a unit of Striking Scorpions. This is an unusual one. We've not seen these guys in a very, very long time. But they are action monkeys, and at 65 points, they are really cheap for that. So no doubt looking for a deploy scramblers, because they do have the ability Lurk in the Shadows, I believe it is, for a deep strike to anywhere on the board. And then in Fast Attack, we've got a single Viper. Again, interesting one. I'm thinking this is just for an easy engage because the thing can move
Holy cow, yeah, I can.
And it can just literally hide behind a rune as well. And unless your opponent like brings resources to like deal with it, it's just going to sit there and score you engage on all fronts for 2 points. And then if you've got something in the fourth table quarter for 3 points every turn, I think it's really clever. It's really quirky. And then going into the heavy support for this, we've got a Falcon with Spirit Stones. So that's the 6-up Feel No Pain. And then we have a Lynx. These boys are seeing a lot of action. Forge World sales have rocketed on these things. You cannot get them anymore. So in case you're unaware, guys, Lynx is a Forge World super heavy tank that basically has an amazing gun on it, which is like 6 shots, strength 8, I think it is, minus 3
Strength
AP.
9, AP 3, D3, just flat 3 damage.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so it's a great weapon. And there are ways to, like we've already said with Doom, to get reroll to wound on that and such, and a star cannon. But the 2 big kickers with it are, one, it has a 5-up invul, so it's not the most easiest thing to shift. It sits at 16 wounds as well, which is that sort of like nice bracket. And it's really easy to do things like put like a -1 to hit onto it with like lightning fast reactions. And all of a sudden you have a non too expensive vehicle that can be difficult for some armies to bring down. And it's also super quick as well. It can do this silly advance where it can, like, it's almost like it's as fast as like a Crimson Hunter flyer. It can literally advance and snipe characters, which can be an option in like some matchups, which is great. Okay, then we're going to go on to the second patrol here. Yeah, I think it is patrol. And same custom craft world traits, so that everything benefits with everything, because as soon as you mix custom craft world traits, you lose what one detachment can bring to another, and things like that. So they've all been kept the same. So we've got an Ortark with Sweeping Hot Wings. He is the Warlord, so he's getting that 6-up CP regen on every strat that he uses. And he's also allowing reroll 1s within 6 inches for the entire army, because this is old wording still. So Craftworld Eldar currently do not have core or anything like that. So he's just going to get all-out flat rerolls on his entire army, which is great.
Yeah.
And then we've got another Warlock Skyrunner doubling up on the Protect Jinx here. This is a bit strange, because you tend not to... all the Eldar psychic powers are still so good that you kind of want to spam as many of them as you can. So it's a little bit interesting that he has doubled up on Protect Jinx. You can protect a Warlock like all game pretty much by just having him stand behind a Lynx. And he's still got 18-inch cast range, and can like use things like Fire and Fade to get back if he has to move forward and stuff like that. So interesting that he's doubled up. Maybe he's done practice games and like he's lost like one more look, like constantly maybe. Scared of snipers, because they do only have 3 wounds, so that might be why.
Yeah.
And then in the true slot we got Rangers. They're a good pick. They deep strike. They can do actions. They die instantly and they'll probably do no damage to anything ever. But 65 points to get you secondary is what matters here. And then we have a second unit of Shadow Spectres for reasons that I explained earlier. And then we got Shining Spears. We've only got 3 of them. Not too sure what the usual is, but we'll see. And then we got some Dark Reapers as well. Dark Reapers is still great, especially now that everyone sort of understands obscuring terrain properly and everything. With the ability to Fire and Fade, and the fact that he's brought that Falcon, with the new like FAQ update to the rules, it means that those Dark Reapers can sit in that Falcon, they can get out, they can shoot, and then with Fire and Fade, they can move back into the Falcon and thus protect them. Which is kind of neat, It's good so long as you have like CP to do it, but once you run out of CP, it kind of loses all benefit, and the Dark Reapers will just die. They're only T3, 3-up save, 1 wound each. I suppose the Exarch is 2, and then rounding up the list, we got another Lynx, exactly the same setup as the other one, but this one has got vectored engines, so on the advance, I believe, it does get -1 to hit. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not seeing vectored engines in a long time. It's either that or it's the... Yeah, I think it is that. Yeah, I'm like 90% certain that's what vectored engines is.
So, what are your thoughts on the list as a whole, guys?
So I got a question. I'm not sure if Masterful just ignore light cover or dense cover as well, because I'm not sure on the wording on it.
I will check the latest.
Yeah,
Eldar
if it says
FAQ,
ignores
you guys
the
can-
benefits of cover, it ignores everything. But even just ignoring a cover save is pretty important for stuff like shuriken catapults. Since very suddenly their rending ability makes Space Marines, no matter what they're doing, no matter where they're hiding, that minus armor save can be a big deal. It also allows the Shadow Spectres to do a little bit better, since their AP -1 doesn't do great if something's in cover. As soon as it's out of cover, hey, that AP -1 can actually start to matter quite a bit. I really like the list too, because of its mobility, but Joko, sorry, you were about to say something.
Oh no, I was just trying to answer the doubling up of protect Jinx. Like, on one hand, he can protect up the Shining Spear squad and Jinx the other one, or have redundancy if somehow people snipe one of the Warlocks, so he can still Jinx, because his entire game plan looks like to shoot off the enemy of the board and shoot off the objectives. And he really needs Jinx for that. Also, why he would get the Shining Spear squad? I think it's there to snipe characters, because they are fast, they get assault weapons, and they have quite a nice shooting and quite a nice charge.
Yeah, even 3 of them is a threat, and they can get engaged on all fronts extremely quickly. They are definitely something that can also remove and flip an objective, even between the 3 of them, if it's anywhere near lightly defended. So,
Yeah.
right now, Lockjaw does have to be careful not to just leave Space Marines on the back objective for Defiant, the 15-point objective that Lockjaw, that Dark Angels have. Speaking of secondaries, we should probably get to those.
And we're playing the same mission as we played on Thursday, guys.
Battle Lines, yeah, it's exactly the same mission, different table,
different map though, so at least it's not like completely the same.
Exactly. So, for our first contender, Lockjaw, we are looking at While We Stand, We Fight. We're looking at Deploy Scramblers and Stubborn Defiance. What do you guys think about that one? For secondaries.
Oh, sorry. Assassinate, Deploy Scramblers.
Sorry, I was talking about Lockjaws at the moment.
All right. Okay. I was looking at something else. My mistake. Okay, so we stand, we fight. We saw this like on Thursday. It's like great for Dark Angels. He's relying. I think it actually takes into the attack bites though. I'm gonna have to double check that one. Give me 1 second. So 165 for the attack bites, and then the Terminators are gonna be. Oh no, it definitely takes into the Terminators. So 235 and 175, and then the Talon Master's gonna be the third, I'm guessing. Yeah, so we saw that this was great, like last time. The reason why is because, well, Terminators are seriously hard to bring down. Having the Perma-Transhuman is amazing. Having the 4-up invul and potential for like -1 damage as well is like super good. So yeah, it's a great pick for any sort of like hard, sort of like heavy hitting unit. I know that in my game, a couple of people commentating on it were skeptical about me taking it on the Death Shroud, but it paid off. It worked fine, you know, because these Terminator units are like no joke, and they are insanely durable and difficult to bring around, and they can still punch you, by the way. You know, they're not going to just like hide in the corner all game and get like we stand, we fight. They are going to hit you, and they're going to take fights that they know that they can take as well, and then you're going to have to try to kill them to reduce that secondary down. And just thinking, no, he's not hitting it like Hugh did against me, so not feeling the need to spend the CB and hide it, which is very interesting. Okay, and then we are looking at.
I don't really agree with that While We Stand We Fight, because Eldar holding is that they can focus down one unit really well, but we will see if the Dark Angels can keep themselves alive.
They should be able to, but I agree that While We Stand We Fight is a risky one, particularly on units that they need to be able to put out their force and to put out their threat. The Eldar will be able to run rings around them if they're not careful, and be able to snipe off characters or things that aren't being put in a castle. So it seems like the Terminators are being spread out in terms of deployment. Not everything's going to be next to the Apothecary. The attack bikes seem to be spread out as well a little bit. The Apothecary has not yet gone down, so we don't know where that's headed. Ezekiel going upstairs, he's got the, by the way, he has the anti-obsec, reroll wounds in melee, and the, what was the last one? No, it was the Fight Last spell as well. So he's got a lot of good stuff on there. He does not have the anti-obsec power. It's a different one. But he's going for full offense with this list, Lockjaw is, and I wonder if that's going to work. We'll have to see. I think that for the secondaries for the Eldar, though, I can see the ideas. Assassinate, you have to against Space Marines, because it's one of the very few things that they brings a lot of characters, and the Eldar are fast enough to take advantage of that, especially with stuff like the Lynxes to do the damage. Deploy Scramblers is practically a guarantee for them, especially against an elite army like this. And Engage on all fronts is also practically a guarantee. We're expecting a minimum of 10 points, probably, and could get very close to 15 for the Eldar, especially because the Lynxes can heave across the entire table in one turn without really sacrificing their shooting to do so. Card Flower in the chat puts up a couple of good points that we talked about as well. Being able to cast Protect and Jinx with two different Warlocks. Protect and Jinx are two separate spells for the purposes of casting a different spell, according to him, which makes sense to me, and that means that both those spells can go off. They're both very powerful versions of themselves. And yeah, that's absolutely a powerful thing to do. And he also mentions that the spears get a 2+ invuln against shooting, so they're also a good distraction card effects. And I would agree, but there is a lot of rate of fire on the Dark Angel side of things. So I think that they're going to be used to pick off stragglers, score cheeky engage on all fronts, and potentially just kill attack bikes. Like trading a unit of spears for a unit of attack bikes is a good trade in this matchup. Those attack bikes are going to be central to what Lockjaw wants to do.
Also, even if it's a 2-up invuln ranged, the Termies are just gonna shred them in melee if they ever get into it. So he has to be careful about that. Also, chat mentioned that the 3 while we stand with 5 targets are the 3 Terminators, not 2.
Oh yeah, because unlike Kiri's list, this is why Kiri put the heavy bolter in, because it kind of changed the way, and only has the 2 squads of Terminators because it meant that the Talon Master was then the 3rd. Yeah, completely right. Good call, guys. Good. Yeah, for sure. So we kind of skipped over Lockjaw's other 2 secondaries. So Stubborn Defiance, if you don't know it by now, is just unreally good. You sit on your back objective, you get 15 points. There's no real counterplay that the Eldar have got against that. To be quite honest, this game, who just kind of has to suck that one up a bit. Like the Striking Scorpions are going to do nothing in combat against them. So yeah, he kind of just has to know that he's playing the game at a 15-point deficit with that one. Deploy Scramblers is interesting. Do we know what Lockjaw has in reserve?
Yes, we have a combat squad of Terminators. The 10-man squad has been split up into 2. There is a bunch of... No, it's the Assault Terminator squad that's in... that's also been... Let me start that over. So there's been a combat squad of Terminators, and in addition, and they've been put on the table. The Assault squad of Terminators is in reserve, as well as the Servitors.
Got you. Okay, so it's kind of going to be difficult because Eldar have this great stratagem called Forewarned, where basically you get to shoot at a deep striking unit for 2 CP. So Creeper can play around that with Deploy Scramblers, especially if you can get like the Dart Reapers behind that room wall as well, and just kind of leave them there and wait for something to come down in his deployment zone and then forewarn it. And Dart Reapers do have the potential, not the Terminators I'd say, but the Servitors certainly, to be able to just remove them from existence and deny those points. The other thing you can do, the Lynx, the size of Lynx is actually ideal for just screening your deployment zone out. It's a great model for that, because you can virtually like screen out most of your deployment zone with just like 2 models and a few troops. So it'd be interesting to see if Creeper does play around that with the Lynx, because other than multi-melters, there's nothing really that's going to threaten them like all game. So once the bikes are dealt with, then he can just use the Lynxes for that. It doesn't matter if they're out in line of sight. And yeah, so for the Eldari, Assassinate, sure, I guess. Like,
what else do you take though, right? Like,
yeah, I know it's super. I had this problem yesterday, guys. Like, it is super difficult. I mean, he could have maybe gone for Vital Ground. Like, that could have been an option here, I think. Like, he's a lot quicker than the Dark Angels, and he can just sort of like sack units every turn onto objectives to see if they get killed. And this room wall here is like ideal just to sit like a Viper behind and just get 2 points every turn. So that could have been like a possible thing for him to sort of go for, I think.
And I feel like if he Oh, sorry for interrupting. I
No,
feel like
go
if
ahead.
he does that, then he's just giving up his mobility, and his mobility is his advantage in this game.
That's a fair point. Yeah, no, I see where you're coming from. And guys, we are into turn one.
Turn one, yeah, and Eldar get the first turn.
Yeah.
They must. They got the Shining Spears moving up very quickly here. They've advanced for whatever it's worth. They have battle focus. They largely don't care. Command phase went very quickly. They earned 1 command point, and that was it because they're an old codex. They don't have a command phase yet. I expect that the Eldar are going to be playing it very cagey this game overall, and like Joko said, using their speed to dance around these extremely slow Terminators and try to bait out attacks and weaknesses from the attack bikes. Once the attack bikes are gone, the Lynxes and the Falcon can do quite a lot of work. Even the Viper has a star cannon attached to it, and Vipers having flat 3 damage means they actually do kill Terminators really well if they're out in the open.
It's D3 damage on the Star Cannon still.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
D3 damage. Okay, sorry. I thought that said damage 3. My bad. But, like, even then, it's still okay. Like, a Star Cannon can do some work. But the Lynxes and the Falcon in particular are going to be doing the majority of it, I imagine. With access to the Star Cannon, the Pulse Lasers, and the Lynx Cannons. They are going to look to pick off the attack bikes, then pick off the Terminators. And the reason why I think that he didn't pick Vital Ground, and I actually really agree with Creeper on this, and what Joko said, holding ground is not what the Eldari are good at, especially not for a full turn. Like if they put a unit on an objective, it's because they want to force the opponent to come out in the open and deal with it, not because they expect to actually hold it. They have very squishy bodies. It's not they are polar opposite armies really when you get down to it.
Yeah, it's what makes this matchup like super interesting in my mind. They are 2 very different armies that play the game very differently.
And even the Dark Angels armies are different than yesterday's. Like this one, Ezekiel has not gotten the turn off Obsec. He's gotten the Fight Last, the reroll wounds, and the turn off auras spells. Whereas yesterday we had turn off Obsec, which was a big deal. There was a Pendant of Remembrance in the last list, not today, so there's no -1 damage. And we don't have the reduction of invulnerable saves on the Chaplain. It's a list that's far more offensively based compared to yesterday's, which means that they defensively are a little bit weaker in ways that will allow the Eldar to really put out some serious hurt. We see the Dark Reapers popping out, by the way.
I love this about 9th edition new codices. The fact that you get your like few powerhouse core units, but there's different ways that you can play them to your like playstyle. I think it's a really good sort of style that GW has done on the new codices so far. Yes, they're locking you to like your core units, but there's different styles that you can play those core units, which is fantastic. I think from a games design point of view, right now.
Looking at the deployment, it really feels like Creeper, our Eldar player, really wanted to go second from this.
Everyone wants to go second.
Yeah.
Like on this map.
On this map, yes.
Mind you, because of how fast the Eldar are and the reach of their guns, they do not mind going first either. Like the Harlequins, they can turn a I deployed to go second situation into a I'm fine with going first. And as we can see here, the Dark Reapers have lined up to shoot these attack bikes over on the side. The Lynx is zipping around over on this side, to get onto an objective, potentially put out some damage. There's going to be some hurt here. It looks like Creeper's going in for a full-on Alpha Strike, which I'm not sure how I feel about it, but
it's what Eldar do best. I mean, they're still great at that. Like, the Alpha Beta Strike potential of any Eldar list is great. I mean, it's a bit of a risky move with this Lynx right now.
Yeah, it seems that's why you put it back.
Like, no, I don't want to do that because the attack bikes will just swing around that flank and just do some serious hurt on it. I don't think they kill it.
Well, it's also the flank with the most durable, Dark Angels. It's where the where is the Apothecary anyway? The Apothecary is actually on the south side. But over on this side is where you have the command squad, you have Ezekiel, you have a bunch of attack bikes, you have the Chaplain, all that other stuff. There's a lot of power hidden behind these crates. And there is the chance the Lynx gets charged, which is risky, but yeah, okay.
Eldar,
what do you think is the idea?
I was just gonna say, interesting enough, you know how like Space Marine floaty tanks got like grav inhibitors instead of custodes? Like Eldar never got that, which was really weird for like minus charge. Anyway, so I'm not sure about this. Like
Well, what do you think is Creeper's thinking here? What's his Creeper's idea with putting this links here? Because right now, I think it's got line of sight on a couple of interesting targets, at least.
What can it see?
It can see some attack bikes. Based off of where it's currently placed, it can see the attack bike back here on the corner, so the blue squad. The Dark Reapers currently can see the red squad just by the tire, which is powerful. The other Lynx is hiding on the back objective, ready to put itself into a dangerous situation, but I'm not sure what it can see at the moment. Certainly can't shoot the Terminator Captain.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see a huge psychic phase as well. Like, this deployment really neuters like Doom, like turn 1, which is big. Granted, he's still getting like 1 reroll hit wound from expert crafters.
Yeah, and anybody's near the Alatark is all the 1s and 1-2 as far as rerolls would go. So
what I do like is the fact that he's taking both midboard objectives turn 1, and I think that's more of his thinking style. Because if you like what happened to me when I played this, if you get like a really slow advance roll on anything, it can be like super frustrating not to hit those midboard objectives, which means that he could be looking at like a full priority at the start of his next command phase. That is going to be dependent on a few things, like how many attack bikes go down, because they're going to be super quick at getting onto those objectives. But if he can neuter like both squads down, we could see like a 15-point primary, like turn 1 out of the Eldar here, which would be great.
JFJ Devink, Creed would have won this already. How do you think the Astra Militarum would have dealt with either one of these opponents?
Well, with the Dark Angels, right, they just call them in to solve their problems. And then the Eldar would foresee the Imperial Gods mess-ups, but that would have been part of Creed's master plan anyway. So either way, they're all friends, basically.
Triple deep stroke.
Oh, they'd all just gather in the middle and be like, so, we're calling this one a draw? Yes, Monkey. I believe we will. Take your tanks and go elsewhere. We'll leave the system. Just let Chaos come here and we'll let the Grey Knights clean it up. It's fine. Oh, jeez. Triple Baneblade Deep Strike. That would be... I'd love to see that pop up in a list somewhere. Just get a super heavy detachment of 3
There's a reason
Baneblades.
why... is it Imatech? It is keeping, like, Creed in his, like...
Trazen. Trazen the Infinite.
Sorry, yeah. He's just getting secrets off, and this is why Necron's got good in knife, guys. It's all to do with Creed.
Yeah, Creed's got captured, so it's the end. It's the end of that. He's currently in a museum. He comes to life at midnight for approximately an hour, though. It scares the crap out of Necron.
It just teaches him his secrets, like how to write a good book for Necrons. You know.
So, right now we can start to see the ideas that Creeper's going for come to fruition. We've got a lot of the firepower coming out, but not committing to anything particularly strong. Mostly just there to make sure that they can put in some initial blasts into stuff like the Terminator Captain, because it's the closest visible target, and so as a result, he's doing some cheeky line of sight things this way, and he's trying to see if he can't snipe the Captain as because of the way that the new 9th Ed, the 9th Ed character targeting rules work. The Dark Reapers, I expect, will go into the attack bike. The Falcon has that shot as well. The Lynx over here has attack bike shots, and just even reducing that to 1 or 2 attack bikes is a big deal. Forcing the Apothecary to go over there and heal it leaves these Terminators, the Deathwing Knights, in a great deal of vulnerability. They'll be the only ones really holding this flank. And we have a lot of stuff sitting in the back for a second wave. Shadow Spectres holding onto this back objective, ready to pop out, put up some damage 3 shots, I believe, as well they have. Yeah, they do. Prism Rifles, go for it. On your life. We got the Dire Avengers hiding in the back, ready to go. These Dark Reapers will probably just fall right back into the Falcon with Fire and Fade. It should be a powerful little turn. The idea here being just to remove the ability of the Dark Angels to really deal with these tanks. Because once those attack bikes are gone, they have to get into melee, and these Lynxes will never allow the Terminators to get into melee.
Yeah, they're really good at that. Like any other tank right now, having no invul does die to like a lot of shooting, like right away, is the problem. But if you remove that shooting threat of those multi-melters, then all of a sudden Terminators are never going to catch like a Lynx or a Falcon. So at that point they're pretty much safe for the rest of the game, like unless Creeper makes a really big movement phase mispositioning mistake with them.
I also just realized the Dark Reapers have a perfect missile profile for dealing with attack bikes.
They do, yeah. They deal with everything. This is why they're so good. Like they kind of fell out of favor a lot towards like the end of 8th edition because Thunder Fire cannons existed, which like
Oh, yeah.
neutered your Fire and Fade with the reduction of movement strat, and generally just killed them. And then Imperial Fist Whirlwinds just deleted them as well. So they fell out of favor like a lot. And weirdly, like they were one of the few things like with like 9th edition coming in. I don't think their points got changed at all. It did get changed, but it actually included like their missile launcher. So it was actually just like it ended up being like the same.
Yeah.
So they didn't get changed. So it's great to see Dark Reapers having play again in a competitive game, especially with the updates like Fire and Fade. The fact that you can do it back into a transport as well. Really cool to see them on the field. I want to see them do some work. The other thing with Dark Reapers as well, guys, is they ignore all modifiers to hit. So if Lockjaw ends up with -1 on anything, I don't know if like Dark Angel's old school Jink is like still a thing where you can give like a unit like -1 to hit. I think that's just nimble now, right? But yeah, and dense, they ignore dense as well. Fantastic.
So, the players are in need of a judge.
Oh, okay.
So what do we do in this case?
I can jump in. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's go
Hey
ahead and
guys,
listen to
what's
the
up?
players.
Oh, Creeper, why don't you go ahead and ask?
Okay, so at one point when I dropped down my links, I had line of sight to the top of one knight's mace. Was I able to shoot at that knight squad at that point?
So I just had the game really quiet. So would you mind just repeating that, please? So put the volume set now.
Okay, so I moved my links forwards, and this knight's mace was sticking out the side of this ruin. At this point, the knight no longer has his mace around the ruin, so I believe he was moved. But would I have been able to shoot at that knight with his mace poking out?
So if you can draw a true line of sight to the model, then any part of the model, then you are eligible to shoot it.
Okay.
So I believe that this obscuring terrain was blocking that line between the links and the knights.
Okay, now I would like to throw in an appeal on Lockjaw for moving his models outside of his movement phase.
Okay, so Lockjaw, was your intent for him not to be able to see that unit during deployment, or?
It was my intent to place them in a triangular formation like this to make it as difficult as possible for him to see them and take advantage of the obscuring. I don't know
And
if you can see the lines I'm drawing here.
yeah, I can. Yep. And what you're saying is that you thought that you would be able to see that model and thus have positioned this model here to see it.
Mm-hmm. As soon as I dropped down my model, I asked, can I see that unit?
And his response was no or yes.
His response was bringing up obscuring, and even though I could see the tip of that unit's mace, specifically this mode's mace, he tried to he tried to reason that because of the obscuring keyword on the terrain piece in front of him, I could not see them, even if I saw the mace sticking out. That's the argument that started this.
See, it's it's a really tough one. And I'll try to explain why from a judge's point of view, because his intent was for you to not see it, but you're saying, oh well, I can see the mace sticking out, sort of thing. If you get where I'm coming from, so I think in this instance, what I'm going to say, guys, is because it is a player disagreement. As opposed to anything else. And what we do in situations like that is we have a die roll-off to determine whether that model could be seen or not. Sound fair?
At this point, I also can call that model cannot be seen, just because it no longer can as it has been rotated. I will pull back my links, get another position. That's fine by me. Just it was back here.
Are you happy with that, Joe? If he just moves the model back and just places it somewhere else instead?
would I be allowed to move back my model 3
I can't hear. I can't hear what he's saying. So,
Neither can I.
Creeper, I'm totally fine if you want to pull back the links and put it into a position.
Okay.
I think it's a good idea to discuss lines of sight before you commit to a move. And that's what you did, and I think that's a great idea.
okay, we all happy then? We all good?
Okay, yep.
Cool.
Happy. Okay. With that in mind, let's move the links. Let's advance the links over to this position.
Okay, so now we're going for a different idea. At this point, we've gone through the whole thing. Again, playing with intent, kind of important. The Lynx is now lining up to be able to attack the red attack bikes relatively safely, and can get line of sight from where they are. If the Dark Reapers can see the tire, then so can the Lynx.
By the way, guys, I will stress, just because you've seen it live, that is a great way. If you have any like disagreements that are like not to do with like rules as written or rules, but if you go, okay, well, your intent was for me to not see it, but now I can see it, etc., then just go, let's have a die roll off. Or if you don't want to do that, then I'll reposition the model, and that's a great sort of like friendly, good sportsmanship sort of way to deal with any sort of situation like that, rather than arguing like over the width of a pixel. Instead, that's like the best way to sort of resolve those sort of things.
Silver Star Nix. No, it is not on your end. Sadly, Blizz's mic is a little sensitive, which means that we can hear everything from his end through his mic. Yeah.
Fixed it.
So that should no longer be a problem.
Yeah.
All right, continuing along with the movement phase. Dire Avengers moving up into the ruins to stay safe. There isn't going to be a whole ton of shooting into them this next turn, but there could be. The Deathwing Terminators here will be able to shoot some bolters. Well, they do have a pretty good save turn 1 against those bolters, so they probably will survive with cover, helping them out. And there is a Lynx. They might want to focus on that first. But there you have it. A little bit of drama to start off your day, but it wasn't even that dramatic. The two of them just...
Yeah, so sorry guys if I was echoing a bit there and everything. I was just going to say that's like a great way to resolve this sort of issues. Like, Lockjaw's intent was for him to not be able to see like that Terminator unit, and then he was like, well, I could before, but you know, and I was like, right. So they were arguing like over like line of sight for the Lynx, and I was just like, well, you got two choices. You can either just do a roll off and determine who, you know, Creeper wins, he gets it. If he doesn't, or he can just move the Lynx somewhere else. You know, it really doesn't matter. The movement phase not finished. You know, and they both agreed to just move the Lynx somewhere else instead.
All right, and you're welcome, Cardiff Bauer. He was asking where the Vectored Lynx is. It's currently on the north side of the map, holding this, just finning in, I guess, onto this objective on the top end. The Shining Spear's towing in onto this bottom objective. The Dark Angels will probably be a little bit too slow to be able to get anywhere, unless if they roll extremely well on their charges.
Yeah, they're gonna have to look for like the Terminators behind that crate are not going far at all because they are behind a crate at the end of the day, so they're definitely not getting onto that objective in the north. Attack bikes can advance them far, like we saw that before. So that there is a possibility that he can, because did they just auto advance 6? I don't know if they're as good. Yeah, that's really shocking.
They have the turbo boost. So in addition with being in heavy doctrine, the Devastator Doctrine, they'll get that extra 3 inches from being Ravenwing within the first turn. So that'll be quite potent. I also expect there to be a few less of the attack bikes, to be perfectly fair. Just because of the fact that there are going to be some Dark Reapers shooting into them. As
you mentioned earlier, Slow Wolf, Dark Reaper's profile for like shooting these attack bikes is awesome.
Yeah.
Can the Dark Reaper see the red spot?
Oh yeah, no, they can see the back tire just there without too much issue.
And they have awesome range as well.
So. Yes, they do, and they'll be able to fire and fade right into the Falcon to keep themselves safe. It's expensive, CP-wise and points-wise, to the point where one might argue it's inefficient, but sometimes efficiency isn't as useful as good player skill and good usage. So now we're going on to the Psychic phase. The first spell was cast. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the players so we can hear them go through the Psychic phase.
Yes.
That Farseer will cast Protect on these Shining Spears.
Hold on, I'm sorry. It was just Warlock casting it on the Farseer.
So yeah, as someone commented in the chat, your pinball is up.
Oh, I got you. Warlock.
Now, Eldar Psychic Phases are confusing. Not as confusing as Thousand Sun Psychic Phases, but pretty confusing.
So, I'll go
Yeah,
through the
great.
rhythmic of the Eldar Psychic
on a
Phase
10.
for everyone
Yeah,
at home.
Okay, so we got Protect on the Shining Spears.
So 2 up Nimble is going up on the Exarch.
For shooting, anyway.
Okay. And
I don't think they are getting charged, at least not this turn.
is it for second phase, I believe.
Cool.
That's it.
Auto shooting.
Just Protect. Word.
That's all he needs right now.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, the rhythm of the Eldar Psychic Phase. So Farseers have this great ability where they can reroll one or both the die,
what
which is
is
again
the
8th
beast?
edition wording,
Say these are
on a psychic test if they fail it. They can also do this
Yeah,
on a deny
unfortunately, I
as well,
think
because
I'd
again,
place my
all
attack
wording
bikes in
states
a
turn,
careless position.
not battle round,
Yeah.
as it were. So they can also do that
Okay,
on a deny as well.
These
There is a stratagem that gives you +1 to cast if you have
I
a
will
Warlock and Farseer
do nothing
within 6
special.
inches of each other, and it
I'll
gives
fire my
+1
Dark
to
Aegis
cast to both of
into
them.
those bikes.
And then the Power Focus
Okay.
will
Decent
also
already.
gives you an
So that will be 13
pick
shots
an
in total.
Eldari Psyker within 3 inches and gives you an additional +2 to cast
13
on
shots
their
in
powers
total.
as well.
Oh, the
these-
damage
So
profile. Okay,
you
yes,
really
yeah.
shouldn't be
damage
failing
profile.
psychic powers as
Gotcha.
Eldar
Use
ever.
use
It
any
has
strategies.
happened to me on very rare occasions.
I'm
but,
not
like, I'd
eligible
say
for
like
Skilled Rider 'cause it did not
80% of the
advance.
time your powers
Okay.
do go off.
All right, the attack bikes are being shot by the Dark
So,
Reapers. They
that's
cannot
the
use Skilled Risers
second
because they
one.
did not advance. These are hitting on
I believe I'm
threes.
in autarch range.
Yep.
Yes, I
And
am.
in Autarch
reroll
range, so
one
rerolling all the
for
ones
both
and
one for
a 2.
For the
So
next
yeah,
turn.
pretty much 100% hit right there.
Ooh.
12 hits out of 13 shots.
strength
These are wounding
five,
on
toughness
4s.
Toughness 5. We've done 4s.
Force the wound.
Forced to wound, rerolling one of them because Master Crafter said so. And overall, it's 7
Seven
saves.
saves.
Every
AV2,
2 of
right?
them that goes through is going to kill a bike.
So on your
-2.
And it's AV2,
Yeah,
so
so-
5 up saves.
That kills 2 bikes. Yeah,
Sure.
so now the red
So
bikes
that
are
would
down
kill 2
to...
of my bikes. This one and this one.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
the
which
one,
will leave the other attack bike
Now
alive, but
I
one
will
attack
spend
bike
one
shouldn't kill a
for fire and
lynx.
fate. Do I get
Unless the Apothecary reses one, because they can still do
Yeah, the Apothecary is on the other side of the map, to be fair.
it. When he just advances like 22 inches and then they move and
Yes.
then it's the end of the
They
movement
definitely
phase,
can.
he just does
7
it
inches,
anyway.
okay.
Like,
7 inches.
it's like
Alright.
I'm an Apothecary, I'm a skilled super rider, I'm a mechanic because I can rebuild your bike, you know. I am the chapter of any
Pretty
Space
much.
Marine chapter.
Space Marines are just stupid.
Space Marines are very strong, yeah. But right now, that Dark Reaper firepower has heavily neutered the ability for Lockjaw to be able to actually take out these tanks.
The
Can we see them with the
I
Falcon?
do not believe should be able to. No. Flipping through that.
No, the
I
Chaplain's
will prepare
fine.
my Falcon.
No, he can't because he pulled the one that he could see.
Yeah.
So there's
So
no
the
way.
Falcon shouldn't be able to see
just
anything
false
either,
laser
from what I
from
can
him.
tell. Oh, no, he can see the
I
Chaplain's
don't
tire.
think he can see the Chaplain.
From this point of the Falcon.
Yeah, I'm willing to agree, actually. I can see the back end of that man's tire.
Yes.
Yep,
And bottom of base.
I would also agree.
Or from the turret.
Which
Okay,
is
that's fine, yeah.
potentially nasty.
Okay.
That's the one problem with
So
having a
also,
bigger base. It does
you
make you
don't
easier to
use
shoot.
any strategies.
That and some
No,
people
I do
haven't
not.
understood fully like new lookout
Two
sir
shots hitting
rules
on
either.
threes.
Like so because this guy
Like
is
one of
just
those
like,
master crafters.
like one attack by right
2
now.
hits.
He's not lookout
And
sir.
three
It's
It's
tiny.
not gonna kill it because it's at most 6
Alright,
damage.
now, there's 4 up Rosaria save on the Chaplain. He can't die to this, specifically, but... Yeah, he saves both the
not
pulse
even
laser
scratched.
shots.
Okay.
Saves both the pulse laser shots. The Star Cannons may be
I
out of
will
range.
fire this lynx
Now for the links to go into
into
the
this
blue
bike.
attack bikes. This will be going through some dense
Okay,
terrain, but he's already got the -1 because he advanced.
Starting with the star cannons.
So these should be hitting on 4s, re-rolling one of the fails.
One hit, wounding on 3.
He forgot about the re-rolls, that's fine.
He's
Wounds,
keeping it
though.
for the laser.
5 objects. Chain objects.
Nope, that'll do
Yeah,
3
nice.
damage to
Roll
one of the
damage.
bikes.
The 3.
Oh no, this is the Star
Okay,
Cannon.
sure.
Cart saying
Yes.
that Valkyries are just complete
That will
bullshit.
be-
Yeah,
Yeah, Apothecaries are crazy
completely.
good.
Using craft.
Oh, he decided to... Okay, he's not
To
using
be fair,
the...
every new codex has had some BS in it.
You're rolling one of them because this is the Lynx Cannon. Lynx Cannon says 3 wounds at AP -3, so he needs 6 up saves here. That's 2 bikes dead.
It's 2 bikes.
Okay.
So now he's got
I'll
2
put
attack
3
bikes
damage
left,
here, and then
maximum of 3
damage
for
here,
next
3
turn.
damage again. So that'll kill 2 more bikes.
Okay.
Now, and they
think
could
that
fail
is
leadership,
my
technically
shooting
speaking, on a
phase,
6.
As I cannot see much else.
Mm-hmm.
You literally can't see anything else, my friend.
So
But they can
Charge?
fail.
no. Right now,
They
Morale,
can.
leadership 8 on the bikes.
Leadership 7.
Uh,
They can
yes,
absolutely
that's right.
fail on a 6.
How about these bikes?
I'll
They
roll the
say
blue bikes
leadership
first.
7.
I'm gonna roll the blue bikes first. They lost 2 friends.
They're
They're
fine,
fine.
and the red
And the
bikes-
red bikes can use
And
the
they
chaplain's
should
leadership.
be
so
able to use
Oh,
the
and the
chaplain
chaplain has
does
9 inch.
9
Yeah,
inch
okay, yeah. So the chaplain's going to protect the red bikes
Okay.
from doing anything
I
bad.
do
Red
not
bikes?
score
Yeah.
Scrambler. I do not score engaged.
Yeah,
Scrambler
what is
strike,
leadership?
and our team.
Like,
Okay, so there's a couple things that
I
happen
look
that
forward to the
turn.
day where GW just removes that mechanic completely because it just like literally like affects nothing, and then they keep adding like gimmicks in to like make it even.
I think
more-
the Dark Eldar might actually have some play with it, but we'll have to see that next season, since this
Yeah.
season doesn't have the new Drukhari
We
book.
started like a week.
Next season is Drukhari season.
So no assassinate yet, although almost managed to nail one. Deploy scramblers has been done at least once. Engage on all fronts, not scored turn 1. Which I can understand the reticence of Creeper to not go for that, but that seems spookily bad.
I feel like he should have been able to get. He should have gotten at least 2 points with the Viper or something, because he needs every point of secondary he can get.
Yeah, and the games go fast in 9th edition. Not having those 2 points for engage just for like tossing, like you said, a Viper or a really cheap, or the Shining Spears out in advance a little bit.
So I
but
can
the Viper is
understand why he
sacrificed.
didn't do it because me playing Death Guard, and we saw this like last game.
Mhm.
You never want to give Terminators charges.
Correct.
Like it's really bad because you literally like double their movement with like the average of like a 5-inch charge, 3-inch pylon, and then 3-inch consolidate. So you're literally doubling their movement if he does that, which is huge. Like, and we saw Curie do that with me like yesterday.
Yeah,
So,
it makes those Terminators so much faster.
You never want to do that. So I can totally understand where he's like, I'm just not gonna risk the engage this turn. There's like no reason for me to because it just literally gives you like a charge with your Terminators. If
I
do-
suppose
feel
that in
like
later
it-
turns, being able to nail a a couple of 3-pointers will be able to bring that score right back up where it needs to be. So yeah, that's
I
fair.
mean, you could make the argument that he has to compete with Stubborn Defiance.
He does.
Which is just like you're playing the game at a 15-point disadvantage right now because there's no way that he can like stop that.
And while we
I
stand, we
feel
fight
like-
currently is also another 15 points up as well. The only
I feel
thing
like-
that currently he can deny is scramblers.
I feel like he could have put the Viper like next to the links on the left side, out of the Thermis range with a good pre-measure. And if he brings out the middle squad, he just loses stubborn defense. It's a win-win situation either way.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, the Viper could have gone like mid-board-ish.
Yeah.
6 inches away. Yeah, that's perfectly valid. Yeah, could have done that. But this is where I love running like Quicken, like so you can kind of like these shiny spears with Quicken could have just been like hanging on that table side, like with no sort of respite other than maybe like a 11-inch, 12-inch charge from these Terminators that are indents. They're only moving 3 anyway.
I don't know. I like the
If-
double protect jinx for redundancy, so you can jinx, and for being able to protect your bikes.
Chat has
Maybe.
been going around with this. Has been going around. Cardiff Bauer saying the Space Marine has a lot of strong borderline OP units, but then there's just the Apothecary that makes everything else look harmless. The Apothecary is just extremely points effective for what he does, and effectively ups your army by a couple hundred more points, depending on how well you use him. He's such a force amplifier that yeah, he could definitely use either a points cost increase or just like maybe not as big a buff for what he does.
I missed a comment earlier, and forgive me, we were going through the list at the time, but it was great. Someone was saying they have a lot of Dark Angels Terminators. Would they be able to sell them for lunch? You get a lot of lunches right now if you put Dark Angels Terminators up on eBay. They're probably already out of stock on GW Web Store, I imagine. So yeah, go nuts. Like just go have a buffet once you sold them, because you could probably afford that for the next week.
Protoculture 11 says Custodes Chief Selfless Apothecary. Let's see it. If the Custodes have one person that's just dancing around going, I am a medic, I'd be very impressed.
I thought Custodes had this whole pride in death thing. Like, that wouldn't make sense for someone to be bringing them back. Isn't that like kind of like their whole stick? That they are meant to be like invincible until they die.
I just wanna die.
I've been alive for
let me
10,000
die.
years. Just let me die. No, I'm the new medic. You can get right back to ship shape. No.
Yeah, but Tracing Valorous would just kill the medics. Like at that point, you'd be like, "No, you're going against our ethos completely." Tracing Valorous is a bad man. Like, you know, he literally makes decisions to like nuke galaxies on a daily basis. You know, so.
Oh yeah, that seems like
really
a normal thing for a superhuman
wouldn't mind
to
just
do.
like bringing out his Mirror Sequoia and just stabbing every like medic that came along to the custodes.
I'm gonna patch you up.
Ooh, 6 inch
That
advance on the Thermies.
Yeah, that's a big advance. Now, is that going to get them onto the objective? No. Is that going to get them close? Yes. Can they advance and charge? No. What this does, really, is just shove a bunch of Terminators up in Creeper's face that Creeper's going to now have to deal with if he doesn't want to give up that flank.
Yeah, that's really rough for the Eldar, because they, other than like shooting, they have like no response to these Terminators.
I mean, their shooting is very effective against them, especially if Jinx goes off, if Ezekiel lets it. But they also have the speed necessary to just run to the other side.
Next turn is the moneymaker. Like, he has to get Doom off and Jinx off on this unit on this flank. And severely cripple it. Otherwise, they're just going to take that mid-objective and hold it all game.
What's the Warlord trait in the Dark Angel army? Did he take Watched?
Let's see. Captain and Terminator armor has Decisive Tactician. The Ravenwing Apothecary, Selfless Healer. Go figure. The Chaplain has Wise Orator. And Ezekiel has what Ezekiel has. Which is nothing as far as I can tell.
Chaplain has what?
So no, there's no Watched in this list.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Really turn the tables.
So, in case you're wondering, guys, Decisive Tactician is while friendly Dark Angel's core unit within 60 of the warlord, add 1 to advance and charge rolls for that unit.
Yeah, which is handy. It's very,
Does that
very
stack
handy.
with Canticle of Hate?
No. Canticle of Hate specifically states that it does not stack with other bonuses.
Okay. Interesting he's taken that then.
It allows for 2 separate fronts to benefit from it, because the Chaplain's up here with the Canticle, and then the Captain's down here with the Decisive Tactician. So, at least the buffs for advancing and charging on 2 separate flanks, which allows them to move quickly, which is good. It's just that there's not a whole lot of models now. And both flanks are juicy, too. Like, because the Eldar are so quick, depending on like how the Dark Angels have split up, and I'm actually surprised they did split up. Now, Lockjaw's in a situation where if the Eldar decide to go hard on one flank, kill all the Terminators and the characters there, then suddenly that's another 6 points for Assassinate that removes a While We Stand, We Fight, potentially. There's a lot of downsides, I think, to how Lockjaw deployed all his stuff. I don't think there was many other ways to deploy all of his stuff, but I digress.
Yeah, those crates kind of like new to you for like movement, if you're like running Terminators especially. You know, and then the other side you kind of just have like this thin like ruin wall, right? So you know, it's not the best like for it to put like a load of stuff behind. So
yeah, exactly.
By the way, guys, just in case you're wondering, Lockjaw did build these maps for Alpha League, so he's only got himself to blame if in that regard.
You should have put more dense terrain in the middle where it's useful, Lockjaw. Anyway. Yeah, imagine just like one bit of dense terrain right here in the middle. How that might have changed nothing at all, because those the Dark Reapers did the majority of the damage there. But hey, still. The idea is here for Lockjaw.
I'm referring more to the fact that on this one you can't just like put everything behind like one rune wall and go hard on one flank.
That's absolutely true.
Dense terrain wouldn't have the Dark Angels. It would have be disadvantage to them, because Eldar take Masterful shots, so they would just ignore dense.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at some of the ideas here. The Eldar have obviously positioned themselves cagely in such a way that they can kind of activate on either flank next turn, which is going to be a big turn for the Eldari in the Craft Worlds. The Dark Angels, Lockjaw needs to think about what is going to happen next turn, and then try to effectively deal with you know, what's going to happen. Like, he needs to plan ahead for the offensive that's about to happen, and to try to reduce that firepower if possible. It seems as if the Apothecary is going to be running up, trying to heal one of the attack bikes, and they're going to put as many attack bikes as possible into the vectored links in an effort to try to just wipe it off the face of the planet. I'm going to be the first one to tell you, it's harder than it looks. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, one thing despite... Sorry. One thing...
Oh,
despite...
just... Yep. Sorry.
Go on, sorry.
Just wanted to say to the previous while we stand we fight discussion, like this is the split squad of Terminators, so even if he kills them like next to the links, it's not gonna reduce the while we stand we fight points.
No.
Yes, you have to kill both combat squads to get it,
Yeah.
which is kind of a really messed up mechanic, and I really hope that GW FAQs that out the secondary, because it makes it like twice as hard to like actually achieve, especially when you can like deep strike one part of the unit and have the other part of the unit go do something. One thing that I'm a little concerned about, and you only have like one army that has the ability to combat squad as well.
Yeah, which gives them something to do with it, which is, I think, interesting, especially because of how hard it is to make While We Stand, We Fight work. And we saw how it can be a dangerous secondary anyway, even with very difficult to kill units. In your game, and on Thursday actually, it almost cost the game. If you were able to wipe out the Terminators or the Talon Master, that would have been the end of, that would have been the end of Curry's game.
Guys, in case you haven't caught that game, catch it. Like, watch
it was really good. It was
but
really, really good.
I forgot the principle of ABC in turn 5, and in case you're aware what that is, it's always be charging from till and I could have won it like on turn 5 by a point if I'd have done that.
All right, the Deathwing Command Sergeants are moving around here. Out in the open-ish, it's there to protect the characters, obviously, but that's an interesting move for me. The idea here, I imagine, is to put the Talon Master in such a place that it can go ahead and shoot this turn, or the Primaris Chaplain in such a way that it can go ahead and do its thing this turn, without getting shot first, so effectively saving a turn for assassinate points. But with the Deathwing Command Terminators out in the open, their bodyguard rule can be easily removed, potentially. So we'll see whether or not that ends up still being the case. By the way, Faith, how dare you discuss Custodes lore without me casting? Yep, that's how we do it on the channel.
Do not mess with me when it comes to lore.
Just trust me. By the time, like, there'll be a time where like I need to like leave or something like that, and then one of you guys are going to be just talking about the tower or something for who knows how long. Or Necrons.
I look forward to it. I'm gonna mess everything up for that one.
Oh,
like,
Jesus.
Me and Tau is just Riptides and Shield Drones, and that's not even a thing anymore.
No, it's not even a thing anymore, but that's a thing for another time.
I've got this massive rant about like losing season 2 of Alpha Final to it.
Alright, so the bike has maneuvered in such a way, the Primaris Chaplain on bike has maneuvered in such a way as to get into the Deathwing Commander squad, no problem. Question, I'm not sure how it got there. I imagine that he could have just moved it first and it's fine, but keeping in mind that it's a bike, it can't actually scale the crates. So the Primaris Chaplain would have had to have moved first in order to make that happen. And then the command squad would have had to file in afterwards. Whoop.
Can I just go over the crate?
No, the bike cannot. It does not have the infantry, beast, or swarm keyword, and therefore cannot scale it.
Bikes do not go up walls.
It turns out it is difficult to go up walls unless you have spikes in your tires, and then we're talking about a completely different franchise.
I'm sorry, I'm used to flying bikes.
The bike can go over the crates if it pays the vertical movement. If it's got the keyword necessary to make scalable work, yes.
I'm pretty sure scale's like limited to.
I'm not sure if scalable's limited. If it isn't limited, then great.
I'm gonna check that.
Yeah,
Scalable's really confusing. Yeah, go ahead and check that. Like, it's fine either way. The Primaris Chaplain had more than enough movement to move around that way anyhow, and then have the Deathwing Command Terminator.
Oh, I know scalable is confusing. I know what Panzer is referring to. We got into we had a night player playing in a game that was asking like a million questions to us yesterday about things. And it turns out they do actually have to suffer -2 movement from dense, which is really strange. Like this huge walking monstrosity robot is affected by some trees that are like a tenth of its size.
I see. Alright, there's the Talon Master exposing itself as well to get some shots off here. This Lynx needs to die, apparently. The Deathwing Command Sergeant and Terminator are going to be protecting both of them until they die. We'll have to see how long that lasts. But I see the idea here. At this point, Lockjaw is in a position where he needs to remove some of this ridiculous firepower. These Lynxes can do way more damage than almost anything else in the game to his Terminators, especially if the Apothecary isn't nearby. So he is trying his best to make sure that he can get enough shots on this Lynx to kill it. And that's where I think things are going to go a little bit pear-shaped.
So I checked it, and my interpretation is you can move through it, you just can't end on it if you are
Yeah.
not an infantry beast or swarm.
That's what Pants
So
said as well.
it's fine with that.
So unintuitive, but very well.
So there we go,
Yeah.
bikes can go. Makes
Pan-
total sense, DW. Yeah.
Perfect sense, GW. Like, okay, fine. I have to learn a million keywords on top of all the other millions
It's a
of keywords.
space bike. It's fine.
It's a space
Oh,
bike.
he's-
It's fine.
He's not killing it with Talonmaster, chat. He's killing it with the multi-mat bikes.
The Talonmaster
Trying
can
to.
still put in a little bit of damage. Like, that is a lot of, no matter what, I'm hitting on 2's damage.
Yeah, 'cause he ignores the -1 to hit as well.
Yeah, the -1 to
Yeah.
hit, not to mention that even if he gives +1s to hit somehow, he can also just use lightning fast reactions on this thing. So, it will be hard to hit. He'll be hitting on 4s the vast majority of the time. He has a 5-up invuln and a 6-up feel no pain. So if this Lynx goes down, it will take the entire army and some good rolling. There is also Ezekiel, who has the potential to put on a mortal wound with the Mind Worm spell. But
So
that's
this is
it,
where
I
we
think.
see, we're going to see the Stonebolter Termies maybe shine because they can chip a couple of wounds off it.
The ones that are able to
They
shoot...
advanced.
Yeah, these
Oh, they're
ones
advanced,
advanced,
okay.
sadly. But
You mean
these
tell
ones
me
back
Dark
here
Angel
could.
can't advance some fire?
Yeah, I know, right?
Wow, there's a thing they can't do? Oh, okay, I'm shocked. Yeah.
Lockjaw's
Okay.
trying to force shots away from the Terminators. I don't think that...
Yes.
I mean, yes and no. The Terminators need to die, but they can die in later turns. The attack bikes need to die now, and if you can kill the characters early on by accident, so much the better, and there is enough firepower for that. Between what's hiding in this Falcon and even one other Lynx, a Deathwing Command Squad and the Talonmaster and the last attack bike over here could easily die. And where is this Apothecary? The Apothecary is still down here. Even with an advance of 23 inches, 21 inches because of the difficult ground, which he only suffers once, I think? No. Would he suffer twice for walking through 2 industrial vents?
Yes.
Gross. So that's a 19,
man.
at most 19 inches, which puts him over to here. He will not be able to heal this attack.
Are we doing Chaplain Adventures again today? Like, you guys did on Thursday, like-
Oh, jeez. So the Deathwing Terminators, or the Deathwing Knights advanced. They
that's
got a
good.
good advance roll by the look of things at 6. So they're moving as far as they possibly can over here, pretty much. By the look of things. -2, so like they have 5 to 11. -2 is 9 inches. So they should have like a 9-inch +1 because of the
plus
captain.
One from the warm-up.
Yep, so 10 inches total. That's as far as they get. So now, right now, Lockjaw is looking at this from a threat overload perspective. There are 2 Deathwing Knight. There's like 2 big Terminator squads that he needs to be worried about, and he's still getting Stubborn Defiance on his back objective with 2 different OBSEC units, depending. Although one of them is obviously the one that's important.
I don't think the Space Marines are on it. Yeah, they are not.
No, they are not. Not yet. If they need to be, they can. But I think for Stubborn Defiance, it needs to be 1 unit holding the back objective the whole time.
The Space Marines are just being chumps, and they're like, "We wish you were you." Looking at the Deathwing Knights.
Yeah, right. So
You die to anything in the game, and you survive anything in the game. When do I get my suit of Terminator armor?
yeah. So the big thing here is that Lockjaw is looking to at least force a choice out of Creeper this turn. If he can kill the Lynx, great. Choice has not only been forced, but a lot of headway has been made. But no matter, even if the Lynx doesn't die this turn, and it still somehow survives, Creeper has to make a choice. Does he go on this northern flank where everything is, there's a lot of assassinate points here, or does he go on the southern flank and deal with these Deathwing Knights? And I think that it's an odd decision. It's definitely a tricky one, but he has to pick a flank effectively and stick with it. It's an interesting choice Lockjaw's forcing. It's a question.
Either way, we
that
look
must
at
be
a
answered.
15-turn primary for Eldar right now, right?
Correct.
Like-
There's no way that the Dark Angels can get on there unless if it kills the Lynx and the Shining Spears, which he can.
I know how that feels. It's everyone else.
Yep. Yep. I would too if it weren't for all my stealthy nonsense.
And you're gonna roll 6s on advances, and you roll like 2s. Yeah.
I think
Yep. Yep.
Reaper next turn is going to take care of the bikes and try to force kill one of the army squads.
Mhm.
Which one is the question? But he has to get rid of the bikes because they are the real threat that can.
Well, there's only
Do
one
damage
bike in
from
each
distance.
squad now. They're not as scarce as they used to be. The threat next turn, the immediate threat, are these Deathwing Sergeants with Chain Fists, which can rip apart a Lynx without any issue, and the Deathwing Knights, which also might as well have Chain Fists, and which can rip apart a tank without issue.
I'm worried for this apothecary right here.
The Apothecary will find cover The question is where, and where can it be useful? He's also trying to deny deploy scramblers. Though it doesn't really matter this turn, because you can't deploy in the opponent's deployment zone this turn with regular reserves. However, we're not working with regular reserves, are we? How does the Striking Scorpion Deep Strike work?
It's just basically a regular deep strike. So I'll go on Codex in a sec, but I'm like 90% certain that's how it works.
And then and the Rangers?
Rangers are just regular deep strike. I've used that many times myself. I know that is as is.
All right, so yeah, these orange Space Marines are looking to screen out this back objective as much as these back areas as much as possible to avoid a easy deploy scramblers in the backfield. We'll see how long that lasts.
See, the problem with this is it's costing an already slow-moving army a turn, which I'm kind of, and the Apothecary. Got to bear in mind, guys. Creeper does have Assassinate. And he's got a lot of fast-moving tanks. Like, one of these links can literally just zoom up and take out the Apothecary next turn.
I don't think trading a links for the Apothecary is worth it.
Right? So it is worth it because it's secondary. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, he is moving up. He's getting within range of this attack bike over here to be able to resurrect it as much as he can. I think that Lockjaw will do his best to move it within range and reorganize it. Yep, so he'll have 2 attack bikes shooting the links. That's a lot better odds. And will protect the Apothecary as well. He's still zoning out his backfield to make sure that Deep Strike doesn't happen next turn there.
I think it would be worth later to trade links for one of the characters, but not this turn.
Yeah, you gotta play these links as like
to get value out of the links.
You gotta play a links like you play a Cold Star Commander, really. You can go in turn 1, but it's a big waste of 200 points. Wait until later turns where it's actually like super powerful is better.
So some people like to live dangerously though, and you know
they're allowed to make ballsy choices, but I do not think that this is the right time for ballsy choices out of Creeper, especially considering that he is disadvantaged in this matchup.
Ballsy choices mean this is why the Eldar are a dying race. It makes total sense.
If something is going in, it's going to be Shining Spears to snipe, not the links.
Yeah, that's a fair point, because they'll be able to move up there and do stuff. But even then, the Shining Spears probably have an easier kill on these green Space Marines, wiping them out next turn. And then because the Deathwing Terminators can't charge off the objective, because they're the ones doing the Stubborn Defiance at the moment, they're pinned to the objective. They literally can't move away. So if the rest of the firepower in the army removes a lot of the ranged ability of the Dark Angels to do anything for Creeper, then those Shining Spears can just wreck that, and then third turn, the
I'm gonna be honest.
gone.
I think with the Shining, because this is part of how you play Eldar. I think the Shining Spears just go lol and go back behind the rune in his deployment zone for now, and go you can have that objective, and I'm just gonna focus down the other one with like everything.
Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen here. Is now he's kind of like forcing the Dark Angels to split up, and now he can just flip to different sides.
A lot of people don't like Shining Spears because they find them really difficult to play with. But they are like a precision instrument, and you can just bait your opponent like into things, and then you can just force an objective like late on as well and steal it.
Talonmaster first.
Find like the right place to like use them on.
Dire Avengers and his heavy bolter into your links. Okay.
All right, so the assault cannons are going to the Dire Avengers. They'll probably actually wipe them out.
Did advance,
and then the Lynx is getting shot by the heavy bolters.
Gets a 4+ invulnerable save from
I'm not sure why the Dire Avengers are there. I just put that now.
To potentially put them on the objective next turn, I suppose. But yeah.
Or deploy scramblers.
As did one of the squads of attack bikes. This one also advanced, but this one did not. Okay, cool. So, Talonmaster, the assault
didn't mention this. What custom
at the Dire
X
Avengers
trait
first.
did he take?
He always hits on 2s with Arbiter's Gaze.
If any. Let's have a look.
Lots of good hits.
I think on assault cannon, so wound on 2s.
Took something on the Striking Scorpion.
Really good rolls overall. 10 wounds.
For a devastating
yes, Battle Fortune on the Dire Rangers, Stalker on the Shining Scorpions, I think the standard one on the Shadow Spectres.
Saves 1, saves 2.
Shadow Spectres can't change because they never.
The Dire Avengers, the Exarch is dead.
And the Rapid Shadow.
The rest of these should be saving on.
Yeah, that's right. The Talonmaster always ignores cover.
Which is really disappointing actually because they are a.
Sixes. That's the Dire Avengers dead.
No. The Exarch is alive, right?
No. Nope, the Exarch was the first one to die.
Next up,
the Exarch got the invul, that's why.
Into this links.
All right, attack bikes into Lynx, although we forgot the heavy bolters.
have a heavy bolter into the Lynx.
Yeah,
Oh, you're
I was
right.
going to say.
Got too excited.
Creeper reminding opponent that the heavy bolters and the Ravenwing
okay, sure.
exist.
So my attack bikes, my Talon Master always hits on 2s.
But I actually think that the reason why they weren't included
And
in like Rise to Finish is because GW actually forgot they
Only
existed.
5's doing.
5's doing.
Yeah, 5's doing.
1 wound. AP minus 2 though.
For
So he needs that 5 up invuln.
5 up.
No, that'll be 2 damage.
2 damage.
6
Yes, from the bolter.
Feel no pain.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh, rude.
Okay,
All right, no
right,
damage.
right.
Attack bike multi-meltas. So,
So 2 multi-meltas going in.
Hitting on force because -1.
So I take Spirit Stones.
Yep.
they get +1.
By the way,
lightning.
Spirit Stones are like the
Focus.
best like Feel No Pain, like power in 40k.
So,
they
4
like
hits,
always work
and
other
these are
than
strength
other
8,
Feel
so
No
they
Pain
wound on
powers.
3s.
3's doing.
It's really strange.
You only want the Talon Master.
I always feel that like with Eldar and then when
Ooh,
Eldar
good
3
shooting.
wounds
Well,
at
the
AP
wounds.
5. You have an
2 for
invulnerable, right?
So
Reroll.
Swing at 5 up.
3 through.
Oh no.
1.
saves
Oh,
1.
5 up.
Fails 1.
I will CP one of them.
All right,
Okay.
CP rerolls one of these to try to keep the Lynx alive for sure. It does not pay off. That'll be 2d6 damage
Roll
at this
for
range.
damage. 2, each one is d6.
7.
7 total. Nice and average.
7's not bad. The 7's average. That's okay.
7's Nuriel's number, so I'm happy with this. Carry on.
Oh, good grief. All right, 6s. No 6s this time.
Bracketed.
Okay. Cool.
No, not
And then the
bracketed.
twin bolt guns. So I think this is 4 shots from each twin bolt gun. 8 shots total.
Yep, 0 secondaries currently.
Hitting on 3s, +1, -1.
That'll
And
change
wounding
though.
on 5s. 3 wounds, AP 0.
All right, so these are saving on 3s and 6s. Oh no, that's not what you wanted. That could bracket him.
1 damage each.
Okay, that's 1 more wound that
What's he
just
bracketing him?
it just keeps him above the bracket
then,
as far as
my
I
other
know.
attack bike over.
I think so.
No, he's just
Weapons
in.
at
He's
the
just
links.
in.
No, he just bracketed.
Let's
Oof.
multi-melt the first. He's -2 to hit, so we'll hit on 4s, right?
But I don't think he's killing it this turn, which is like
Not with that roll. He's not.
Okay,
Nope.
and then the twin bolt gun, also hitting on 4s.
Twin bolt gun from the. Okay, 1 bolt gun hit. Yeah, no, the Lynx is not dying.
Yeah, wound on 5. Yep.
No.
Okay, nothing from him.
There's no other shooting, really. This is
Uh,
primarily
that's
Chapman's bolt
right.
rifles.
We'll fire his twin bolt rifle at the Lynx. So I think 4 shots in the twin bolt gun. He is.
Yeah, he's
-1
putting
hit
everything into
with,
links, guys, because
vector
there's
control.
literally nothing else for him to shoot at.
Yep.
So,
So we
And
hit
it's a
on 4s.
really
no
durable
other
target.
targets.
Very
That's why I
impressive.
questioned the positioning of the Dire Avengers, because that just kind of gave him like a free kill on it, because he was not going to kill this Lynx turn 1.
Okay, I think that is my whole turn.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, that's it. I declared deploy scramblers with these Deathwing Sergeants, and I declared
Stonebolters and bolters are great, but when you're hitting a toughness 7 free up armored -1 to hit tank, they're not going to do much.
Yeah.
I get
So-
1 or 2 wounds.
Now, that was a solid turn, at least. That's about what I expected into the Lynx. Bracketing it is a big deal. But it is back to being Creeper's turn. And now we can see whether or not the ideas that we were talking about before come to fruition. Being his first turn, he does get the full 15 on the primary. He's still looking to assassinate, engage on all fronts, and deploy his next batch of Scramblers. This currently brings the score up to 25? 25.
You know, the players rushed into the game like that fast without me telling them to do so. We never went through who we thought was going to win this one. So looking at turn 1, guys, who do you think is going to take this one?
I think it's still the Dark Angels, just because the secondaries.
Good assessment. Really brief. I love it. Yeah, he's got Stubborn Defiance, therefore he wins. Yeah.
Stubborn Defiance,
I don't
yeah.
know, like, the next 2 turns is going to be crucial for the Craftword spell. He has to kill a lot. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Stygian plays. Yep, this is Death by Dice Volume 1, produced by Midwinter Minis. You can find it on bandcamp.com. Good stuff. We were told last time, or at least we had a little bit of feedback last time, that the music was too hype. So as a result, the in-game music that we are playing is going to be the Death by Dice volume, because it is super, super good. I like it a lot. So right now, predictions. Erever, you're our Elder Specialist. Looking at this situation against Lockjaw, he's kind of... Creeper's already split up the forces of the Dark Angels a little bit, and forced a war on 2 fronts, where they are an elite army, and spreading out can be a big problem. What do you think Creeper wants to do this turn to start advancing the game plan here? Because really, getting a 15-point primary turn 1, was stellar. But now he really does have to pick the flank and, like, solidify it in order to continue to hold 10 every turn.
Yeah, I think the way Eldar kind of play the game now, like, post getting, like, a new 9th edition book, is score as many points early on as possible. And then, hopefully, you've got enough lead, because you will eventually get tabled. Like, there's nothing you can do to kind of, like, almost virtually stop that against, like, the high meta armies right now. And we're gonna see that when, like, Terminators get into combat, you know, or just end up on these mid-board objectives. So I think his game plan is just literally score as many points early on as possible and get enough of a lead that it matters. Which is the way I play it, to be honest. You know, I think Engage is going to be, like, problem with Engage, and I forgot to mention this earlier, is that, like, you don't want to engage because you're getting close to these units of Terminators, which are just you're gonna give extra movement to, and they're just gonna kill you. But it's kind of rough to decide what you take as a third secondary at this point. You know, I was talking about possibly going hard on flank
too much.
And just taking.
Let's let Erever finish, then Joko. I want to hear why you don't like this play that much.
It feels like he's going to split up fire, and he needs to focus on one side, just wipe out one side, so he has some breathing room. I like the play with the links, keeping it out of charge range. That's really nice. But putting the Shadow Spectres there, they're just gonna die to the Talon Master.
Yeah, but I wonder what they'll do in return. Erever, sorry, we interrupted you pretty badly. What did you say?
Yeah.
Sorry, so yeah, scores many points early on, and I was saying that, like, I'm not sure about engaging all fronts because you're just giving Terminators charges. At that point, you kind of look into this mindset, though, and I understand where Creeper's going, where you're like, I'm playing Eldar, I'm a fast army, engaging all fronts, click. You know, tends to be sort of like the mindset for these really fast-moving armies, and it can be a bit of a trap at times because he wants you to get into these table quarters, so his Terminators can charge you, get extra movement, kill it, and then just, like, move on to objectives and be unkillable. So it's going to be really difficult for him to get that, like, the first couple of turns, because he has to kind of sit back, shoot, and hopefully, like, bring down one of these Terminator bricks with his shooting phase, which I think is what he's going for now. I mean, this is why I was kind of, like, leaning towards possibly Vital Ground or Domination as the third pick on the secondary.
Right.
I think could have been more interesting. But we saw Creeper's disregard for his Dire Avengers last turn, so maybe that wasn't his, like, plan at all.
I actually like this play with the Shadow Spectres on the side over here because their focused their focused prism rifle shot is perfect for dealing with them. Damage 3, flat.
Great. Yeah.
AP -3 forces them onto their 5-up invul and strength 6, so it's wounding on 4s regardless of what it does. They can advance and shoot without downsides. They could actually put a decent amount of damage onto this Deathwing Terminator squad and start really thinning them out. They might die due to the Talon Master if Talon Master's still alive.
For fight on this unit Terminators, because these guys, I mean, he has to get super low. He's trying to fight him on both flanks right now, which is exactly what Lockjaw wants, and you never want to play the enemy's games as Eldar. You always want the tempo to be, you're playing my game, like, for 5 turns, and that's how you win as Eldar. I think very experienced in this sort of playstyle. Like, as soon as you start playing the game on the enemy's turns, it becomes much more difficult for you to win. Like, there was no reason for his Shining Spears to do this. They could literally go, haha, I baited you, and I'm back behind the ruin, and I'm going to wait for you to come forward, and I'm going to use this precision unit later on to assassinate a character for that secondary.
I think that, honestly, the Shining Spears are there to finish off things. Creeper has maneuvered a lot of his firepower in such a way
he's trying to play on 2 flanks, is the problem. So, like, his Shadow Spectres come out here, his Lynx is looking up in both directions, and then all of a sudden these Shining Spears, this Falcon are on the other flank trying to do this, because Doom and Jace can only go into one target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the priority target's definitely these Deathwing Knights out of the bunch. He is looking to see if he can't get at these characters as well, because he does have Assassinate. That's important for him.
Because the problem here, right, is these Shining Spears die in combat to those Terminators if he doesn't kill them, and he charges them. The Deathwing Knights then consolidate onto that objective and potentially give Lockjaw 10 points on primary.
I wonder what this Viper is trying to do. Like, the Viper is currently the
Screen
only
out.
thing... Oh, maybe, yeah. Yeah, maybe just there for a screen. Makes sense. I actually don't mind Creeper's choice here. I see the idea and I appreciate it for what it is. It's going to be thinning out these Deathwing Terminators enough. Like, he'll probably kill, like, 2 or 3 of them if he's lucky, with all this shooting. And as a result, like, that unit is suddenly a lot less threatening.
If the dice go his way, this could be brutal. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
just
oh,
saying.
Okay, here are the Dark Reapers.
If there's me playing the game, I'd have just focused on one flank and hedged my bets on one part of the battlefield and taken it.
What I would try to do here is kill the bikes with something and focus the rest of my army on the termies on the knights on one side.
I'd actually be super tempted. Like, this is where I think he's overextending a bit. Like, now the Viper's sitting here on the middle objective. The overextension here is he wants to kill 3 things this turn, where Lockjaw obviously wanted this. He was going for a bit of threat saturation. And where the Eldar's strength is being able to just zip over to one side and focus fire at one threat at a time, like you said earlier, Joko. Right now, Creeper's looking at a situation where he wants to kill the Primaris Chaplain, the Talon Master, the Attack Bikes, and the Command Squad here in the middle, and Ezekiel if possible. That's a lot of things to have to kill.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Yeah, he also wants to kill the Deathwing Knights, which he's put his Dark Reapers, his Dire Avengers, and his Shining Spears into killing. He's got the Falcon that's potentially splitting between the two. His Farseer and Warlock Skyrunner potentially putting in some damage over there. The Autarch to provide the reroll 1s bonus wherever possible. But then the Lynxes have slightly more restricted shots. So the Lynx in the backside is probably going to go into the Command Squad and the Talon Master and stuff like that. At least that's the hope. The Lynx in the middle is a little bit scattered and has 2 different shots that it can take.
What he's doing, I understand from an Elder player's perspective what he's doing with this Lynx. He's got Arcs of Fire where he needs it, so that'll be like the last thing he shoots. So if he wants to finish off like one unit, that Lynx is in like a prime position to do that. His positioning on it. I get that. Like completely playing Eldar myself, that's kind of like the right thing to do. It's a little bit too far forward for my liking. He could have kept that back a little bit and been able to do it anyway.
I'd say what's threatening it, but yeah.
What's really scary right now, guys, is that these attack bikes are going to be in melter range like next turn. So this Lynx being here is dead.
Very likely, yeah. If those attack bikes don't die, that is.
Well, I mean, what's he trying to focus here? The Terminators, right? From how he's setting up. So
yeah, it's definitely a weird one because they want to. Oh, he's obviously deploying scramblers here with the Rangers, so that'll be the second scrambler.
He could screen out this Lynx as well with these Rangers rather than just plunking them there.
I don't think those bikes are gonna survive in the middle.
You would hope not. But I think we have to look at this from Creeper's perspective and then ask ourselves, what's the priority threat out of everything here?
If he gets a Jinx and Doom, that Wing Knight Squad, they are dead from just the Dark Reapers and the Shining Spears.
Probably, which would allow the rest of the firepower to go into this middle section, which is fine. Because once those Death Knights are once those Deathwing Knights are gone, there's a captain there. That captain is not going to be able to contest the objective. Like, it won't. He might have OBSEC, but there's a lot more, like, firepower next turn. There's psychic power. Like, the captain will die next turn at the rate this is going. And give up 3 points for assassinate. So...
Am I looking for the charge on the captain, by the way, with the Shining Spears? Because they have fly, so they can just zoom over these Terminators and go for them.
Yep. If the Terminators don't die from Doom and Jinx, for sure. And it seems like our first psychic power has not gone off. Oops. But yeah, like the idea here is he wants to kill the Knights, that's a priority, and he wants to really thin down / kill a lot of stuff in the middle, specifically the attack bikes and the command squad. Once those 2 are dead, these characters are a lot more like vulnerable.
Oof. Oh no!
Yeah,
Face is not going according to plan.
Take it back? No.
Dodge.
I think he just failed Jinx.
Okay, Farseer casting Doom.
He's casting Doom now. This one's important. That goes off. 9.
I've been doomed.
Not getting Jinx is trouble.
Sure.
I will take this and reroll it with runes.
Hoping for the super smite. Yeah, gotcha.
It is not quite. It's a 10.
No.
So these 3 mortals.
Please don't roll a 3.
It's a 1.
1 mortal wound.
Well, that would allow Executioner to do something if Macho was in range.
Unparalleled mastery for an additional.
Yeah, he's doing Executioner.
So I get
for extra CP.
Does not get a CP back.
Casting Executioner.
Yep, sure.
Does not go off. That's where I would have saved the runes for.
Okay, I guess it's...
Like I said, this is where I love
Oh, wait, that was lucky
Children
for
of
me.
Prophecy. Like, two
Yeah.
caster would have gone off if his one's been coming too soon.
I will
Yeah.
start with my direct.
Children of Prophecy is
to
great.
the Death
Yeah.
Knights.
The
That's why I
reliability is
love
huge.
Steed of Shifting Vector Warlord trade, because he wouldn't have spent the CP on the
That,
rerolls.
that's a very good point. Yeah.
Now,
That-
this
that's-
should still be a very close to Dead Deathwing Knight Terminator squad, just because of the hitting on 3s no matter what, rerolling at least one of the other things. Okay, so that's not great hit rolls, sadly. Now, these are wounding on 3/4s, rerolling everything because of Doom.
Yeah. Good.
That's a little better. Now, this is a high enough AP that every one of these that goes through is a Dead Deathwing Knight.
And we on force
Okay,
close
sure.
because
So
of
these are all
transfusion.
0 AP, so this are 2-ups. And then this,
I think this is just
AP
Shuriken.
No, this is
would
just the
be
Shuriken,
on
yeah.
a
Oh, okay, fair.
4 save. Because you I would get the cover bonus, but you ignore it.
I've
Yeah,
not
okay,
covered
sure.
bonuses.
Yep,
I
sure.
see, I see.
4 to save from that one. Okay, I'll take a damage.
It's one.
Alright, so one's down to 1 wound.
Let's fire.
The Shining Spears probably should go next in terms of shooting.
Oh, that was
I
the
guess
Dire
I'll fire my
Ranger.
Shining Spears in
Yep,
the
there we
next.
go. Thought so. So the trick here is obviously he's got a priority kill on these Deathwing Knights, and again, if he can solidify this flank, then he's guaranteed to get 10 points in the primary for the rest of the game, pretty much.
Yeah.
These
So
are
never
Shining
got your
Spears.
prediction for this one, by the way. Who you gonna give it to?
And force the wound.
I think that the Eldar have the mobility and the necessary to actually outmaneuver and outplay
Gotcha.
the
Okay, so
Dark
these
Angels.
are AP
Yeah, they're
zero,
gonna get a lot
I'll
of
save
secondary
my
points,
twos.
but for how long?
I take a damage.
The Dark,
then these
like
are
the
AP
Eldar should get a
three,
decent amount of
I
secondary
take
points as
4s to
well,
save these.
and will max primary probably at the rate this is going.
And I'll take 1 more damage.
So that kills a knight. One of those knights should be dead,
Okay, Dark Reapers firing small.
unless if that guy got flipped over, which he did. Yeah,
Did
it's
you
fine.
forget to fire the laser lens?
No, he was doing. I think he was doing it.
I think I forgot it.
On 3s, reroll once.
Yeah, maybe.
And then
Like-
craft it.
Unless he did it first because they got the efficiency.
No.
Like,
Why'd you reroll both of them?
Because
Why'd you get 2 rerolls?
There was a reroll from Autark on the 1,
Yep.
and
Okay,
I had
I
a
follow
2 that I used crafters.
I didn't realize the Autark within range. Makes sense to me. Sure.
Okay, so just looking at
Reroll
Ortark
these
Ors
ones for
here.
Yep,
Definitely in. Oh, and that's all hit from the Dark Reapers. That's
Ooh.
80 minus 2. So
that's all wounds.
4 to wound. So 11
Yeah,
wounds.
4 to wound. This gets rerolled then.
Okay.
Never mind.
You said this is AP1?
AP2.
AP2. Okay, so 3s to save on a Storm Shield. Yeah, it looks like 4
2
go
hits
through
down.
for 2 damage a pop.
2 damage each.
So
Okay.
kills one, kills another, puts one on 1 wound.
2 die, 1 takes 2.
Okay, yep, you got it.
Yeah, I mean, 2 is still enough to be a problem, but he has got the charge now. From
he has more shots from the Falcon.
Yeah.
Falcon's not going to do much. I mean, it might pick up one more.
That should
The
be
Falcon
enough.
does
I'll do
have
my
a
best.
pulse laser, which is enough to potentially put in at least another dead one. Yeah,
No,
not guaranteed, but
Yeah, I will do that links, firing Star Cannon into the Deathwing Knights.
Ah.
And firing the Pulsar into Captain.
oh, the captain's out and
Yeah,
about
yeah.
now. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, but I think you just charge him.
As it
be
is
honest.
the important one.
No, he's just
Hit,
shooting it.
It did not advance. Crafters.
See, it's not like he's giving like feel no pains or
Very
anything to those guys,
Force wound.
and it gives you good cover as well. Like-
So that many saves into the captain. The captain only has a. Does he have a shield? Yeah, he does. He saves enough that he's
1
fine.
goes through.
Yeah.
He
3
takes 3.
damage.
Okay, sure.
So he's half dead already.
And now the Star Cannon into the unit.
Now the Star Cannon into the Deathwing Knights. He just needs like 1 or 2 of these to go through.
Force the wound.
D3 damage makes a big
Yes.
difference here.
Force wound.
Oh,
AP2.
4-ups. AP3.
Steve,
So it's 4 up
Steve
involved at this
played
point.
saying, I don't think I've seen a worse psychic
You're right.
phase. Yeah,
Four.
it was pretty dreadful. The war.
Oh, Storm
But those
Shields!
3 5s and the 6s in a row.
Okay. This Falcon.
Yeah, that's why I was just like put everything.
Yeah,
into
so now the Falcon's going to go ahead and put the Pulse Laser into the captain, get that 3 points for Assassinate, it seems. So it looks like because of the amount of firepower he's had to put into these Deathwing Knights, that the middle area here is going to largely just be tickled, and then we'll see what happens afterwards. One of these attack bite squads will either survive, or the command Terminators will be
I'll do
dead,
this then.
or the attack bikes will
But
be
if you
dead, and
have
the
to do
characters
that
will be protected for another
Okay.
turn.
Yeah, so this is why I kind of like question like these Shadow Spectres over here.
Because of
Like-
Autark? So one
Yes.
Just focus on one flank and kill it, because Lotra's made a bit of a mistake
not
where
use
he
craft.
thinks that he can fight this
Wait a
Eldar
minute.
fight shooting
There's a
phase.
tactical error.
Isn't he hit on? He hits on 5s because he advanced.
To be fair, he was playing into it, which kind of works out to his benefit.
Roll the 6.
I'll have to ask him afterwards.
Yep, like, hitting on 5s, 1 hit. Okay. Sure.
Force wound. 2. He wounds.
Oh. Roll for damage. Doesn't matter.
D3. 1.
Okay, one more down.
So 1 Night Master left over. That's probably something Shining Spears can handle.
And this is the main gun of the links, right?
Yep. I don't remember what he said he was putting this into.
Oh, into the Knights because he's rerolling everything.
Yep. And that'll be the last night then as well. So
great job.
That
great job.
gives now the Eldar have this flank for the rest of the game, very likely.
That backlink's fine. The Falcon.
And he's still got deep strikes that could come and get it back, but at that point he's losing out on close scramblers.
2 shots.
Pulse Lacer going to the captain here. If he's killing the captain though this way, I'm actually not a fan of this. Because it reduces the movement from the Shining Spears that they could be getting.
Yeah, I just take the charge.
Think for just a second. I think this is worth a CP to keep the captain alive.
When the Melta is gone, there's not much that threatens the vehicles anymore. Exactly, which is why I would go after the attack bikes myself this turn as well, depending on how the shooting went. But a lot of the shooting went into killing all that flank.
At the same time, because all of these Terminate units do have OBSEC, and Creeper literally threw away one of his OBSEC units, like T1. So he's literally got like some Dire Avengers somewhere that is like his one last OBSEC unit.
Yeah, it's down here on the southern flank.
Kind of get
the Shadow Spectres play might be better because he kept the fire and feed. He kept
that's fair. He doesn't need it with Reapers this turn. So he wants to leave those out for forewarned, I'm guessing. Where's his Farseer?
Alright.
It's right here in the middle next to the Falcon. Yeah, so the Shadow Spectres have done well. He needs 5s to save.
1 at a time.
He's trying to put these onto the Thunderhammer. It's a dead man. So now the rest of them are going to be saving on 5s.
And the next Terminator is dead. Third Terminator dead.
Shadow Spectre's doing exactly what I hoped they would do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's grim. Yeah.
They have a perfect profile
you can't fight Dark Angels on 2 fronts of Eldar, apparently.
No, you can't. No, that's the problem with Dark Angels. You can't split. You're an elite army. This is what happens. And now there's no way for the Dark Angels to really go to any flank other than this flank, which now is just a bunch of Shadow Spectres on it, because of the fact that their Deathwing Terminator unit is pinned here. They have one Deathwing Terminator unit in like reserves, which has to go where it can be protected, and then Servitors, which are useless in combat.
Well, here's the problem, right?
It's a lot better play with fire and feed.
That Deathwing Terminator unit, he wants to use it like backfield, and now because Creeper has such a dominating position on the board, like he has to use it to like try and bring down some of these threats that are right in his face.
Alright, so chat saying, holy crap, that was insane, out of Kotov Bauer. Stygian Play says, that was one hell of a shooting face. If I was the DA player, I'd tap out now. Well, Lockjaw's not the type of player to do that, but this is definitely not the AdMech list he had last time, where he really knew it and stuff. I think that he might have underestimated how much this damage that his Terminators could take without Apothecary support.
I kind of thought he'd stick with AdMech, but might tweak his list somehow, because it was like super strong, right? It surprised me a little bit.
He almost killed both Terminator squads. The Deathwing Knights are done, and then there's this Terminator squad up here, which was combat squad with the Terminator squad down here. So this is not While We Stand We Fight It. Mind you, with the Deathwing Knights gone, wasn't that one of the While We Stand We Fight targets?
They sure
are. Yes, they were.
Yeah, so that's 5 points down already. And then, yeah, there's the Ravenwing Talonmaster here. There's the other Terminators here. There's the other Terminators here, which want to be in close combat and need to be useful this turn, which means that they are out in Lynx range, out in Shadow Spectre range, out in Falcon range, Dark Reaper range.
And forward range. Don't forget that. If he deploys them somewhere where the Dark Reaper unit. There's the I can never remember this one. Is it the Farseer or the Dark Reapers that have to see it?
For the Auspex scan, I believe it's the shooting unit. Okay, so when it comes to this matchup, and the reason why I was going to say I'm betting on the Eldar is because of the high movement speed, which allows them to outmaneuver the DA badly, and the fact that when it came down to it, like, they have really good firepower for specifically this kind of game matchup. Flat 3 damage stuff without a banner of penance to like a pennant banner to really just guarantee like the saves on like the -1 damage on one unit and the Apothecary nearby made things really painful this turn. The Apothecary ran up here to get an attack bike up, which didn't even kill the Lynx in the turn that it needed to, and now an entire Deathwing unit is dead, which might have survived with the 6-up Feel No Pains. The Terminator unit up here wasn't supported enough, and as a result, it's also dead. And I'm wondering if maybe this whole split up and try to take multiple fronts thing was not the right idea here for Lockjaw.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think like looking at it now, the trade of like 1 Lynx, like virtually like 2 units of Deathwing Knights plus a captain, is probably worth it actually, because he's still got like another Lynx, Falcon, Dark Reapers, and the unit of Shining Spears that are untouched to deal with the attack bikes next turn. The attack bikes, people were saying in the chat, oh, we should shoot the attack bikes. Yeah, I completely agree, chat. That's like the obvious pick. But he needs to deal with these like OBSEC like super units, which actually Eldar are very good at dealing with like Doom synergies, rerolls to hit from the autarch, Mastercrafters for any 2s, etc.
Yeah, I would agree with Larg here that the Dark Angels only have the units to hold 2 objectives well, and that going for that 3rd one overextended them and allowed the Eldar to really pick to do what they do best, which is pick out a weak point like a scab and really cause the opponent to bleed here.
Yeah, because we might be looking at if Creeper's like next shooting. Granted, guys, he didn't get Jinx off that like turn. If Creeper's shooting phase goes like as well like this turn, we could be looking at a 2nd turn 5-point primary for Dark Angels.
I think I said first turn that he needs 2 really good shooting phases to win the game.
Yeah, you're right.
Good
analysis.
And yeah,
I completely agree.
He already got 1 good shooting phase. If he gets the same amount of shooting done next turn, he probably got the game in the bag. But we'll see. Also, he did a really good job screening. If the Knights come down, they can't charge anything that's important.
When is Stubborn Defiance scored?
End of command phase?
At the end of each of your command phases after the first. Okay, so he should have an additional 2 on that by now, then. I'll go ahead and amp up that score for him on my end. But yeah, okay, so bottom of turn 2, this is currently how we're looking like for our scores right now. It should be 17-30. It's pretty brutal, actually, for the Dark Angels. Now, Lockjaw's not out of it, but he does have a lot of thinking he needs to do, and he needs to play extremely well to make sure he doesn't make any more mistakes that Creeper can pick on. If there's one thing Eldar do, again, as I mentioned, they find mistakes, and they really hurt you for them.
He's got a couple, to be honest, he's got a couple he can punish himself. Like, I was surprised Creeper went for the shooting on the captain and didn't just charge it and keep those Shining Spears behind that rune.
Yep, I would agree.
Out of line of sight. So we'll see if he picks up on that, because that's actually like a pretty big kill. And granted, yes, did he get Protect off? I can't remember.
No, the only thing he got off was Doom last turn, sadly.
Oh yeah. So 3-up Invul can be popped through. Like we're on turn 2, so tactical. -1 save, so 3-up Invul though, so they're fine. But Marines can maybe pick up 1, perhaps through that. And still got a lot of shoot. Talonmaster could like go protect. They're a great target for the Talonmaster actually. And so he could focus that down, and he's still got a couple of attack bikes left that could just go into this link up and pop it.
Yeah.
And we're seeing deep strikes already, or is he just thinking about it?
No, he's thinking about where he's going to place them ahead of time, and it really doesn't matter that much. But putting them within 9-inch assault distance to kill those Shadow Spectres there is a big deal. It will get the kill, which is nice. Yeah. If they make the charge.
I would probably sacrifice the Talonmaster here to get rid of the Dark Reapers.
Yes, yeah.
He probably has the movement to get there.
I'm not so certain about that, but okay, it's possible. Going into the Dark Reapers, that could do the work. I'm not sure if he's got the Warlord trait necessary to keep him within Devastator Doctrine the whole game. It doesn't seem like it is. Which would be very nice, because a 3-up save is still a 3-up save, no matter which way you look at it. And he's trying to avoid getting Auspex.
Damage 2, and then all winning on like freeze against T4. Might be enough.
This turn he can clear off the 8 woundings for sure with just a battle bikes.
Yeah.
If he puts the Ravenwing Talonmaster on the right side, trying to kill off the Dark Reapers, that's also really good. Yeah, his Talonmaster is probably gonna die, but I think it's worth a trade-off.
I love how Lockjaw is like measuring like lines as if Eldar don't move like 16 inches plus per turn.
He's measuring for 4-1.
Yeah, 100%. Joko, right now, as far as ideas go, what do you think Lockjaw is going to do this turn?
I have no idea. I don't know that much. But if I would had to guess, I think he is going to resurrect one more bike.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably going to try to kill off the 8 wound links with small arms fire and attack and smaller squad of attack bike, and try to put the bigger squad of attack bikes into one of the back tanks. Yeah, the Starmies are pretty much staying there. I hope he's going with the Ravenwing Talonmaster to kill the Dark Reapers.
Oh, he's putting these Assault Terminators somewhere else. And he has to and Creeper's reminding his opponent that he has Rangers there to help zone out that Deep Strike a little bit. Here's the scary part about this. Yeah, if he kills the Dark Reapers, which I think will be difficult, it'll overextend whatever needs to shoot them pretty badly, and the Talonmaster can't afford to die and give another 3 points.
If he goes in line of sight with the Dark Reapers are in line of sight to 4-1 on those Terminators.
Yeah, which is what he's worried. Which I would be worried about if I were Lockjaw. But I think right now he's just planning. We'll see how that goes. Joko, I agree with you in terms of what Lockjaw wants to do. Killing this Lynx is definitely a 10 out of 10 easy thing that he should be able to do with the now full 3 attack bikes back alive. But past that, he needs to pick an objective and stick to it, and pick 2 objectives and stick to it, because he can't afford to have another 5-point primary turn this turn, really. And as it stands right now, that looks like exactly what he's setting himself up to do. There's really few reasons for him to go after this bottom objective, I feel. But that seems to be what he's planning for.
I think it's a better idea to set the Terminators up there, because that's where the Eldars are. At least this way he can get rid of their numbers a bit. If he's setting up on the other objective, he's just playing defensively, and the Eldar can just use the speed, so Termis can charge anything. Mm-hmm. And they are still getting shot at if they are there. There is no way getting around that.
Because I agree with Slowwolf here, because at least they're on the objective, right? So if you don't shift them, then they're scoring like 10-point primary as opposed to 5-point primary. So if he fails this 9-inch charge into those Shining Spears, then literally Creeper is hopefully an experienced enough Eldar players to go, okay, cool, you're getting 5 points primary. I can just shoot what I want this turn, as opposed to shooting things that could potentially get objectives.
Yeah, and it's worth keeping in mind right now that in reserves, we still have another squad of Shadow Spectres and the Striking Scorpions for the final Deploy Scramblers. So what he's trying to do is...
So much. I love the Striking Scorpions so much. So great that they are being played in Alpha League. I think that's the first time ever, by the way.
Yeah, well, like, it's definitely a threat at this point, because if they get into your back lines, they aren't exactly complete pushovers in combat. They'll pick off whatever was squishy enough to try to hold those backline objectives as best as possible. It's tricky, because right now he needs to hold his top objective, which is being threatened by the Shadow Spectres up top already. If he overextends with the Talonmaster, which I think is the only thing that can overextend enough to get a shot on them easily, to wipe them out, there's still another squad hiding in Deep Strike, which can easily wipe out another huge chunk of Terminators without much issue. It's a hard situation to be in right now, because a lot of his forces are kind of disparate, and he needs them all to be doing one thing, and he's got a hard time with all this firepower going into it. Like, he has to survive some of the best shooting in the game against him right now.
Yeah, Lockjaw is still like concerned about the Scramblers, so he's having to like zone out for like a 3rd turn right now.
Yeah.
Which I mean, you've got Stubborn Defiance, so I think you just kind of trade the 10 against the 15. With that, because that still gives you like a 5-point lead. Like, a lot of Dark Angels are being very static right now in his deployment zone, like zoning him out still.
We're drawing lines. I wonder if this isn't to try to get the attack bike to do something useful to those to the Shadow Spectres at all. Oh, that's what he's doing. He's finding a line for the Talonmaster to shoot into them. Okay, so not as much of an overextension that I thought it was going to be, but it is enough to put some shots into them, which is good. He's got one Deathwing Terminator up here, which will allow it to be held by which will pose the question to the Eldar. can you take me off this objective? And the answer is
the
probably
Shadow
yes.
Spectres say yes.
Yeah, the extra squad of Shadow Spectres says yes. It's also putting the Talon Master in a situation where it could get blasted. Like, there's still another Lynx at full HP, which will be alive next turn, and a Falcon. And it's giving up another 3 points for Assassinate if he does this, probably. But it's an option. You could also put down the...
Turns out trying to watch the stream while handling the kids bath time is tricky.
Yeah, no worries.
That's why I make sure whenever I'm doing this, like, or podcast, I'm just alone and left alone.
Yeah.
there will be no distractions.
So,
I'm like completely the same whenever I'm like really into like a Tabletop Titans video. I'm like, just leave me alone. I need to focus on this game right now.
Yeah.
Or an LVO stream.
So it's most certainly within range. This is actually a good time for this because the Ravenwing Talon Master will be ignoring the dense terrain as well. And depending on where these Assault Terminators go down, they could actually act as a bodyguard for the Talon Master to keep it safe. But for another turn, denying Assassinate for at least another round. But as has been stated by Stygian Plays, that's a play that I would have not gone for. It's risky. It is risky. But right now, the Dark Angels are behind. They've already lost 5 points for a while we stand. They are currently being swarmed all over the place by a bunch of high firepower, high intensity damage weapons from guns that they can't match because a lot of their melt is gone.
How's he lost 5 points for a while we stand?
Deathwing Knights are dead, aren't they?
But on the combat squad, so like he's got like one guy on the objective, and then he's still got 5 guys in reserve from the other squad.
Yeah. So, but the Deathwing Knights being dead means that's...
No. So, like, he's combat squad like 2 units. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah. It's really confusing. Combat squads mess up everything to do with arithmetic.
Yeah. So the Deathwing squad that's currently hiding in the back ending, the Stubborn Defiance, was a part of the Terminator squad, of which there's only one left on the objective up there. So, you know, we're almost halfway done that one. It's probably not going to be killed.
On Thursday when I was trying to figure it out, like, I was like, what's part of what? Like,
Okay. So, okay, we're going for another threat overload turn then. Yeah, okay, so the Assault Terminators are going to go down here to try to threaten the Shining Spears. And to try to at least pose another question here to force a lot of split firepower. Not sure how I feel about it, but we'll see how this works out. It's an idea that I think is hyper aggressive and is relying on your opponent rolling badly.
He's making a mistake, right? Because he spotted this that you didn't charge my captain. So now I've got the play of, if I make that 9-inch charge, I kill your Shining Spears and I get the objective and steal it off you.
Yeah, as long as he gets all 5 models on there. 100%.
Which you can do with like a 9 or a 10 with like Carlton and Solid.
And trading a 5-point primary would be good. Now, relying on a 9-inch charge is never what you want to do in this game. Even with a CP reroll, that is not a good chance.
It's just easy, you just have to roll well.
Yeah, you just roll well, you take what you can get, you CP it, and you're all good. That's, you know...
I'm not a fan of Lockjaw's list in this respect. It's not built for while we stand, we fight. I'd agree. It's a far more aggressive list than Curry's that we saw yet on Thursday.
If people said that about my list, like, the other day, and I was fine with it. Like,
yeah, I mean...
This mission... thing is, guys, this mission is really hard for secondaries. So, unless you're, like, list tailoring for, like, even if you are list tailoring for specific secondaries, on a 4-objective map, it's really hard. And it forces you into like some odd picks that you would not normally consider, but go like my list can still kind of semi-do. Me and Kiri were in that situation on Thursday with While We Stand We Fight. It was like there's nothing else good for us to take, and we might get away with this. And both of us did, you know. So, you know, scoring 10 points is fine. He got 10, I got 15. So it just depends on the mission sometimes. It forces you into options that aren't, you know, like have baked-in secondary score or whatever. But that's the great thing about like the amount of missions G-Do has provided us with. They're not all just like I pick the same things every time and win, which is what pretty much the ITC missions came down to. Yeah,
I'm just like the way that Lockjaw's built this list is definitely different than Curry's for a variety of reasons, and it works. It's a tricky one to parse right now because it's built so similarly, but in some respects is so different that I feel that Curry's plays the mission better, whereas Lockjaw's tends to kill better, and that's not what the mission is anymore. Also, I have to deal with my cat, who's currently very upset with the fact that he wants to be fed. I will let the floor go to you two. The camera is set up in such a situation that...
Get the dice on before you go.
Yep, I've already done that.
You can have dice on.
Yeah, no, the dice are on. We're good on that front. I'm going to go ahead and deal with my cat because he is currently trying to eat my leg. I will see you guys in a bit. Hold the floor.
No problem. No problem. So Termy's down. I think they're just discussing a few things in game, guys, like line of sight, various other situations. So Lockjaw is going to prevent another free primary swing. And guys, that literally came down to him rolling a 5 on the advance for this boy here. This one definitely Terminator. So a lot of dice roll dependence. How are you feeling about this 9-inch charge, Joko? Do you think it could be game winning? Oh, is it just me here? Okay, great. So yeah, we're looking at 9-inch charge from the Assault Terminators into the Shining Spears, which could be pretty clutch. I'm not gonna lie. Link's going down. This Link's has done a lot of work. It's so it going down is a good trade for what he got out of it. Oh no, we're still doing movement. He's just positioning these here for now. I'm thinking about it. I've already actually finished his movement phase, but still moving a few little shuffles around. I think he's still wanting to screen out his like deployment zone, really oddly. I think you just take that trade of 10 versus 15 points at this point and actually get your army up the board a bit, because you're then looking at like going into like top of T4 with most of your army still in its deployment zone, which is like never good. So we'll see how that plays out for Lockjaw, but I think one of the clutch moments of this game is going to come down to this 9-inch charge. And it will be very interesting to see if he hits that or not. We will see. We will see. If he doesn't, Creeper's actually in an okay spot to take this one. It's going to be a difficult matchup. Eldar are not in the best spot right now. And Dark Angel's got a new codex that is like amazing. If you're looking to play a Space Marine army for the first time, I would definitely look at Dark Angels, guys. If you love Terminators, especially, like they're great. And if you love like the idea of the wings, like the Ravenwing, Greenwing, and Deathwing, for sure. So if you're looking to start a Space Marine collection, it might be a very good pick for you to take in that regard. And I'm hoping Eldar are like one of like the first armies that I ever played, like seriously in 40k. So I've got a lot of love for them. They were really good in 8th edition, and they're still kind of weirdly. The Eldar Codex has a lot of one of the biggest toolboxes in 40k, so they're still kind of able to hold their own in certain matchups. They're not like just like a whitewash, as a lot of people seem to think they are. Could be worse, could be Tau, right? So they can still pull some tricks. They can still do some things, like in the game. So it's pretty good. It's pretty great to see them to be able to play against a new codex. And if you look at the scores right now, they're actually winning as well, which is pretty cool. So we will see how they do. I'm getting messages on Discord. Okay, let's see where they're at right now. I don't know if I think Lockjaw's mic's died, by the way, guys.
Oh.
So Joko's mic, sorry, has died. I think he's trying to fix that right now. So you just have to put up with me for a few minutes, you unfortunate lot. What can I say?
Can you hear me?
I can now, yes, sir.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just asking you, do you think it's going to be a pretty clutch moment of these Terminators hitting this 9-inch charge into the Shining Spears?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they need to get the charge.
Yeah.
Because that way they get possibly 10 primary, maybe 15.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a big move, big play. Go big or go home at this point.
Yeah. With a good pile-in, they might be even able to touch the Dark Reapers.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's got direct on, so it should be okay. Like, and also Eldar do have that amazing 2 CP stratagem to fall back and shoot as well. And I love the fact that in the Drakari Codex, that's been changed to 1 CP to fall back and shoot, and then 2 CP to fall back, shoot, and charge, which pretty much will be a copy and paste of the Eldar Codex for sure in 9th edition, which is going to be amazing as well to see. And yeah, we do have a podcast tomorrow scheduled at 10 p.m. UTC. It's going to plug that now. We'll have a special guest, Almost Pro Gaming, will be joining us. a great Drakari player. He has won a GT as a Drakari Soup List in the past. And he'll be joining us to talk about the new Drakari Codex and also go through some like stats and various things. He will give us some additional analysis on lists that you guys can get to us for the podcast as well. So it's going to be a great old time on there tomorrow at 2200 UTC. I'm really looking forward to that one. Yeah, great guy. I've loved his videos for a very long time, so I'm really excited to have him on. He was actually the reason why I got into TTS gaming as well. So where are we at right now? Looking at the game.
That's interesting. Like he could get like 4 Dark Reapers to shoot at one with 4-1.
Balls of brass and not too far off. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, go big or go home, right? Has to be like the situation right now for the Dark Angels. He's still screening him out, which I honestly do think is a big mistake. Like, at this stage, it's just like, sure, have your 10 points, I get 50. I trade you 5 points on secondaries.
Okay. The dice are showing its favors. And double 6.
Well, that's a good start, right? If we can hit that on a charge, then we're in the money at that point. We'll see. I can't turn the players up, guys, because I don't have access to do that, unfortunately. So I'll try to talk you through dice rolls as best I can, I guess.
Smiting.
So we're gonna see the links take some fire right now.
No, we are seeing a smite.
Oh yeah, I forgot you had a library. I just kind of expect him to just, like, cast turn off obsec and then be done, because that's all like Kiri did against me. I think Kiri for like the first 3 turns actually forgot that he actually had a second power. It was like, I just want to turn off your obsec, and then that was my psychic phase done. Like.
Okay, removing into the Shadow Spectres. Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't quite get the foreign fade he wanted, could he? Like, or maybe he was like, I have fast movement. There's no way you can get here. And Dark Angels went, we have fast movement too. Certain units. Talmaster does present himself as a target for assassinate next turn, by the way. He's not lookout stirred by anything at this stage in the game. That might be a bit of a bait by Lockjaw, though, because he's like,
Kills.
do you go for this Terminator or do you go for this Talmaster? Okay, lost a couple. Oh, guys, if you're someone was asking me about gaming on a budget and stuff like earlier. We are going to do a hobby stream, myself and Malice, at some point on here. And if you are looking at Shadow Spectres and thinking that they are super cool looking models right now, yes, I completely agree. And you can get them off Forge World, but they are ludicrously expensive. There is actually a kit bash that you can do out of a standard Dire Avenger, plus a few other bits to make a Shadow Spectre, and I might go through that on one of the hobby hangouts and how to do that exactly and build one on stream, because I have all the bits for it. So we can certainly something we can do on a hobby hangout at some point.
So I'm not sure about why he didn't bring the attack bikes closer.
Because he wants to screen out, right? So he doesn't want him getting... He seems determined that you will not go my deployment design for deploy scramblers.
Yeah, but he could accomplish that with a single bike at the back. He could bring the bigger Scott forward.
I think Lojo plays like he's playing on a clock, like all the time, like I do. So it's like, you know, that kind of works. And I'm not going to measure out like every single thing and say like 15 minutes over it. Which, you know, people can do off the clock on TTS. They can measure out like absolutely everything to the nth degree. But I think he's just gone, you know, I'm still in range here. I get to shoot. Don't really care, as if I'm playing on the clock sort of situation.
It's more of the getting matter in, so
Yeah, no, I understand completely. Yeah. But I think he wants to maybe screen out the second unit of Shadow Spectres as well, and not give them like a prime target to just blow up. Because they have two profiles, right, and one's shorter range than the other, if I remember correctly.
Oh, the links are dead.
Yep. Links, bye-bye.
Bye.
And Creeper just casually throws it off the table. He's done.
How dare you die? Get off here.
It's made of resin, it'll be fine. We never do that with a resin model, it will not be fine. It will literally shatter into a million pieces. I always like telling the story of you know Joker, you know the like Tyranid model that like comes out the ground?
I don't know the name, but I know what you're thinking of.
Someone had that on the corner of a table once, and I walked past with a bag and I knocked it. But my Jedi reflexes took over, and I just sort of grabbed it, falling because I knew it was very, very expensive and very valuable to someone. I just kind of put it back as if nothing had happened, and like slowly walked off.
Like, it's weird because it feels like you only have ninja reflexes when nobody is watching.
Yeah, I know, right?
And when you later party, nobody's believing you.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If I had a broke out, I said to the guy, "Look, I'm really sorry." Like, I'd have found out whose mullet was, and I'd offered to like repair it and cover any damages. You know, like.
Chat is asking if it's the Trigon, the Mavlock, or the Raveners. I was thinking of the Mavlock, I assume.
Morlock sounds about right. Yeah, I think it was a Morlock. Is that a forgeable one, or is it like a GW standard kit? I can never remember. He's looking at like random bolt shots into Dark Reapers. Just trying to pick one of them. Every guy he kills is actually like pretty good, like in terms of Dark Reapers, because they're really expensive models.
Yeah, like Eldar has a powerful shots, but they're squishy as hell, and you have to pay a lot of attention to positioning. And Creeper is paying a lot of attention to positioning, so he's not getting just stabled.
I mean, we'll see what they do for the knife, right? Like Drakari's like good to go off if you're an Eldari fan, because they've done a lot of good stuff. I think the Eldari Codex, the Drakari Codex is super, super powerful.
Like, can't wait to play Drakari.
We'll be talking more about that tomorrow, by the way. But oh god, it's like if you're a Drakari player, get hyped, like get excited if you're not got your book already, do so. Like,
and I'm gonna.
And there's just gonna be more to come if you play Eldar Quins, like I do.
Here's the big roll.
I'm going to have these assault terminators.
Right. Thank you, Slow, for returning. I need to go. We'll be.
Yep, you guys go on to take breaks at this point.
I get.
So here's the big roll of the Terminators.
Oh. Let's see.
Okay.
It's a 3.
I'm gonna pay a CP to reroll that charge.
CP reroll. It needs to go off here.
Come on.
1/3 chance. No, the Terminators are sitting out in the middle of nowhere.
That's big.
It's a problem. It's a problem. It's a shootable problem. But without a Lynx, okay, it's a lot less of a shootable problem.
He still has a Dark Reaper. He still has one more squad of Shadow Spectres, and he still has the Baki trade. So...
Yep. No, that's going to hurt 100%. But if those things can survive another turn, it's possible. It's just not likely.
To declare. There are no models to fight.
Also,
I think we're going to go
probably
to
only getting 5 on timer next turn as well, because that's single turn.
The Shadow Spectres are being rolled for. They pass. The Shadow Spectres are fine. There's all of them still in play here. Look at these 4 beautiful people.
Supposed to happen. Statistically correct.
The Rangers, however, run scrambling.
And I believe it is my turn now.
It sure is. And you are score 10 points for primaries?
10 points on the primary.
Pretty good.
I'm going from there.
Okay.
Command phase, nothing else happens. Movement.
Oh, I am going to move to the Assault Doctrine now.
Okay.
We have moved to the Assault Doctrine. Surprise, surprise. We are currently sitting at a 45 to 17 points because he forgot to add his Stubborn Defiance there. Or 40 to 17. Just because of the primary, which is fine.
So they are on 5 points for Stubborn Defiance.
They should start that up next command phase, yeah.
This week?
Sure.
So, that charge from the Assault Terminators needed to happen. It needed to at least try to happen. When you're playing from behind in what I think is honestly a bad matchup for Dark Angels now, you need to play for those high variance situations to try to get back into the game. Sadly, didn't happen. Instead, what's going to happen is that these Shining Spears are going to get blasted, probably, and kill off the last of the character protecting Terminators here. There is an Apothecary still hiding behind here to heal up the attack bikes. So if you want to kill the attack bikes, you really do have to go full ham on them. We'll have to see if that's allowed to happen. The Shadow Spectre still being alive here means that this flank's probably crumpled. The Dark Angels are going to make Lockjaw seemingly making a big turn towards the southern deployment here to try to take back this bottom objective, which is the most heavily defended objective the Eldar have. So I'm not sure if I understand this choice, but fair enough. Creeper, I predict, is going to be working off of the idea of continuing to abuse the fact that he still has an advantage in this upper flank because of the Shadow Spectres. You could plonk down another squad of Shadow Spectres here just to guarantee the death of the Talon Master, the Terminators, and then the attack bikes could also start getting attacked at that point.
It's turn 3, so he has to bring down the Shadow Spectres.
Yeah, and the Striking Scorpions.
Yes.
So at this point, both of them have to come in. The Striking Scorpions might have a little hole to be able to pop into, but I doubt it. Lockjaw seems to screen really well, which means he's going to need to put down the Striking Scorpions someplace where they are not going to die next turn, and where they will be able to then move into the enemy deployment zone and then do some stuff. Tricky. There's not a whole lot of places for that. However, he could try to put them into these ruins on the southern flank here, keep them obscured, and so long as he gets rid of the right units, like the Assault Terminators are a priority, these Space Marines over here are a priority, and these Deathwing Company, like the Deathwing Company Command are a priority. With those three dead, there's nothing that's really going to be able to threaten the Striking Scorpions at all, because the attack bikes won't be able to move fast enough. The things that want to be in melee can't go into melee because they will just abandon their objective. It's a situation of just too few units doing too many jobs all at once. It's like a queen having to protect 3 different pieces in a chess game.
Yeah.
And there still is, again, there's another full squad of Shadow Spectres coming in. This squad of Shadow Spectres isn't dead.
Where do you think he's going to put the Shadow Spectres? I think he's just going to commit everything on the right side and just clean up.
Maybe. I think that there's like a 60% chance of that happening. I still think there's a distinct chance, though, that he brings him up on the north side and just cleans it up, guaranteeing him effectively the top objective, middle objective, and left objectives. Like both the middle objectives and his home.
Wait, is
for
that
50
screened
primary.
out? Is the back of the deployment zone screened out?
For the
Or the Dark Angels?
Yeah, so the Striking Scorpions can't just deep strike in. He needs to set up the Striking Scorpions this turn to allow him to get into the opponent's deployment zone next turn. And I think the only place that's safe to do that is this bottom ruin here. Next to the vent on the south east side. Which means that there's a couple of priorities that need to be that need to happen. The Assault Terminators need to die. The Chaplain needs to die, and the Green Terminators need to die. With those 3 gone, there's nothing that's really going to be able to stop the Striking Scorpions from moving out, deploying the Scramblers, and having done their job for 65 points. But that's just my thinking here. The Dark Reapers are in an interesting spot. They'll be able to move and get decent lines of sight onto a variety of different units, including these Assault Terminators, which don't have any shields, as far as I can tell. Do they have a shield? Lightning Claws. They have 1 shield. Yeah, 1 shield, 1 hammer.
Yeah, the Dark Reapers have paid off. Like,
yes.
They're super good. Like, in this matchup, it turns out.
Yeah, well, the Eldar are super good into this matchup.
Yeah.
I just love that most Eldar psychic power don't even need line of sight.
We're finding that with a lot of them, like, in 9th, though, right? Like, nothing, like, should it doesn't make any sense that a psychic power should require line of sight. Like it's like
Some of them requiring line of sight makes sense. Like Smite is a straight up attack.
I agree with Smite. I agree with Smite.
I just gotta look at you to scramble your brain.
But like we're seeing that a lot come through in like 9th edition. It was really weird that some codices did have it and some didn't. Like in 8th, it's really strange.
Mm-hmm.
This way, the Dark Reapers might have rerolls.
Made it really confusing to play like Eldari soup or Chaos soup. To like, which ones of my psychic powers require line of sight?
Interesting.
I don't agree with this play.
So what play do you not agree with and why?
I think it's better of giving Dark Reapers rerolls.
Yeah.
Rather than Shining Spears.
Maybe. The Dark Reapers. Oh, and the Shadow Spectres.
Never mind. I take that back.
So the Shadow Spectres have come in. You thought that they would come here on the bottom side, and you were correct. Well done, Joko. I gave that a 60-40 chance of being the case, and I'm glad that I at least guessed on the right side of variance there. Because I thought they could have gone up north and dealt with the Talon Master and the Deathwing Terminator, but I suppose that he's just going to rely on these Shadow Spectres doing the work. We'll see.
He has to keep in mind those specs again, though.
If you are an Eldar player and struggling, like 2 units that you need to definitely start paying attention to are the Forge Row ones. We're seeing them do work. The Shadow Spectres and the Lynx right here.
Mm-hmm.
Both doing, and the good old Dark Reapers as well.
It's the flat 3 damage. The flat 3 damage makes such a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially considering Joker doesn't have. Sorry, because of the similes in the names, I'm getting confused. So like, Lockjaw doesn't have the -1 damage thing, right, for the Terminators, which Curie have.
Mm-hmm.
So that 3 damage just straight up kills a Terminator, like every time.
Yeah. Yep. Every time. If the Apothecary is not nearby, and the Apothecary has not been nearby any of the Terminator squads being focused. So like this Assault Terminator squad down here, flat 3 damage that goes through just kills Terminator straight up. There's no Apothecary nearby. It's a problem. It's like that's how it is though. Like life's harsh. If you don't have your defensive buffs where you need them, then your units are gonna die. And especially when you have so few of them, that's a big problem.
Yeah, because when you're relying on like all these auras and have to keep it as a tight castle to like benefit from everyone, the problem is that like we saw like turn 2 for Lockjaw's movement phase, like being a bit all over the place. He couldn't. It took his movement phase. Sorry, took like literally like 15 minutes. So he was trying to like work out what to do, and that's exactly what Eldar want. They want you to be trying to make like hard decisions because they just move faster than you, and it kind of plays into the game plan of you take your time, because the more time that you take, the more likely you are to make a mistake. In that regard.
Oh no! Oh no! 2 problems. Now he can get his scramblers in his deployment zone, and he forget the striking scorpions.
Oh, he didn't deploy the striking scorpions?
No, and he's
not yet.
Phase, I think.
And I don't think that Lockjaw is inclined to let him to remind him.
Actually, wouldn't be playing at a tournament anyway. I mean,
even then, I would still tell my opponent, "Hey, just to remind you, it's the end of your turn 3 movement phase. You still have some stuff in Deep Strike. Are you sure about this?" Like, oh no. Anyway, we're gonna turn on the volume here to see what they're saying. Oof. I think the creep is just a little bit laser focused on killing things when he needs to be playing the mission maybe a bit better.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Alright, so spells we got off so far, we got
Jinx.
Focus
+2 and Seer Council for +1.
To be honest, if there is nothing left to score, nothing can score. So
yeah, I was going to say that. Unfortunately, that's how Eldar have to play right now.
Yeah, but against Dark Angels, if you can wipe out the only things that are giving him points, like the Talon Master and the Deathwing Terminator, he's never getting a primary again. Like, he's going to get 5 points primary for the rest of the game, which loses.
So,
Farseer casting Executioner.
It goes off.
Off.
I don't know. I've like watched like Creep play like a couple parts games, and I think
never mind, it's out of range.
So you can
Assault Terminators are now jinxed and doomed.
Yep, pretty much you can say goodbye to that Terminator squad because Doom and Jinx combo.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Dark Reapers into Assault Armies, big shots.
Okay.
So these are the big shots from these guys. So these are hitting on 3s, re-rolling 1s and 1 more.
Lockjaw position is killed for the potential to deny too well either.
6 hits.
Like
Yep.
if any of you caught my first game, my like movement play caster.
Whoa! Good wound roll.
5. Opera wound. 5
AP3, of course.
5 at AP3, so you're saving on 5s and 5s on the shield guy.
Okay.
I think.
I'll start putting on this.
Yeah, 5s because James.
Dead.
Here's the CP.
I do. I will.
Because these are the damage 3 shots, right? So he's going to try to reroll it. Looking for 5. Nope, that's the shield dead. The rest of them are saving on 6s. Mathematically,
Okay,
very
and then
strong
they're
chance these are all dead.
AP3, so 5. No, AP2.
That's cool.
4s. Yep.
They're all dead!
That's
That's the whole
Yeah.
squad! That's it!
Yep.
Well, Doom and Jinx did their job, which means now there's only 2 threats on this entire flank to be able to stop striking scorpions, so no. But like these Space Marines back here are the only flexible things that can actually move out and do stuff on this objective now. They're gonna fire and fade back into the ruins. Good move. Except for he has to be careful of the chaplain surviving and charging them.
Hiding them away.
You don't really have to care about the striking scorpions because they are not dead.
Yeah, that's why I kind of.
Third time we've ever seen Shining Spears in Alpha League. We get to stream the game and then we just don't see them. So that's sneaky.
I'm just gonna go ahead and everybody in chat, F for respects for the poor striking scorpions that died without actually seeing the battlefield. Press F to pay respect. Oh, it's harsh. Alright, so we're putting a bunch of different guns into the attack bike in the back. Let's start cannon. So the pulse laser from the Falcon.
Both hit, hitting on 3s. And force to wound.
Force to wound. So this is going to the command squad. Rerolling because of Master Crafters.
Okay. Force to save.
1 dies.
That would kill one of them. The other lives.
So there's 1 left alive. It is within range of an apothecary, so it probably still needs to die. This is like dealing with Necrons. You have to kill a unit completely against Space Marines as an apothecary.
Everyone has reanimation mechanics right now.
Everybody!
Roll damage, please.
Karloff, they would have absolutely gotten scramblers, which is
Yeah,
a problem to not get 10 points.
Bike in the back, right?
Which the Dark Angels will get.
Okay, sure.
Also, you said
At this point, the striking scorpions are just flex. I don't even need my whole army to win.
He's flexing on him right now. He's like, I don't even need this 65 points. you can play between 200-point game with your apothecary, and I'll just play 935. It's fine.
Well, at this point, he's got 2 turns to get 1 infantry unit into his opponent's deployment zone to do an action.
Start cannon. Crafters. Both hit. Force to wound. Crafters. Both wound. 4 ups.
Dead.
1 save. Roll for damage.
I just
Alright,
love-
damage. Yeah, just 1.
I will CP reroll it.
CP rerolling the damage. It's a 1/3 chance. It does not pay off. Nope, that guy's still at 2 HP left.
Wait a minute. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yep, you're good.
Not like they would have done anything if they had me onto the table. Look at the second. Do you see this? Do you see this right here?
I was just excited to see like striking scorpions actually appear in an alpha game, and I've still never seen striking scorpions appear in an alpha game. Like,
yeah, they could have gone for warp spiders in the list building process. We can ask a creeper about that another time.
Because the laser lances are out of range.
I'm giving him a yellow card just for not deploying them.
No, but we're being serious.
On a 3, reroll.
Hey, he's also
Jerk didn't deploy my favorite Eldar unit.
What about?
It hits, wounds on a 4.
Sure.
Rerolls with crafters. It wounds. Maybe 4. 2 damage.
It kills him. The laser lance does the work, which leaves the chaplain out in the open.
So that
Yes.
He's still got Shadow Spectres to shoot into that chaplain, right?
Yeah, but they're probably best being put into the attack bikes, if I'm being honest, or Ezekiel to kill him.
I'm
Now
sorry,
that
I thought you
Ezekiel's
said to shoot
targetable.
catapult the Terminator.
I have 2 catapults into the Terminator. From the back to the
Yep, the Assault Terminator squad died instantaneously due to Doom, Jinx, and an entire squad of Dark Reapers going haywire.
How do I do what they do?
0. 3 plus.
Okay, sure. That is 1 damage. I have
By the way, guys, Creeper
I resist
was
the apothecary.
like Creeper is a good player. Like He's never been on a stream before, but he was really concerned and anxious that he was going into a group with 2 people that have won Alpha League in the past, and he was messaging me about it. I'm like, don't worry about it, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. And he's actually playing this game. This Dojo who run season like really well, you know, credit to him.
And
it's worth mentioning that really his list is really well tuned to dealing with the Dark Angels meta list.
Yeah. You can't just. I kind of get like the ignore cover now, because you can't just put a guy with a Thunderhammer and Storm Shield up against a wall and have it effectively a 0-up save.
Okay. So a 1 goes through. Roll for damage, please. Oh, he's at 1 remaining.
Yeah. So that's the last of that attack bike. That's 1 attack bike, and that squad is permadead.
Using crafters on the hit roll.
Yes. Now these are coming from the links into the other bike squad, I think. Oh.
What up, Rosarius?
Oh, this is into the chaplain. He dies. He takes 9 damage. Oh wait, no, he's not dead. Oh, he's out of range. Yeah, he's super dead. It's another 3 points for assassinate. Oops. And Ezekiel's not looking too hot either on 2 wounds left.
Eldar are literally like, what is left in Dark Angels here? We got like 3 attack bikes, a Talonmaster, submarines, and a unit of Terminators. Eldar are literally playing cleanup on turn 4, turn 5.
Yeah, well, they also need to deploy Scramblers still, so these Dire Avengers have some work to do.
I think they can do that.
Especially without Quicken.
with Eldar movement, I'm sure they'll be fine.
Yeah, mind you, they can't advance on that 5th turn to deploy Scramblers, so they really do have to just be in the right spot at the right time.
Okay, so
I was supposed to move like 12, I think.
Yeah.
Card-off Bauer, you are correct. However, number of points is still something he should be fighting for, and Creeper, you know, could make some different choices.
Yeah,
the Deathwing Terminator is dead, so the Shadow Spectres now hold this objective.
Does he have any more shooting?
Well, you have to choose. You can shoot dispersed or focused. You can't shoot both modes.
So 4 in the front are shooting focus, and 4 in the front are shooting blast, and 4 in the...
I gotcha.
Yeah, so it's different modes.
Okay, we
so
figured that one out.
High strength shots at
Terminators, by the way,
low
guys.
strength shots at the bike.
Just in case anyone was keeping count.
There's only 5 left.
Gotcha.
There's only 5 left that literally been behind a wall for 3 turns, and that's why they're alive.
Yeah. Yep. No, Eldar shooting is atrocious. Let's put it that way.
That is 17 in total.
It is. I kind of agree. It is when you run it against like.
17 shots hitting on 3s.
Out of 4 models.
Yes. Full to wound.
I'll use... let's see. I will not use Crafters. He has a 3+ armor save. Does he?
2. He'll be saving on 3s.
2+ armor save.
So these will be a -1.
I'll use Crafters.
No, it does not pay off. Okay, so out of all the wounds, there's only 5 of them. He needs to fail 2 of them. He only fails 1! Ezekiel is still alive! And he can still apothecary it too. No. So Ezekiel's down to 1 wound. Whoops. But it's still charge target for the Shining Spears, which is a big deal. I would keep Ezekiel alive at this point and charge the Shining Spears. It's a bigger charge, but it's like extra movement, gets you onto the objective, allows you to tag the attack bikes. Like, this is what they're for.
Yeah,
Focus Blast.
You already did the roll.
Yes, I did.
So
2 wounds, 83, 6 up.
1 goes through.
1 save. 1 goes through for 3 damage.
It cannot kill an attack bike. The attack bikes will be at full.
Yep, so I'll try to just the 3 damage.
No.
And I don't. So that is 3 damage to...
Car, you're exactly right. That is the Eldar philosophy right now. That is what the Farseers tell them. Your enemy cannot score secondaries if they are all dead.
Well, they also can't score secondaries if they're too strung out to do anything and pinned. Again, like these Deathwing Terminators are pinned, they will not move from this objective all game. They effectively don't exist as far as the Eldar are concerned.
Okay, sure.
And people may complain about Summon Defiance, but this is the one issue with it.
It's a big downside. Like,
it's a good choice in some matchups, but it's basically you are playing with less points if you take it, because you just have 1 unit that's staying on an objective. So you are
sacrificing. He did not apply engage on all fronts appropriately.
Yes, I will spend CP to reroll it.
Okay. You're making mistakes because he's like, I'm winning. Like, some people do that. Like, you should still always play 40Ks if you're losing, even if you're ahead.
Yep. Yeah,
you
so that's
should-
gonna.
you should-
Oh,
you're,
that's gonna
you're
cost
getting
him
your
points.
like deploy scramblers, which you messed
Okay,
up on
cool.
with the
So,
target squad,
and
not
does
deploying,
do we have any morale?
and now he's
rolls? No,
messing
I
up
don't
with
think so.
engage.
You do not score
So
engage.
even if you got a lead, because your opponent can swing it back, which is one of the
my
great things
command
about
phase I
9th
already
edition.
declared I'm
You know,
into tactical.
Lockjaw still has
Sorry, Assault
assets.
Doctrine. Excuse me.
It's not like he's out of
And
this.
I'm going to score 5
all.
for primaries. You
So
agree, objectives I will.
always play 9th edition 40k competitive
And
as if you're
also,
losing.
this is the second time I scored Stubborn
And
Defiance.
you guys commented on that like
So
in
I'll
my
get 5
game. You were like,
points for
why
Stubborn
is he strung out his like
I'll get
Poxwalkers
1
across 2
perimeter thus
objectives?
far.
Because you always play 40k as if you're losing.
I think Lockjaw is still in the game. With his turn. It was not as brutal as the previous turn.
I mean, it's brutal. Like, as far as units that Lockjaw still has that are able to do actionable things, he did not deploy scramblers in the middle, as far as I could tell. Which means that he still has to deploy 2 more scramblers, and he has 1 squad of servitors left to do that with. He has 1 Ravenwing Talonmaster to take out the Shadow Spectres, which he probably will. And he still has 3 attack bikes. But overall, there is still a monumental amount of firepower. The Dark Reapers are still very much alive. There is all the psychic power of the Farseer with execution and everything that can go around and start smiting things. And there still isn't another full squad of Shadow Spectres. So this is definitely not a good turn. But if Creeper keeps on playing sloppy like this and just throwing away points for no reason at all, like forgetting about deploy scramblers and engaging all fronts, it could cost him the game for sure, yeah.
Basically, I think this is the turn he has to go really aggressive with bikes and with everything. Take the objective with the Talonmaster, just clear up the Shadow Spectres, bring in the attack bikes in the middle, shoot the links down, charge the Shadow Spectres, and yeah.
Speaking of units that have never
Bring
seen
the Ravenwing just to take anything.
Speaking of units that have never seen competitive play, by the way, here comes some servitors.
Yeah, and honestly, they do see competitive play, but only as deploy scrambler dorks, like what they are currently.
I mean in alpha. I don't think I've ever seen this. Like
really? Because I keep hearing about them. I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Like even in season 5, I think.
Well, they're not a white star, are they? So you know.
Just Space Marines take them because they are cheap obsec. Not obsec,
No, they're
sorry,
cheap action
marquee.
dorks. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
They're cheap dorks, so they end up doing what you need them to do. But, okay, so Lockjaw is currently in a situation where he's very much pinned. He has 3 actionable units in the entire game. Ezekiel's down on 1 wound. His assassinate, his ability to deny assassinate's now hanging on by a thread. He has a couple of things that he needs to do this turn if he wants to go ahead and stop Creeper from scoring as many points as possible. 1, that last Lynx needs to die. If the other Lynx can die due to multi-meltas, then suddenly he has no ability to snipe the Ravenwing Apothecary if it hides in a corner. He needs to keep these Space Marines alive, and potentially, get them to steal the objective over on the southern end, where there is a Warlock that's just towed on. But if these 5 Dire Avengers go down and they from a charge from these orange Space Marines, that could be a big deal and deny at least a couple of points.
I think Lockjaw actually puts these Space Marines onto this objective and moves this last unit of Terminator forward.
Can't. Stubborn Defiance has to nominate that unit. So right now, if he moves those Deathwing Terminators, which are pinned there, he will not be scoring any more points for Stubborn Defiance, which is brutal at this point.
I did not know that. Okay, that's fair.
Wait, he can't move them at all?
No, he can move them, but they have to continue to hold that objective. If they do not continue to hold that objective, like if they move off of the objective at any point, Stubborn Defiance resets.
He can just keep them on the edge and still charge the back and killing them off. And it's risky, but he's behind, so he has to go do risky.
We saw what happens to any Terminator unit that makes itself available to be shot by the Dark Reapers. They will die. There's Jinx, there's Doom, there is everything else in the book here. And at that point, you're literally throwing them away as well. Right now, they are worth more points hiding there than anywhere else.
I'm not seeing anything about that with Stubborn Defiance. It's literally saying, like, just control it with a Dark Angels unit.
Oh, I thought you had to nominate 1 core unit to do it with.
You have to nominate the objective. With the Dark Angels unit from the army.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, you have to control it with the same unit to score more points. Like, you score on a number of rounds that specific unit had it. So both of you are semi-correct.
Oh, that's good. I like being semi-correct. That's my favorite.
I don't like that play. I don't like it. I think he has to go for the links and just bolt gun the Shadow Spectres in the middle.
But he also has to score primary, right? Like, that's the big problem, like, right now.
He can score it with a Ravenwing Talonmaster. The Dark Reapers are not fast enough to get there. Lynx is gonna be dead if he puts the bikes in the middle. Shadow Spectres are gonna be dead if he puts the bikes in the middle. Yeah, the Falcon is not gonna kill it on its own. And yeah.
I love the fact that Ezekiel's just being a man, and he's just like, I'm on 1 wound, and I'm just going to stand here on this objective anyway.
Yeah.
I think we should.
Yeah, no, Ezekiel is currently like, I will hold this objective the best I can, do some psychic if I can.
But if Creeper does kill Ezekiel, we'll have 2 out of 2 Ezekiel kills on stream.
Hey. That's worth something. Here's an interesting idea that I think I just saw Lockjaw put into effect. So these attack bikes could put in some bolter shots and some melta shots, doing a lot of damage to the Shadow Spectres and the Shining Spears in the middle, and then subsequently charge and kill the Shadow Spectres on the objective, putting themselves in a place that's a little bit harder to kill.
Yeah. So he's in Assault Doctrine, so he will be getting -1 additional AP.
Mm-hmm. Which is worth something, to say the least. I'm interested to see what he decides to do with the Space Marines here on the bottom right corner, since these green boys are kind of completely unsupported, and they're still regular Firstborn Marines. Like, they aren't doing much offensively.
Lockjaw's doing what we said about the Shining Spears doing, like, turn 2 behind this rune. He's looking for the charge with the attack bikes, and that way they're behind this rune, and pretty much obscured from anything other than the links at this point.
Yeah, and the links can only be in so many places at once. So
Yeah,
this Talonmaster is going to be relatively safe.
Not kill. The thing is Creepers had really good dice, like turn 1 and 2 as well, so that's got to swing back round.
Is it though?
His shooting has been immense, as in terms of what he should have on average got rid of.
Mm-hmm.
So it could potentially swing back round into like virtually nothing. Which is why I'm really surprised that he like made a few errors with his secondaries when he was ahead. Like not getting engaged, not getting his deploy scramblers with the striking scorpions, for example.
Yeah, no, it's mistakes like that is going to cost Creeper the game, if anything. Like, oh, I forgot to deploy scramblers. Whoops, I have to run this one unit up a few rounds. It'll probably be fine. Not a guarantee.
I would say he's playing sloppy and with anything but shooting. Like, he's choosing the targets well.
Yeah, shooting's great. It's just everything else. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and yeah, when it comes to Stubborn Defiance, score number of victory points based on the consecutive number of command phases that you have controlled that objective marker with that unit as follows. So yeah, as soon as those Terminators move away from that objective, the thing resets.
How do you mean resets? He gets like no points on it? Like,
well, he would have to restart the count with a different objective secured unit. So if they walk off one command phase and then go back on a later command phase, then they'll have held it for, like, you know, another command phase, but that middle command phase they'll miss. And if a Space Marine, like the Green Marines, walked on there to like hold the fort for a second, they would score 2 points instead of like 3 or 5 or 5.
Oh yeah.
So it's really dangerous when one OBSEC unit holds it the entire time, but you can kind of screw around with it if you absolutely need to.
I see what Terminators on it now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. So that way they're super durable. I really like the idea of heavy intercessors in that role too.
200 plus points to like do that, but it still seems great to just like get 15 points like virtually guaranteed.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you have objectives like this that have a part of it that is hiding behind these area ruins. The only thing that's really weak to are stuff like Gaunt Carpets, Imperial Guardsmen, like moving onto the objective, and then they just have more bodies than you on the objective for a turn, and they will easily happily sacrifice 55 points to screw over your secondary, and your primary at the same time.
One thing we'll talk about on a podcast is like ways to get around.
I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
Alright, you go out and have your break. Servitors have come down in this bottom left corner, as expected. They're going to deploy scramblers. If I'm not incorrect, that should be the second one, so we're still looking for that third one in the middle, which is like a yikes kind of moment. But if these Space Marines survive another turn, they'll be able to do that. It seems like both players have had a hard time with Scramblers this game.
Yeah, so we will go through how, because I hate the argument of this is OP, there's no way around it. On a podcast, guys, we will go through methods to deal with Death Guard and DA secondaries at some stage in the future as part of like our tactical analysis sort of stuff that we do.
Okay.
On the
Smite
podcast.
into the Shining Spears. And Smite says yes.
He has rolled an 8.
D3 mortals.
He's not going to try to deny. I don't think he's in range to anyway.
Wounds, please.
2 mortal wounds. That'll kill a normal Shining Spear, or the Exarch will be reduced to 1 wound.
I'm sure his invulnerable save is pretty important.
Yeah, thinking of
the Shining. I'm not sure what his play has been with the Shining Spears. Like I mentioned when I was going through the list, like a unit of 3 doesn't seem to really do much, but there has been opportunities for him to do stuff with him. He's just not taking.
Yeah, like the main thing with the Shining Spears is that they're there as a kind of a Toonblade unit or an Outrider unit. They don't do a whole lot, but they'll do enough against stragglers that it's a
but
problem.
when you take a unit of 5, they suddenly become really dangerous.
Yeah.
Like
I still think.
Okay, so 1 Shining Spear is dead.
Precision
Sure.
instrument, and then one of the few
his
decently
second
pointed
power would
like
be
melee
Righteous
options you have as Eldar as well.
but I don't think I have range. No, it's got to be 12. No, that I'm not going to attempt it because it would. Oh no, I can use Mind Worm. Yeah, I'm going to cast Mind Worm on the Shining.
So it's
You're
right
trying
now,
to cast
like,
Mind Worm on the Shining Spears. There's potential for
that's
explosions.
worth
No explosions.
And that goes off because
It goes off.
One.
So Mind Worm goes
so
in
that
on
would
them.
deal 1 mortal wound to the Shining. Make them.
And they fight last as well. Yeah. So Mind Worm going off, big deal. Well, I mean, it's a deal. It's not a huge deal, but it's a deal.
Pretty far from one another.
It does a mortal wound as well.
Yeah, so 1's down to 1 wound, and the Exarch is still alive.
Randomly does that, like, it makes you fight last and deals
the
1
Ravenwing
mortal
Talonmaster
wound.
is going
Like,
to fire all of its
who in
weapons
the
at
GW rules
the
team
Shadow Spectres
decided
right
that
next to
one?
him.
Like,
I don't
you're
know,
gonna
same
fight
people that
last,
thought
and
that-
for lulz,
Assault
you're gonna take a
cannons
mortal wound
hitting
as
juice.
well.
Same people that thought
Okay.
that Mind Raid would be a lot of fun for Phobos Librarians, I guess. And no one played that, so they're like, what's the problem?
Okay, so that is
AP
8 in total.
1.
Fight last is a big deal, though,
8
right?
wounds, AP 1.
Alright, so those Shadow Spectres are
So
super
8
toast.
4-ups.
Yes, indeed.
8 4-ups. Okay.
Make 2. Take 1.
Dead.
2 are
Two
dead.
dead.
I don't always roll them all the time, but
What a
carry on.
3 are dead.
Good job, we know.
1 Shadow Spectre is still alive. What the hell?
Heavy bolter hits on 2s.
If anyone did that in
And
like
wounds on 3s.
a competitive event,
All right,
that was-
now, okay, now they're dead, right? Heavy bolter time.
4-ups. He's gone.
I don't know why he's rolling them one at a time, to be fair, but anyway, those Shadow Spectres are toast. Surprising no one.
Yeah.
I go so far as to say that
The
Shining Spears is the most
Apothecary will,
efficient unit in the
fire
entire
drag
Crafter
shell
Leather
at the
Codex
Shadow
for Knights so
Spectre.
far.
Shadow Spectre is
I'd agree with you if it weren't for Warwalkers being particularly nasty and the
I'm sorry,
Lynx
what's
being
that?
particularly good too, it seems.
Yes,
No, I
these
get
shots,
what he's
I'll
saying.
take
The
them
fact
at
that
3
they
for the
shoot
last one.
well, they fight well,
hitting on
it gives them
4s,
this dual,
minus 2 to
and
hit.
they have durability.
They trade
yeah.
up really
Oh,
well
no,
too.
just -1.
Triple Vitector
And,
that makes them really good. Especially
Yeah.
when you
Ice
like
Strength 3.
combine things with like Protect and
One
Fortune on them
wound,
as well,
negative
and Quicken.
Grenades or assault.
Makes them like super
Oh, this is
strong.
an assault
But
weapon.
Oh,
They have-
AP 0.
the grenade!
Okay, taken on the Exarch 3+. He saves it.
Very good.
So,
Yep.
the grenade goes off. This means now that the Shining Spears can't fall back if they are charged. Great! If he used the stratagem, that is. I'm not sure if he did. It doesn't look like
I'm
he did.
gonna
My
get
attack
Judge
bikes,
Call in a
will
few
fire
minutes. Like
next.
Phil.
They are gonna
Because the stratagem
all their bolt
states that you
rifles
can fall
in
back, shoot, and
Shadow
charge.
Spectres, and
The,
all their multi-meltas into the Falcon.
effect of the grenade, if I'm not mistaken, says that you
So
can't
let's
do
do
that.
the twin bolt
So-
rifles.
Well,
We'll
you
see how
cannot
that
fall
shoots.
back, yeah.
4 from each bike. Hitting on 4s at -1.
Yes.
Okay. See attack
And
bikes,
winning
bolters.
And wounding on 3s. Rerolls at the Talon Master.
Oh my lord. And be wounding on 4, so the toughness
through
4,
there.
thank you very much. but-
5 wounds, AP 0.
But yeah, I agree.
Start
Warwalkers are also
with
great
Exarch.
as well. Like, they're a great little unit.
So far, the Exarch's taken 1 wound.
Yeah, 1 damage.
Exarch's taken 2 wounds, he's down to 1 left.
Look at 1 character, or 1 model.
Oh no,
but
the only
then, yeah,
1
Meltas,
Shadow Spectre Exarch is dead.
6 shots from the multi-meltas. Hitting on 3s. And wounding on 3s. Reroll 1s at
I
the Talon
see.
Master.
He's putting the bolters into the
Okay, that'll
Shadow
be 3
Spectres.
wounds
Didn't
at
do
AP
nearly
4.
enough. Now the Exarch needs
so
to survive these.
Okay, sure.
Roll
I'll just
damage.
roll for. Yep.
D6 each.
10? Yeah, 10 damage.
Oh, was this going to the
6 ups.
Falcon? Oh my lord, the
Oh,
Falcon
six.
only takes 6.
Yeah,
The
great.
Falcon is just bracketed. Okay, never mind. Decided not to shoot the Shining Spears. Fair. Decided instead to shoot a little bit to the Shadow Spectres.
Charge the Shining Spears or something?
The
this
tactical
is being
marines
bonus.
in over here.
Tactical Marines are going to shoot the Shadow Spectres now. They're out of Tactical Doctrine, so right now they get 0 bonuses. They're only shooting once each.
Yeah, just 5. Unless they want to have.
They
one
might
shoot
be in
the
Tactical
better
Doctrine. He might have spent the CP to
don't.
give them all doctrines.
I hate how they look. Yeah, Couch Power, I can understand. Going for looks
Yeah, mine-
over
mine's
rules
fine.
sometimes is
Fours.
important. It's the reason why I am
Just
a
wound. One
huge
wound.
fan of Riptides.
I will take it on.
I love how they look.
I'm not a fan of how they
As
look
you will
either.
get
I'm gonna be
one
honest. Like,
The
I think it'd be
Warlockers?
cool if it had like a Spirit Stone, like
Okay.
embedded to a shell. Oh wait,
I
no, that's a
think
Wraithlord.
that is-
You're going like,
Do anything
yeah, like
with.
you could literally like make like a wall, like a Wraithlord combined, and maybe have
Yeah.
like a scout version of a Wraithlord. That would be super cool.
I was gonna charge with the Master. I could charge with Terminators. That seems
Like,
The
Former Ranger-
Terminators make a charge of the Shining Spears. That would be
Oh,
Just,
yeah,
go to
one is
morale
the
phase.
Spirit Stones.
morale.
and-
Okay, so
You
they don't
want
know
one
morale
Shining
anywhere, I
Spear and
don't
one
think.
Shadow Spectre, right? So nothing for morale phase.
No morale to take on them.
Oh, good lord.
Okay.
Okay,
then I'll turn it
so
over to you. Cool.
this
Okay.
turn.
P.
Yeah, so it's the 4th turn right now. At this point, Creeper should be kicking himself in the face for not having deployed his scramblers when he did. He needs to seriously
he's
start
not.
considering, you know, like his secondaries are struggling now. He needs to start scoring them.
He's still ahead, but
He does! Like, if he just sits on, like, 4 or 6 points for engaging all fronts, while we stand, we fight's going to still hit, like, for 5. Deploy Scramblers is probably going to be able to go for 10 if he doesn't deal with it. And Stubborn Defiance is still looking like a full 15. Like, I think it looks a little bit closer than it actually is in some respects. I know that it's Creeper's game to lose, but he can't keep playing sloppy like this.
no, he needs to buckle his belt up a bit. And like, what he could have done is put these dimensions in this Falcon, for instance, and just advance the Falcon into deployment zone.
Yeah, you'd think. And yet. Okay, so we're up to 53 points here now for our Eldari friend here. And it's worth remembering that Creeper is still playing very well. He's doing a good job overall. He's decided to heave forward here with the Falcon. The Dire Avengers have moved forward as well.
What I will say, what Lockjaw has done really well here, guys. Just so you're aware, he's finally noticed that he's playing against a very fast-moving army. But his positioning, if you can just sort of zoom in on the south side, please, Lockjaw. Sorry, Slow Wolf.
Yep.
For a moment. I'm getting everyone's names confused now. I do apologize. His positioning on his attack bites is amazing here.
Oh, you mean over here, yeah.
So he's got the crate, this crate here. He's got the ruin, and he's got the second ruin to try to deny as much line of sight to these 3 attack bikes as possible, which I think is great. Great play. Great movement phase out of those attack bikes right there.
Yeah, that said, though, the Eldar army moves so quickly that it's like, if he really wants to kill them, there's a Lynx right there. There's all the Shadow Spectres that are still alive there. The Autarch is not exactly a huge pushover in terms of being able to do some damage. He does have a fusion pistol. There are still 2 Shining Spears alive currently. And the Dark Reapers are also still alive and can move out to get line of sight on the attack bikes if need be. So I think the attack bikes are dead. The trick right now is Kitty get to the Talon Master, and that the only model that can do that right now is the Lynx.
Vander's saying in the chat needs don't need balance. They need to power creep to match all the buffs everyone else got. I think nits are fine, dude. Like the macros are super great. Your psychic phase is amazing as nits.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have such a huge psychic phase. It's really powerful. There's actually been like a NIV list that's won a GT like not too long ago as well. So
TJ
check that one out.
I think it was TJ Lanigan that piloted that one. No, John Lennon piloted that one. I think.
Yeah, and the Macrons are 230 points of I murder most stuff on the field.
It is one of the most points efficient
You
units
have
in
to
the
use
game.
them like really well. I watched the game last night where maybe they weren't used as good as they could have been, but super powerful unit. X-Queens are great. Like you have a lot of damage potential in the psychic phase as well. Psychic screen plus multiple smites to deal with things like Death Guard, because Death Guard have very little defense against mortal wound output. So that matchup with a lot of Psychers is like pretty good for you.
So that's a big advance. Shadow Spectres rolling a 6 means they get to move 18 inches. Towing into the ruins.
He spent a CP to auto-advance them for 6, and he got back his CP on that.
Oh, yeah, he used the auto-advance 6. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't leave this up to chance.
Kempi, so what we were talking about was like Dimacarons. These are a forge-rolled unit. They look like a gigantic stompy mantis, effectively. They got big, long hands, and they're awful. I'm not a fan of their model, but more importantly, they are really, really good. 230 points of just pure mayhem. You effectively use them like you would use 20 squad of Gene Stealers, and they cost less. Like,
and then we Swarmlord, they can like move twice as well.
Yeah, and then they can do like a crazy fallback shenanigans. They leap, which is great. The only downside is that they're toughness 7 with 18 wounds, which means that obscuring doesn't work on them. So you do have to use them very carefully, but with proper usage, like, you can do some really nasty stuff with them. Like, they are a powerful, powerful model. But that's really kind of one of the very few ways that Tyranids are doing super well right now. So yeah, the Tyranids need a new codex to not be pigeonholed. It's kind of like how the Tau codex was in 8th, where there was one way to play, and that way to play was, hey, have you heard about Riptides and Shield Drops?
I mean, X-Queen's still good, right? With the exploding fire.
100%. But when you've got an Exocrine in the back, 2 Dimacarons in the front, a Swarmlord, and then Trogdor, the Angry Hive Tyrant with
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, when you got Trogdor, the Angry Hive Tyrant with Devourers. Anyway, it's hard to focus on one.
As I can tell from my stream match from last season, Nids are scary.
Yeah, Nids are scary.
Especially Exocrine with the D8.
Something to do as well. I believe there's an upgrade that you can give to your Hive Guard that makes them ignore AP 1 and 2. So a lot of like Death Guard players are running like Playburst Crawlers, and the mortar is AP -2. So you just flat out ignore that on your Hive Guard.
Yeah, and even if you don't ignore that, you're still saving on 4s, which is really reasonable, unless if they spend the CP to flat damage 3 it. And, like, again, even then, the Hive Guard are probably in a bad matchup there, because D3 damage isn't great. You're more focusing on the Exocrine and keeping it alive, and using the Dimacarons to slow down the Death Guard enough that you just control the board the whole game long.
I mean, ignoring AP, and dude, ignoring AP2 is great when you go to 4 save.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
You can't say no to that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
When you have a strat to, like, make it, like, flat free damage.
Oh, well, there's the links.
6 up save.
Alright, so the Lynx goes down. It's definitely aiming at the Talon Master. Right now, Creeper's going in for a killing blow. Engage on all fronts is definitely done for this turn. The Viper has moved into such a situation to provide that. The Lynx is in another quarter to do that. We have the Dire Avengers in another quarter to do that.
I think that Lynx is in Heroic Intervention range.
It 100% is, but he's aiming to kill the Talon Master this turn. So hopefully there isn't a Heroic Intervention to happen.
I love the fact that this Viper's done nothing.
Seer Counselor goes off.
He's holding the objective. He's doing his best.
He's doing a thing. Is there anything else on that objective? Like,
no. But there won't be anything to contest it. Like, there's those Terminators can't move. They will have a lot of them dead this turn. These Space Marines will be dead this turn.
Okay, so I thought the dead Marines were actually like a squad of Dire Avengers or something. Because the way I was looking at that.
I attempt to deny the witch.
There's an attempt to deny the witch here out of Ezekiel. It's a 7. No. It's not enough.
It was the CP.
Alright, Ezekiel, show it to me.
He's doing the CP reroll. It's not enough. Ezekiel can't deny the power of the Eldari psychic phase.
Oh no!
So there's a jinx onto them. So now they're saving at best on 5s.
On the Deathlands.
Doom,
which has been a signature power of this game. Oh, that's undeniable. With Seer Counselor, it's undeniable.
Okay.
So now they're doomed on top of that. They're in range of the Autarch as well, so they're rerolling ones anyway. Smite goes off, going straight into these Space Marines. With a +3, that's a D6 damage smite.
Grim Dark.
Into those tacticals.
So disappointing.
Every super smite I've ever seen.
Honestly, every time you get a super smite, it's like 1 dodge.
Except for when my buddy, I've got a friend of mine that plays Thousand Suns. Every time he smites, it's like, oh, that's a 5, that's a 6, that's a 6, that's a 5. I hate it.
Now, anyway. Is he going to spend a CP on Executioner for 2d3? He's not.
It would have been a good way to maybe wipe another 2 Marines.
The CP situation is that he's got 1 left. Yeah, he might as well.
He needs it for Fire and Fade, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
To keep the Dark Reapers alive, for sure.
7 shots, hitting on 3s, wounding on 4s.
The Falcon, depending on
However,
how much
he's on
lives.
6 because he's been on the. A lot of Dark Angel strats are like offensive.
Shadow
And
Spectres
not really have much to
don't
spend on
wound
Doom.
well. Doom kicking that back up a little bit, but it's not quite enough wounds to make the Shadow Spectres very happy with their lot in life right now.
So
Oh.
I have a 5+ invulnerable with the Jinx. Okay.
Nope, the Shield Marine is
no.
dead, unless if he rolls those
I'm gonna
6s
pay
to
a CP
live.
to reroll that.
He spent a CP to re-roll it. He needs a 5.
Oh no!
He gets it!
5+ invulnerable.
He does not get the second
actually-
one. He still needs a 3/6 of Feel No Pains. He's within range of the Apothecary. He
next
forgot.
6.
He actually had a 4-up save because of armor.
Okay.
Well, no, he's
Okay.
but he's jinxed.
Yeah.
I
It's-
certainly do.
Oh wait, it's AP.
The first.
Oh, it's-
AP3. The Shadow
Never mind.
Spectres are AP3. Yeah.
I thought it's Dark Reapers.
No. No. The Dark Reapers can see him.
He does. You
The
resist
Dark
1.
Reapers are just
and
chilling
then
out, man.
he takes
They're
another 3
want some
damage.
shots and attack bites, and that's it. Like,
So he only loses 1 Terminator there,
Okay, so that would
and the Shadow Spectres will die next turn.
Okay. Next up, let's fire.
yeah, but he's got he's got Shining Spears to do a thing.
Shining Spear Exarch shooting into Ezekiel, trying to get a kill on him. He's back up to 4 wounds thanks to the Apothecary's ministrations. Can the DA really come back here? It's a tough call. I don't think so. But if Creeper keeps on playing badly, it's possible.
So I can't pull that. He takes
Yeah, he needs
Well,
to-
not badly, but sloppy.
I think he got excited when he had like
Okay.
2 good couple of turns, and he was just like,
Shots from the.
screw my secondaries. Like, you know.
Like, he's probably already won on the primary because he's already well over 20 points ahead. That's usually the death knell, is if you're 20 points behind on primary, you're probably
Yeah.
toast.
I mean, Dark Angels still do
hold on
have
a
units to
second.
take primary though. They've still got 5 Marines,
Get -1 for the
3
dense
type bikes,
cover.
and
No,
Talon
No,
Master.
because he's in it.
No, you're right. You're
He's
fine.
in it. He's fine.
Okay, so that will be 2 at no AP, 1 at AP.
Okay, sure. So these are 2s.
Oh,
and
no.
Is it a 4?
He's
5?
dead! Ezekiel goes down. It's another 3 points.
Yeah, that's a 2
If-
for 2.
if-
kills. I'm
if-
so happy.
He's dead. The Apothecary couldn't keep him alive. Assassinate now in for 9 points. This is the highest number of assassinates I've seen against a Space Marines player in my life.
Oh, he needs to implement an Ezekiel kill counter for the bottom left-hand corner.
Oh, give me 2
Every
seconds. I
doesn't
can do
mean
that. Okay, I'd like to have a text. Ezekiel
Force the wound.
kill counter.
What's shooting?
God damn it! You
Second
killed
target.
Ezekiel again.
On your fire.
Yes. 5 to save.
I'm gonna have to get someone
so
an
we'll
Ezekiel
do
mod
2
for
damage
winning alpha
each.
this
That'll
season.
clear. Apothecary's not in range.
All bite.
Oh, I see. Yes, absolutely.
I couldn't afford the Micron
Is that
for
the one I wanna
Lockjaw
leave on?
winning last
Yes, it
season.
is.
Oh my god.
Okay. So next up will be.
But then Mal's like, I've got all these Alpha League dice we printed in season 2. I can
Okay,
just send
these
those
are
out to
Avengers
people, and I
into
was
the
like,
Space Marines.
yeah, that works.
That works for now, for sure.
Please the hit.
Guys, we
yeah,
are
the
going to set up
Battle
a
Focus.
web
Battle
store,
Focus.
by the way, for well, just like TTS Warhammer 40K in general. But it should have Alpha League dice on there, along with Alpha League t-shirts and stuff like
Okay,
that.
so these are
That
threes
will
to
come in the
save.
next couple of months, I think.
I'll take 2 damage, and
Sarge dies. 1 takes 1. Sergeant 1.
so that's 3 damage. Apothecary's not even close. Okay.
We've
1
always
damage here, 2
had
there.
this problem with shipping. It's been a big,
Yeah.
big
1 CP.
Is the DA Ravenwing or Deathwing mixed? Mixed. The original list
Okay.
was. Let's see if I can get it all put into your faces with a nice little
Will be
copy
this
paste
world
on the
pattern.
link
Shut it
here.
into those
3,
stations.
2, fun Dark Angels list going down.
In total,
And
we
then
should
I can
have
go ahead and
like
put the Eldar list down over here. And the lists are both good, but the
Four
Lockjaw is
touch
running into a
counters,
bad matchup
four
here,
hits.
really.
and force the
I
wound.
wouldn't say bad matchup. I'd say him holding back
Maybe.
to deny
Is
the
this the
push
Warlock
rolls,
shooting
which
Space Marines?
Creeper forgot about anyway.
Yes,
It was kind of like the issue. He wasn't playing the map at all because he was that concerned about him getting that
Fighting
10
his
points.
pistol.
He didn't really hold back. Like he put 2 Terminators but forward, or like trying to, but they just died to.
Firepower.
After
Flat 3 damage firepower wrecks Dark Angels if they don't have the Pennant and the Apothecary nearby, which did not happen either time.
No, I agree.
Should've held up.
Yeah, I get it. He didn't have his castle.
No, he split up, and importantly, relied on his units being tough when they weren't tough without their buffs. Like, they are actually a lot easier to kill with Eldar Firepower if they've been doomed, jinxed, and do not have Apothecary support. As soon as you have Apothecary support, look what happened. The Deathwing Terminators here only lost 1. Mind you, there's also some poor rolling.
It's not running as many Storm Shields that, like, Curios against me as well, so they go a long way.
Storm Shield wouldn't have helped that much.
I mean, if you sit in cover with a Storm Shield,
it's a +2 save. Yeah.
They ignore cover.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah, like.
Oh no.
Though the main thing here is that even with that, Jinx and the amount of AP on the Shadow Spectres and all the firepower the Eldar have doesn't improve your odds that much. It's hard because the DA are so slow and the Eldar are so fast and hit so hard that you really do have to castle up appropriately and very defensively, and that's not what Lockjaw's list is necessarily purely designed to do. It's a little bit more flexible.
Because they have Ravenwing, right? Like, you know, people are going like these big, bulky Terminator 15, 20 Terminator builds. Maybe going more like to sort of deal with these kind of like fast-moving armies. Maybe people didn't think they'd be like that huge in the meta. But Harlequins is still a thing. Like, you know, maybe you wanted more sort of like Ravenwing focus as opposed to going on Terminator.
The difference between Harlequins and Craftworks is the range. Harlequins are really short range. You don't need that much movement to catch up to them.
Roll for damage.
Because fusion pistols and such.
Oh, these Space Marines are almost all dead.
Okay, you got it.
And then they're gone. So that's the chances for deploy scramblers pretty much also over for the Dark Angels. The entire links is going to the Talonmaster. There's also some attacks going to this attack bike by look at things.
Improve the Talonmaster's armor save.
He pretty much has to rely on Creeper forgetting about the servitors.
No, the servitors are going to. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's no, but the servitors can't actually move fast enough to get in 6 inches away from the deployment zone with a move. They can't.
Not this turn, but next turn they can.
Bikes are gone.
Yeah, sneaky servitors can get around there, being mind controlled by the Imperium, to go steal that objective.
Oh my god! Did Creeper just roll that to wound?
Ooh.
Okay. Yep. So that's 5 hits. 3 wound.
Oh no, that was.
Oh, not quite. That was the hit. So only 3 wounds into Talonmaster. He does have a 4-up invuln. He should be alive. He is not. He just died. What the heck? So, for reference, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the entire Dark Angels army minus 1 4-man squad of servitors. 5 models. And the Shining Spears are about to charge this Apothecary and rip him into shreds.
So Fanta's saying, I played DA on TTS, and I've lost. I love.
I've been enjoying the Ravenwing more than Deathwing. It feels like there's more going for the Ravenwing.
Can you intervene with the terms?
No.
I will.
Oh.
Right, so one of the things we talk about, like in competitive Tactica, is obvious picks for new armies. Like because you look at the stats of the Dark Angels Terminators, they're like the obvious pick.
I get to fight first.
In terms of like defense capability, upset, and damage output as well in combat.
So Apothecary.
But if you're able to go beyond that and like go, Ravenwing, like more my like play style, and they suit me more, and I'm having more wins, then more power to you. That's great. And you found something that like majority of people are playing, and the majority of opponents aren't prepared for, so you will get more wins that way. I completely agree with you, because like when everyone was playing Inari, I was still playing like normal Eldar in 8th, which suited my playstyle far better. And
that kills the Apothecary, I think. No, he takes 4. He's down to 1. The Apothecary's still alive. Yep, he only takes 2 anyway. He's still on 3 wounds.
Did the Apothecary just not die? Like
not yet, but unlikely to.
They better kill him. Like
he can't die now. Yeah, he didn't wound well enough. The Apothecary will live on 1 wound.
I'll try to resist the 2 damage.
He dies next turn.
No.
Does not work. I take 2.
Now it's worth mentioning that Mindworm
needed that 2 6s because that was only the X-Ax attacking.
Yeah.
Assume he has different weapon. That's why you roll them separately. Yeah,
so he does get the 3 on engage now as a result of that, which was good. We're still looking for the other deploy scrambler section of things.
More Stubborn Defiance, thankfully.
And Stubborn Defiance does pick up another 5 points this turn, so we're up to 10 now for that. Holy cow!
Where did the bike go?
Which bike?
attack back.
The Talon Master?
Take long.
No, the attack back behind the
I,
Talon
of course,
Master.
am in the attack
They died.
Oh.
They got
I would have done
Good night, sweet princes. You're gone.
Yep. Oh no, poor Lockjaw. Okay, and then that brings the total points up to 35. Yeah, so right now, Lockjaw's obviously in a pickle. He needs to deploy one more scrambler to get those 10 points. His While We Stand We Fight is hinged on these 4 Terminators living through to the end of the game for 5 points, because everything else has died. Right now, it's an Eldari win, for sure. But by how many points, we'll find out. That's the important thing. And Lockjaw is our winner from last season. He's going to fight through the end on this one.
Yep.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's a great player and he's a great sport, and he will try to claw his. The thing is that this one types groups we have, guys, which I'm really excited to stream more games from.
Terminator's back up to 5 models
in this group, and we have 3 sort of contenders as well, and Creeper is one of the contenders in this group. So it's going to be a really exciting group to follow. If people want me to start posting images and stuff in the group, I can do as the group progresses. But I hope we get some more, definitely stream more games from this group, because I think it's like one of the most important.
These Shadow Spectres now will die.
My Terminators are going to fire away at these Shadow Spectres here.
That's 20 shots into the Shadow Spectres from the Terminators. They have not moved.
-1 for
Spectres.
So they'll begin hitting on 3s.
So, 4 Stormbolters, 16 shot.
Oh, there's only 4 Stormbolters, right? Because one of them has a Thunder Hammer.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess it's not hammer time yet.
It will be in a second. They're going to probably charge into the Shining Spears, moidle them, and move on. So that's still a lot of wounds to have to save.
They have like a 2-up save because of cover.
Who, the Shadow Spectres?
Because, like,
yeah.
Yeah, they do, actually.
1...
Oh,
2 ups. So 1 dies.
I don't know why he's doing these one at a time. This hurts. Like, I understand how people playing against Tau feel when there's lots of drones involved. So 2 of them die because the Shadow Spectre, because they had a 2-up save while in cover. That's not going to be enough to force morale issues, but hey, it's something.
Okay.
It means that the Terminators are probably going to live.
They're going to die on the charge.
Shadow Spectres, they don't have an auto-hitting weapon, do they?
No, they're not going to charge the Shadow Spectres. They need to get rid of the Shining Spear to keep the Apothecary alive.
A different unit.
Or they charge both of them. Yeah, they could go into both, that's true.
And you just have to not roll a double 1 on the charge.
No, he'll make it even on a double 1.
No, because the -2 from
you're right! Yeah, he needs to roll at least a 3. He needs to roll at least a 3.
He has CP to reroll, so...
He's got more than enough CP. Like, he's barely had to use his stratagems at all. They have not been helpful.
Do not really want to step on this terrain.
That's the other thing. If he charges the Shadow Spectres and then like the entire Eldar army will probably be able to like if the Terminators don't kill every one of them.
What he could do is charge the Shadow Spectres and pile back into the Shining Spears.
Yeah, he'd have to wipe out the Shadow Spectres to make that happen though, and it's not a guarantee, especially with the -1 to hit.
My TP is a guarantee.
And the Chain Fist already give a -1 to hit. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, against both Shadow Spectres and the Shining Spears.
Yeah, really dominating spot for Eldar.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens when you got flat 3 damage against a non-damage reducing army.
I would probably only charge the Shining Spears. I would probably only charge the Shining Spears to wrap the Shadow Spectres so my armies can kill them on.
Okay.
Cool, Shadow Spectres can fall back. Yeah, they fly. So you can't wrap them. You need these guys to survive, so they can't really poke their head out too far. Even this little movement here might be enough to cause some issues, because the Eldar Lynx will be able to see them. But now that they're kind of poking out even a little bit, there's a chance that problems could happen here. The Dark Reapers aren't in a position to be able to get into the Falcon, pop out, and then shoot these guys, but...
just to make sure I'm not standing on a wall. I want to stand in the windows.
Oh, he wants to stand in the windows, okay. So he is standing on the train. He is aiming to try to kill every single last one of these crazy elves.
Which is not very. My choice is to not.
This is our objective. We are stubborn and we are defiant. You will not have it.
We are stubborn, we are defiant, and if we die, there goes 5 points. And then another 5 points for always time we fight. Like, this is
half
not
an inch
good.
from the shadows. I'll get him a little closer.
I like this placement because
My goal is to put one model on this terrain piece.
you can only
half an
shoot
inch away,
one
and then
thing
the other
at
two
them.
will stand behind the terrain piece.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so he's got 3 Terminators into there. They've charged. So these puppies each have, that's 9 attacks into the Shadow Spectres.
I will do
4 of them hit. Of
And
those
I will
4, all
activate,
4
my
wounds.
Death
So
and
that'll
Tremors
kill a
first.
lot of the Shadow
And
Spectres,
I
but
will
not all of them.
use
And
the-
at that point, he's
give him-
relying on
to use
morale.
the Fury of the First for +1 to hit.
Ah, Fury of the First kicks in. But does the
Let's
-1 to
do
hit count?
Chain Fist. Sorry?
Spectres are still minus on the hit, so 3s on them.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so Chain Fists first. 3 attacks from
Okay,
each
so
for
it's
shock
still
assault.
3s to hit him. Okay.
So hitting on 4s, because mine's 2.
Yeah, you're right. I don't need to give them Fury of the First for +1. Never mind, I will not be.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, wait a minute, does that make no sense? I thought I did the math.
And I have 5 CP. Okay, I'll use it after all to more accurate hit the spears. So Chain Fists in Shadow Spectres. We are hitting on 4.
So he does still spend it to make sure that the stuff
And
going
we
to
are
the spears is
wounding on
better.
2s.
That
3
is
wounds,
3 dead.
at AP 5.
AP 5, so I just lose 3. 1,
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, and he's pulling them out of close combat as well to make sure that they don't have to fall back to shoot.
Shadow Spectres don't work this game though. Really good unit.
Yeah, no, they
Chain
were
Fist.
perfect.
Into Eldar.
On 3s
Really solid.
Yep, because +1.
and wounding on 2s.
Yeah, most likely.
He has 8 strength.
2 wounds
So
into
these
Shining
are
Spears
also
and
AP
5.
5.
3. Oh no, these are the
damage.
Chain Fists, so these are AP 5.
D3.
No, no save.
So first one dies, roll damage on the second.
And then I roll against the Exarch, and I deal 2 damage to the Exarch.
And oh look, Eldar has nothing left.
And then the Thunderhammer.
We win. I suppose there's like a unit of Dark Reapers. Over here.
Well, the Eldar still have like a
Like,
Lynx and all this
okay.
other stuff
Thunder
going
That's
on.
what I said.
course.
Nothing left but tanks, which normally
And
like
without
it
juice.
was a bit of a meme. Like in
Oh,
the
yeah.
And, AP.
Oh, the Dire
Yeah,
Avengers
look,
are...
tanks no way. Like
I think the Dire Avengers
Yes,
are in
it
the
is, so it should be
Falcon
AP.
currently? I don't think they're dead.
So 6
Yes,
of
they are in the Falcon. I think if I unfaded them back there.
Oh,
Yeah, so they can pop out and kill the servitors on their own, probably.
Alright, then I get to consolidate.
Or run onto the
towards
objective.
Shining Spectres.
Or
no
get
thanks.
No, I think they are gonna pop out and deploy scramblers.
yeah.
Oh
Well, I
no.
mean, I don't think there's a way I can get cute and like go sideways to get
Not quite,
off
Lockjaw.
the terrain.
So his idea is that he doesn't want these Terminators to be visible.
I don't
If he dooms them and jinxes them and puts the Dark Reapers into them, these Terminators
Yeah,
are
right now,
probably dead.
4.4.
Actually, I could
No, I think I can.
potentially
Okay, so
get that.
take a look at this. So currently, this one on the front is 4.4 away, right? And if I put him over here, he'd be
Yeah, guys,
3.7.
we'll do a Q&A with the players after the
If
game.
you can-
I know it's pretty much decided, but stick around for that. And if you've got any
So,
questions for
We'll
those guys that have
hit
been
him
streaming
like
the game
this.
as well, and we'll give you a bit of a preview.
Oh, he's being real cute!
Okay.
And it works!
got the ruin,
Alright, so he's
and
managed to
so
hide the
Shadow
Deathwing
Spectre.
Terminators by using that 3-inch consolidate move appropriately. There
Nice.
is still a bit of spook going on with this sergeant back here. And with the
And I'm going to
apothecary
do my
nearby,
best to hide
these Terminators should
in
live.
there. And I survive one more turn of Eldar shooting, which I don't think I
Yeah,
will, but it would
this is
be
the
fun
sign
run
of
while it lasts.
Lockjaw just being a good
So,
player. He knows
morale.
he's lost this, but he's like,
Oh,
how to play for
Shadow
points. I get my consolidate.
5,
I'm actually in a position where I get back behind this run, and this is the thing he's got to look for, guys.
Alright, the Shadow Spectres. The last one of them runs, and then the last one will stick around on anything but a 1 or a 2.
for the last one.
I had to
Wait,
open my mouth. That's the end of the Shadow Spectres.
When you're playing in a tournament, you might lose the game. Always try to get points.
Cool.
Because
Your
points
turn.
do
You get
matter
CP,
for standings
you
and
get
various
15
other
for
reasons.
primaries, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Creeper could
Basically,
have
the whole table.
3, like another 3 losses in group, and you might pick up a few wins, and the points might matter on it.
Okay, great.
So yeah,
At this point,
never concede a game in the tournament would
Yeah,
be my
you're
advice
right.
for anyone. And a few groups in Alpha have come down to that as well.
What's the best way to suicide? I guess like this.
Don't resign. People do make blunders.
Author
And you can never concede a game on stream. That's like another unwritten rule.
So here's the thing. Right now the Autarch's coming in. The idea for Creeper right now is to try to get those last 3 assassinate points, and importantly, see if he can't remove the Stubborn Defiance and the While We Stand We Fight for this last turn.
You say Autarch, and I say Autarch Aravor, because that's clearly who's going in right now.
It's clearly not. I fought against Aravor. He's usually a lot closer to an Ivara by the time he comes into combat. But yeah.
He makes mistakes. He's not
This is true.
more many paths.
Alright, so out come the Dire Avengers. These need to deploy Scramblers this turn. There's no other unit that can do it now that the Shadow Spectres are dead. So, these will have to move forward. The Servitors are going to be in a different position. Honestly, now that he's scored his primary, his Viper, honestly, should probably move towards the Servitors, charge them, tag them, and, like, shoot them at the same time. Like, just tie them up, make sure they can't deploy Scramblers.
Don't tell anyone about the Servitors. They are not there. They are invisible.
Yeah, but don't tell Creeper that.
Someone's saying, can we get a turn counter on... We have an Ezekiel has died counter, which is far more important, Glog.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, so this is top of turn 5. I can definitely go ahead and get that changed.
He noticed them.
Get that changed for next time, Glarg. Thank you. This is what I asked for feedback last season. Now I'm getting all the feedback a season late. Setting. Okay, so Matcha here, aka the Farseer on foot, is looking for some form of execute or whatever. It's a weird one. Because what he needs to do is effectively just stop his opponent from scoring at all this turn, if he can manage it. I know what I would do. What Creeper will do, he'll probably make things real quick. Put the Lynx into a position where he can see and shoot some Deathwing Sergeants and stuff like that. Potentially the Ravenwing Apothecary. He'll doom them. He'll jinx them the best he can. The Viper's probably just going to sit where it is. For whatever it's worth.
I'm gonna say this now, guys, and I'll probably say this more for the podcast for tomorrow, but I'm not that sold on Dark Angels multi-battle bikes. Like, I was, like, playing my game, and now, like, seeing this one, I'm not hugely, like, sold on them as, like, your anti-tank solution as DA. Like, they don't seem to really live, like, or do too much. Like,
well, people keep using them as suicide units. Instead of using them like what they're supposed to be, which is a strike unit that needs to be played very cagily. I think that they're overestimating the durability that Jink automatically gives them.
Yeah, so 4 pinball, but there's still only 4 wounds T5, right?
Exactly.
So it just goes here. That's just the thing. You can only pinball to 1 unit as well.
Yeah, so like. It's hard to really make them work outside of a turn or two if you decide to put them within range, do melt range all the time. Or
one thing I do love, I'm curious to see how he does with that, is we have a player in Alpha called Ash, who I played against before, and he's winning a 10-man blob of what the plasma guys called that can all have...
Black Knights.
No, not Black Knights. Just foot guys, Primaris guys.
Oh.
Don't even need the bonuses.
Can never remember the name of them.
Hellblasters?
Hellblasters, yes. So 10-man Hellblaster squad, all with plasma, weapons of the Dark Age. Can transhuman them because they are, Primaris.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
They're expensive, but I can see that working.
Yeah, they're pretty great. That might be an option if you're looking at anti-tank.
CP rerolling the psychic power.
The 2 games that we've done on here so far.
Eventually. When the game lets in, there we go. Nope, no reroll for you. He's gonna cast Protect on himself. Sure. It goes not off.
Yikes! Not the best psychic phase.
No doom, no jinx. Oof. Okay. So he's also left the Dark Reapers out in the middle of nowhere to do nothing.
It hits.
Yeah, they've not got any targets. They've like killed everything.
They could kill the Servitors though.
Invulnerable save on the Storm Shield, and I failed.
I mean, sure.
I'm telling you, there's opportunities here that are being missed.
He was banking on killing them with an executioner, but he failed it.
Yeah, he still takes 3 stars.
What can Darius see other than that? Like
nothing. Like, why wouldn't they move into range to shoot them then? I don't understand. Okay. Well, Deploy Scramblers is going to go up for 10 for sure at this point. Like he's got it. The Angels have done it. The Servitors can't do it. They don't have the movement to do it. Is maybe the thing to keep in mind here. They literally can't actually get far enough outside of the red deployment zone to get into the middle to deploy the middle scrambler.
3 hits. Force the wound.
If it gives a few of them, they can.
3
Yeah.
wounds.
I believe in the servitors.
No, literally they can't.
Apothecary.
This guy back here needs to be 6 inches away from the deployment zone,
Okay.
not have advanced or fallen back or anything. He can only move 5.
That's 1 turn dead.
He literally
That's
can't
the
deploy
dead
scramblers.
side. So that should be 2 dead turns.
And
So-
Starkan,
Yep, this is what the Lynx is meant to do. It's killed off a large number of those Terminators already.
Doom. No.
So we're down to 2 Terminators here. It's not enough to stop Defiance. He really wants to kill this Apothecary if he can, but
Yeah, because
He
it's
doesn't have
just
any
literally like more assassinate points, right?
yeah, it's another 3
he-
assassinate points at this point.
He did not.
The apothecary that lived and then healed himself last turn, by the way, guys, in case
Yep.
you was joining.
Had to remain stable.
Back up to 4.
You're right.
Like, they are just tough.
You're right, he did.
Warlock Skyrunner into Ravenwing Apothecary.
It's Doom Guy. Okay, so the
Yeah.
Warlock Skyrunner is shooting the shurikens
He is
into
not.
the Ravenwing Apothecary.
Crafters. 2 hits. 5's the wound.
5 to wound with the catapult.
Crafters. 1 and no AP, 1 and 83.
Okay.
No IP says save.
Takes 1.
I think it's
Saves 1.
a 3 up. He doesn't get cover benefit, and you ignore it anyway.
Saves
Hit him both.
Saves both. How are the Edgelords losing to Santa's Little Workers? Okay, Commander. It's because honestly, Santa's Little Workers had the right weapon profiles to just
You're not Santa's
blow the
little
Dark
worker.
Angels off the board.
Anyone's going to be Santa's little worker. Because they understand who Santa is from the Black Library.
Yeah, crafters.
No.
It's just
The
it's
crafters are offended.
so. Look, let's make a couple things perfectly clear. At this point, like hearing the players like go through and rolling the last of the dice here is not like absolutely necessary to understanding what's going on. What happened here, in my humble opinion, is that the Eldar just had the right weapon profiles to do the range damage necessary to kill off a squad of Terminators or 2 every turn. Like
Yeah,
when you're playing
I
as
mean-
Dark Angels, you don't have that many units to begin with. Losing even one of them is a big deal. Losing 2 of them, 3 of them by the end of turn 2 is gross.
So I'm gonna let everyone on the stream and keep the fellow people that comes here on a little secret. Me and Creeper are having a lot of conversations about Eldar because he was speaking to me about Eldar like quite a bit. And we had a conversation about meta and playing Eldar and this, that, and the other and stuff. And I was just like, damage free is so good, like against a lot of things right now. So if you load up on like Dark Reapers, Lynxes, that kind of stuff, and then have like units that can either take objectives or just obsec objectives, then you're probably just going to get a few wins because of that, you know. And then I didn't build a list for him or anything like that, and he asked me he watched a lot of the games that I played as Eldar, and we had a couple of brief conversations about a few things that I was taking, and I told him I'm a big fan of Children of Prophecy because of like, you know, reroll ones for cast is huge, but he went with Masterful Shots instead, which actually paid off. So it's great. I'm gonna actually give that a try at some point. It's something I've never played with. You know?
Yeah, removing cover is a big deal, especially considering how much light cover there are in battlefields. It seems as if the Dark Reapers do have like 2 shots that can go into the servitors. So the Dark Reaper is gonna remove the last servitors from existence as best as they can. That's 3 dead. Like... oh dear. Yeah, that's 2 Dark Reapers that can see for sure. Anyway, as it stands right now, there
I don't
is...
think the Edge Lords as well. I thought that was Death Watch.
No.
The Ultimate Edge Lords in the 40k universe.
No, the Ultimate Edgelords are actually the Harlequins when you look at their lore. They think they're cooler than everybody else. They hang out in the library.
Edge Lords, I love them.
They wear tight leather and wear spiky hair and stuff like that. They're the
They are
Edgelords.
laughing at you as if you are nothing.
Exactly. They're so much better than you are. They're edgy, man.
I just want Death Watch to be edgy because they are better than every other Space Marine chapter because they have the best of every Space Marine chapter.
at killing Xenos. Very specific.
Well, apparently their codexes do not show that.
Well, I don't know. The Eldar are better than everybody else in the galaxy. The Necrons are better than everybody else in the galaxy. The Tower are more correct than everyone else in the galaxy. The Space Marines are the Space Marines are better than everyone else in the galaxy. The Adeptus Sororitas have the best faith in the Emperor in all the galaxy, and that makes them the best too. Everybody's an edgelord. Everybody's wrong. The 40th millennium sucks, and we've got some charges going on to these Terminators to try to kill them as best as possible. The Autarch has gone in with his Power Sword, which will be wounding on 4s, which is a perfect profile, really, for dealing some damage to these boys.
Is it a Power Relief for the Autarch? I thought it just got changed to Power Relief, like standard. There was nothing else you can take.
He's got a sword. I think it's because of the Swooping Hawk with wings. He gets access to the sword and fusion pistol loadout.
Okay.
I just want to say that orcs are the best in the galaxy.
Orcs are the most correct in the galaxy, but they're still monsters deep down. So, all right, we got some attacks. I'm actually gonna go ahead and turn on the player audio at this point because it actually matters. 3 hits so far. Force to wound. Rerolling because Doom. That's 3 wounds. They'll might kill one more Terminator.
Okay. 5.
That kills one Terminator unless if he rolls the 6s.
And yeah, you the benefits of cover, of course. Okay, sure. So that's 3 damage. I'll use the Apothecary.
That's 1 and a little bit dead.
It's one takes a wound. I almost killed them all.
You're right. Almost.
And if you don't mind, I'll do my Warlock Skyrunner into the...
Okay, if the Warlock Skyrunner with 2 attacks,
3 to hit, 2 to wound.
2 attacks kills this Apothecary, be impressed.
2 swings.
2 hits. Wounding on 2s. 2 wounds. He needs to fail 2 3-up saves though. Nope, he's alive.
Armor save.
Okay.
I need a 3-up, and he lives. He lives.
Okay. You get to swing with.
So that was worth, I guess, 3 assassinate points. That's a something. Okay.
I guess.
So at this point, let's go ahead and just calculate the points because we can tabulate this fairly quickly. The Deathwing Terminator cannot run. It cannot fail its morale. The idea that it kills the Autarch is actually possible. We'll have to listen to see whether or not he kills the Autarch.
+1, -1.
Nice.
Thanks.
You can't kill the
wounding,
Autarch.
I think
That's
I
what's
do.
killable.
And that's 85.
4-up invuln save. Autarch takes...
He has a Shimmer Shield or whatever.
Nothing.
Like I said, Autarchs are unkillable.
Yeah, so now he's only got 2 attacks next turn.
Yeah.
Hitting on
so...
3s or hitting on 3s.
If you don't mind, I'm not going to...
I think it's better off just falling back and just
he can't
getting the 5.
unless if he passes a leadership anyway.
I will choose not to consolidate with the Deathwing Terminator.
Another thing they get is they're just randomly against morale.
Like this.
Okay, he's going to get the Apothecary in range to make sure the Deathwing Terminators live. They can potentially kill the Autarch. But more importantly, they'll just survive the Autarch.
Wounding on 4s, I think. Strength 4, toughness 4.
Yep.
AP zip.
4+. Takes 2.
Yeah, 2 damage.
The Warlock Skyrunner still lives.
1 remaining.
Night Lords are the edgiest people in the... Yeah, you've just taken it.
Agreed.
I completely agree. Night Lords, just take that.
Yeah, hi, Cat. How you doing, Cat? Please don't call me right now, Cat, because I'm trying to talk right now, Cat. Cat.
You just want to have a nice fight. Yeah. Exactly. also, doubly agreed.
Cat camp for next stream happening.
I always believe they're the best, and therefore, because their belief is that strong, they therefore are. That is actually like a legitimate 40k lore argument, and I cannot argue with that.
I cannot argue with that either. The logic is sound, sadly. So points. When it comes down to it, we've got another 3 for engage on all fronts, I think. Let's see. We got the Viper in this corner. We've got Farseer in this corner. We got the Dark Reapers in this corner. Yes, that's everything, including the Warlock Skyrunner, who did not die. Not that it mattered. So that's gonna be 8 for engage on all fronts, and the total of 45 for the primary, which puts us up to a total, if my math is not incorrect, to an 85. Fantastic.
All right. So on the subject of orcs, briefly, I really want them to introduce like the rule of red ones go faster properly. Whereas if your orcs are painted red, you get a +1 inch to movement and advance.
That'd be sick.
Yeah. GW wants to sell more pots of Mephiston red, so I'm totally on board with this, like marketing strategy for that paint pot. So make it happen.
Always stand my fight goes off for a little bit. He does not get to play scramblers. How does he get to play? Oh, because he killed off enough people in the background that it mattered. Yep. Okay. Still not sure how that happened, but yep. Sure. So at the end of it, Lockjaw Discourse gets 60 points from everything that goes through. It's a game. For what it's worth something. And I did not think that Deploy Scramblers was going to happen. I mathed it out. It wasn't physically possible.
Yeah, I said it was like weird they picked that at the start. Like, that's because like you want your Terminators to be doing stuff. And granted, he had like deep strikes, but one of his deep strikes with the Terminators, he wants to be like doing a thing. So like he wanted to shoot, he wanted to charge. So they're not going to get it. The Servitors, sure, but like the Tank Marines, he could have outplayed them maybe, and could get it mid board. But I thought it was a bit of a weird pick. To go for that.
Yeah, and I would agree with you. But his list is trying to build for it too, right?
Yeah.
I think he was planning to do it with Deathwing Command Squad.
Yeah, right. But again, like, so well, his deep strikes were did he has to deploy the command squad though, right?
Yeah. Like if the term is make the charge, there is nothing killing the command squad that turn because the bikes are dead. He would have the second scrambler. That charge was pretty game deciding.
Yeah, the 9-inch charge when Creeper made a mistake with the bikes back here on the southern objective for sure was like a problem. Slow Wolf, if you want to get the guys into Alpha 1 so we can have a bit of post game when you're ready.
Sounds groovy, dude. Let's do that right now.
Sorry, Alpha 2 because there's a game going on in Alpha 1 right now.
Makes sense. I'm going to go ahead and just get in some more text bits here so we can see the scores. But, yeah, that was a pretty brutal game. I have to say that I am impressed with both players, but that Lockjaw's list just was on the rough side of life there, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of difficult. Like, Creeper made some mistakes, and Lockjaw did try to punish them to the best of his ability. Unfortunately, like we said, like turn 3, hitting that like charge with the Terminators would have been huge onto the objective. But Creeper didn't even have to like have that happen, right? He could have made the charge into the captain and just denied that like completely as well. So there were kind of like ifs and buts, like going back and forth. But the Eldar shooting for sure was a huge thing. Hey guys, yeah, we're just kind of discussing your game and things. How do you both think it went?
I think it went as expected. Sniping off a couple of bikes turn 1 was pretty nice. Did not expect that to happen. No. Well, that's all I have to say.
How about you, Lockjaw? How do you feel?
I think it went probably a little bit worse than I thought. I knew that Creeper's army was very well suited for the meta. Just he has a very high number. Absurd is a bad word. He has a very high number of AP 3, damage 3 shots, which he told me he took because of the meta right now. And I think his army was very well suited to beat mine. And that's precisely what happened. He knew how to counter the meta, and that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, that's what I felt too. It was just despite the fact that you're playing Dark Angels, which are really strong right now, Creeper's list was a horrible matchup for you, really. Especially because you didn't have the Pennant of Remembrance to reduce that damage 3 to damage 2, which would have increased your durability by a lot.
You know, I really don't think the Pennant would make much of a difference, and you guys may think otherwise, and that's okay. But the way I've tried the Pennant, and in my experience what happens is you have the Pennant shielding one squad of Terminators. Oh, exactly one, right. He just shoots at the other.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I put like 3 squads of Terminators out in the field, back, left, right. One of them gets the Pennant, and the other gets Doom, Jinx, Pulse lasers all over you, and you're toast.
Yeah.
I really think I would rather bring something like I like my Deathwing Captain, or the Chaplain, or another support character. I like kind of like the Bodyguards. I think that's going to provide you more value than the Pennant of Remembrance, which your opponent can usually just ignore by shooting someone else.
Yeah, and I have to admit, like, I like how your list is built. It's a little bit more offensive than the list that we saw Curie play the other night, which allows it to be more flexible, which I enjoy. There are definitely some weaknesses to that, though, and your defense is, suffered a bit. One of the things that I think kind of hurt you, and I'd love to hear your thinking behind this and whether or not I'm wrong, was splitting up to try to attack all 3 objectives at once. I know that for deployment it is hard to hide everything, if not entirely impossible given the map setup. But I also think that it is unlikely for Dark Angels to outmaneuver an entire Eldar army that can move across the board in one go. I feel like by splitting up your guys, that maybe hurt you more than it helped.
So that's a good point, and I did actually anticipate plan on putting my armies in like one big ball with apothecary protection, using my captain to kind of slingshot them out for the +1 to advance rolls and get where I needed. The problem was I think I rolled a very poor map. I'm actually, yeah, I am going to pick on the map creator. What a jackass.
Sorry.
Oh, you guys like that?
Sorry, Lockjaw is the one that made the maps, by the way, for those of you at home. So
sorry, that was bad. I apologize.
Sorry, go ahead, Lockjaw.
Am I not
okay.
supposed to swear on stream? Should I tone that back?
No, that was me. That was me trolling you. It's fine.
No, it's fine, dude. It's okay. But yeah, okay.
No. Honestly, the maps have a wide variety. Some have more terrain, some have less terrain. We have rolled with very little terrain. When I first loaded the map, I'm like, oh god, I really hope this is a Dawn of War deployment and I get to go along the short edge because then I actually get to use these large ruins. We didn't. I feel like my deployment zone had very little cover to work with, and because of that, there really just is not enough space for me to bunch up like one huge core behind the small ruin in the center of my deployment zone, much less this 5-inch wide ruin over here. I mean, I put 5 Deathwing Knights on it, and he was still, almost had his links blasting them off. Just 5 models. I couldn't even hide 5 models behind this, let alone 23 Deathwing Terminators plus bikes. So because I could not conceal them in a comfortable way, I had to divide them up and hide them as best I possibly could, because I think all of us have been on the opposite end of a turn 1 shooting army like Eldar, who flank you with their grav tanks and blast you to pieces. So I had to divide them because of the map we rolled. Yeah,
no, that's what I thought it was, and that does make a lot of sense. So Stubborn Defiance managed to go off for 15 despite the fact that you were nearly tabled. Nicely done on that one, but we also noticed that Deploy Scramblers didn't work for either player, actually, because Creeper, you forgot your Striking Scorpions, which were the coolest part of your list.
I am so disappointed in you.
That's a yellow card, sir.
First time Striking Scorpions ever had an appearance in Alpha League since the beginning, and you forget to deploy them.
That hurt.
Anyway,
so Lockjaw, you ended up picking While We Stand We Fight, which was, we can talk about that in a second, but Deploy Scramblers. Why that one? Like, I know your list has it as a back pocket sort of thing, but against Eldar, that's tough.
So I thought that my opponent was going to be moving pretty heavily towards me. I did not anticipate him screening out his backfield. So that means that I could either put the command squad or the servitors in his backfield for that Deploy Scramblers. Deploying my own zone was easy. Deploying in the middle would be a little bit tricky, but I thought I was planning on having the command squad and the regular Terminators in the middle, and if they're not charging, they could get Deploy Scramblers in the middle. So I wanted to bank on an easy 10. I did not feel comfortable choosing a secondary that required a lot of killing, like grind them down or bring it down, because I thought I might just be in a position where I'm going to get tabled, or I have to backpedal and hide most of the game. So yeah, that's why I did not take any killing secondaries, and I wanted one that I could get just by playing the mission and not necessarily fighting my opponent.
That makes a lot of sense.
Reflected in all 3 of my secondaries. What would you guys take over Deploy Scramblers if you were in my seat?
Yeah, that's a really good question.
I was actually thinking maybe you might go down the route of Vital Ground and not split up a unit of Terminators, and just have it maybe on the north. If you want to bring it on the map against level for the stream.
1 second.
So I was thinking, can you guys give me a color, by the way, just so I can point out?
You can give yourself a color, I believe.
Can I? I don't think I can.
Click on your name, change color. I made myself yellow.
I can assign you a color, no problem.
I can't. I'm just gray.
Purple.
Yay! There we go. I am Slanesh. I will accept.
Joko, you're teal. Perfect.
Okay. So I was thinking, maybe along here, this sort of flank here. If you'd taken Vital Ground and maybe just had a 10 block, of Terminators just sort of stand here in this area. Granted, you're taking firepower turn 1, but Apothecary, some Feel No Pains, etc. And just gone like Chaplain like back here because he had Assassinate. So if you had like a 10 block here and just stood here with the characters behind and gone, go on, come fight me. Basically, I know because his Dark Reapers were like positioned like over here from the get-go. So that's like one of the big threats to the Terminators, right? So all of a sudden you've got this big ruin, and he virtually has to come in like close to sort of deal with you with like 3 Shining Spears and an Autarch. And every time you win that, you kind of win that fight. So
hilariously,
I did not think that's actually possible to get my units from my deployment zone to there without getting annihilated on the water.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
I did
you're hedging your bets.
on the side here, and they got annihilated by the Lynx and the Shadow Spectres. I just
I understand.
If I had taken vital ground this mission, I would have got 0 because I never controlled the middle objective during the command phase.
That's true.
Do you strike a 10-man, maybe? Like, is that...
No,
I started with the 10-man, but I split it up.
Yeah,
okay,
for good reason. It ended up saving him 5 points. And another 15 from Stubborn.
Yes.
One of like the clutch moments we kind of saw was, and this is where I think Creeper made a bit of a mistake turn 2, was you had your Terminators here, and you had your Captain over here. And what we were expecting to happen on stream was for the Terminators to get shot, and then for the Captains to get charged by the Shining Spears, which puts them in a nice safe spot.
Yep.
Over here. And would have been, because he had Dire Avengers plus Dark Reapers here, would have kept this objective pretty safe. But what happened was he shot the Captain, like didn't get the charge. The Shining Spears were open to any sort of firepower down these lines. And you kind of you hedge your bets, and you play this beautifully. You put your Terminators here to then go, I can charge these 3 Shining Spears on the 9-inch, and then I can steal.
Right, and then go into the objective. That was the goal.
Yeah, it was great.
And the Chaplain was going to charge too. Both of them had a 7-inch charge. I thought it was a sure thing.
And then it was unfortunate that you just failed the charges, because that could have been like game changing. Like right there.
And in a matchup like this, where you're already playing from behind, you kind of need those high variance moments. So
not to mention, I have the stasis shell, which would stop the
them from falling back.
Falling back once I tow into them. But all of that doesn't matter much when you fail the 7-inch charge.
I feel you. Happens to me all the time. That's on the 9-inch though.
Yeah, that was harsh. One thing I've been asking is, do you sometimes, like the Captain that you have to give +1 to advance and charge rolls, do you ever deep strike that with the Assault Squad to give them that 8-inch charge? With the Chaplain zipping up to give the... well, no, the Chaplain doesn't need to zip up at that point. But have you ever decided to deep strike it with the Assault Terminators to give that like slightly easier charge? Or no?
I have. I have not. I have thought about that. I think that's a perfectly good idea, Slow Wolf. I do like that, because you can't always rely on your Chaplain. He doesn't cover everybody in the whole army. So the 2 of them are supposed to be in separate areas boosting charges. The main value I find in that Captain and that aura is helping slow units advance at the table on turn 1. I mean, the fact that my Deathwing Knights moved like 11 inches on the first turn, Deathwing Knights are not supposed to move that fast in the first turn. So his main goal is to catapult my Terminators out of the deployment zone onto the middle of the table and take up space. When your opponent has like 50 shots at AP 3 damage 3, that doesn't work very well. But before I knew what my opponent was, that was the main use of the Captain.
Okay, so Lockjaw, you've been doing a lot of talking. Let's dance over to Creeper for half a second. So Creeper, you're walked into this list with into this league with an Eldar list, and Lockjaw did manage to point out that it's got an anti-meta bent to it. Could you describe your list a little bit more for us and explain why Eldari? They are currently reserved as like pack minus or like C to D tier. They're not doing really well as far as a lot of the competitive community is concerned.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, we have 2 very recent releases of both Death Guard and Archangels, both of which are basically durable elite infantry. And Eldar, with both Doom, Jinx, and Flat 3 damage, just mulched them.
Yeah,
I mean,
as we saw.
And especially because both Dark Angels and Death Guard are slow foot-slogging armies. I mean, if they want to get to you, they will take a couple of turns to do so.
I mean, someone was talking to me about this in the chat earlier. Like, both armies can be fast if they want to be. Like, Dark Angels have Ravenwing, obviously. Death Guard have Spawn, like Blood Drones and Blight Haulers that are pretty quick. But you're quite right. Like, no one is playing these more sort of like out there sort of builds right now because they're less obvious than what should work. So no, I understand completely.
For example, I can see Ravenwing with like bug squads and outriders being quite difficult for me, as they can close the distance really fast. But then again, nobody really plays bug squads and outriders. It's always mostly about the Terminator aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Because people like their permanent transhuman and stuff. And
Which is
that's when you come in with Doom and say,
Yeah, because that you're quite right, and that's quite the reason why I built Arch Contaminator into my Death Guard list, because much like Doom, it just doesn't care about transhuman. It goes that I get that reroll to wound anyway, so yeah, it's irrelevant.
yeah.
If I get in on that, granted I had to do it in melee as opposed to shooting, which is a lot more difficult to do, but it doesn't care about it.
So there are a couple of units that we found were like definitely pulling their weight. Like the Shadow Spectres were a joy to see. The Lynxes did their job as well. The Dark Reapers, though expensive, also did the work they needed to. That said, I have 3 units in my mind that pop out as odd to strange, and one of them didn't even see play today. So I'd like to ask you about those. First off, the most typical pick was the Shining Spears. You've got 3 of them. Erever was explaining that 3 of them doesn't hit particularly hard. So why do you have 3 Shining Spears in your list?
they are not there to hit, they are there to be an obstacle. Like, if I'm being honest. Because they do have a 3+4+, 3+ and 1 on the Exarch, 4+ and 1 on, well, normal guys.
Mm-hmm.
You can protect them, so they are a pretty tough platform to like block entrances. If you spread them out, they can actually just block most maps.
That's interesting. That's great. I never thought about that. That's a really good answer. I like it.
Yeah.
No, I use them differently. I use them more as like a precision instrument, so like go in on a thing and hit it. Like an exposed character or like a really weak unit, which I've done against Death Guard with like Poxwalkers before to like really great effect. No, that's a really good answer. I like that. Like it's like blocking off a line of 2 Ruins with 3 guys with a 2-up invul for shooting. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
Okay. Then
so
it's the Rangers.
They are a 65 points unit that can naturally deep strike, and that has obsec.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
They're purposefully to do scramblers.
Which then brings in the last one. Why the Scorpions? If they're the same points as the Rangers and don't have obsec, why them?
Because they look cool.
You sold it. But you forgot to deploy them, so, you know.
It didn't matter much because you were rocking the primary as hard as you were, just because Lockjaw just couldn't keep his models on an objective long enough to score. But, like, yeah, forgetting to deploy scramblers with you striking Scorpions kind of hurt me on the inside a little bit. I was like, oh,
and there was also an missed opportunity for engage as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I was saying on the stream at that point, and take a leave it as advice as you will, but even if you're winning, still play the game as if you were losing. So just be sort of careful with those sort of like movements, like forgetting like the deployment of striking Scorpions, not getting the engage because of positioning. Just always play the game as, even though you're winning, always play the game as if you're losing, just to maximize points.
Well, the thing was that I could not deep strike Scorpions within his deployment zone, I believe, because he had that bike off to the side and then TAC Marines off to the other, so his deployment was screened. If I did deploy them to 3, they would have to both survive and footslog to his deployment, which is whatever. The Dire Avengers did that.
Yes.
Oh, I see. I'm still disappointed that we didn't see them like in Alpha League. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was literally just throwing away 65 points. I don't think that anybody can argue that was a not good plan. But at the same time, it didn't really matter in the long run. Sure, so but in a closer game,
I've got a follow-up question there. Slow, if you don't mind. I've got a really good follow-up question there.
Yeah, tell me to shut up. It's all good.
Which is, do you think you perhaps over-screened for deploy scramblers, that you are getting like 15 points pretty much guaranteed on Stubborn Defiance, so you could take that 5-point light deficit as a trade for it.
Well, I will say, well, I did not really purposefully like screen. It just so happened that I stayed back a bit.
No, sorry, I meant Lockjaw seemed you were over screening a little bit.
Yeah, I did think about that a little bit, Eravor. I guess my major concern was I was terrified that these Shadow Spectres that he had in reserve were going to come back in my backfield and clean the Deathwing Terminators I had parked on the back objective. I mean, their sole goal was to score me Stubborn Defiance and While We Stand. And if they came back in the back and had open shots on the Terminators parked on the home objective, I thought I was going to lose Stubborn Defiance and While We Stand. So I thought it was worth it to spend my Tactic Marines covering out the back left.
Got you. Yeah.
And
No,
reduce my chances of getting deploy scramblers, but by doing so, I increase my probability of Stubborn Defiance and While We Stand. And as for the attack bike in the back right, he sacrificed nothing. He was getting good shots up the center.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not like having played against Curie and now having watched this. I'm not too sold on Dark Angel attack bites. What are your thoughts on them?
I think they are incredibly point efficient.
Okay.
They're definitely more point efficient. They have a lot more damage output than really any kind of dreadnought you could come up with. Contemptor dreadnoughts, Redemptors, Venerable dreadnoughts, definitely more output for points. They're comparable to Landspeeder Vengeance. I think the Landspeeder Vengeance does have is a really good option, but with the limited fast attack slots I have here, I wanted to bring just more shots, and I only have 2 fast attack slots, so I brought the attack bikes. The fact that they have the invulnerable save makes them comparative to the dreadnoughts I mentioned, but they have more firepower, lower toughness, I gotta admit, but more firepower and the same invulnerable save. What's not to love?
So
and they're core, which dreadnoughts
and their core.
Ashen Gold is running a 10-man unit of plasma Hellblasters. So how do you feel about that as opposed to attack bikes?
As a matter of fact, I played against that army. I know Ashen Gold's army list, and I know it well, and I know how he likes to bring his chapter master and his lieutenant and have them park with the Hellblasters. I think they are terrifying damage. They just annihilate everything they shoot at. They have a ton of damage. They sure did a lot of damage to me. But I think Hellblasters are pretty vulnerable. 4 toughness, 2 wounds, no invulnerable save. That does not seem like a recipe for surviving.
Yeah,
it's not like a Lynx. You know, a Lynx has how many wounds, an invulnerable save, all these things. And it's not that difficult to reach out and bad touch Hellblasters. You know, get a wrap off on them and just nullify their firepower. But I don't mean to criticize Ashen Gold. Great player. Hope he enjoys his army. But I would not bring Hellblasters for the reasons I said.
Yeah, there's definitely playstyle choices that need to be made with different units like this, and several units can serve similar roles. It's just choosing which ones you feel you do best with and that you like playing with more. Erever, sorry, I interrupted you. You were about to say something?
No, carry on. I'm just reading the chat right now, just to make sure we get questions and stuff ready. So.
Okay, Creeper. Having played the Eldari now into Dark Angels and having it gone according to plan, how do you feel going up against other meta armies? We've got like all kinds of stuff that's still in there. Sisters are still popular. The Tyranid list that won a GT is probably pretty popular as well. Joko's had experience against that thing at least once. How do you feel about the rest of the medalists out there compared to the list that you're running right now? Will the Eldar be able to deal with it, or are they uniquely good against Dark Angels?
Well, I think that a double Daima list can be a bit troublesome with advanced Daimas up the field, as if you don't get turn 1, you basically have 1 turn of shooting to deal with them, which isn't gonna happen, for being honest. And then you have the Hive Guard, and Exocrine is just pounding away at your tanks.
So I also have a question. Did you prefer going first, or would you have preferred going second in this match?
In this match, I would have rather gone second to make him move out of that, out of those covered positions, to get shots off on the Terminator turn 1.
Yeah, that makes sense. But you still are fast enough that it didn't matter, as far as I can tell.
I mean, I still sniped off 2 attack bikes, which was a nice thing, which was really nice, as that eliminated like 4 melter shots, 6 melter shots, something like that.
Well, 2, because one of them got rezzed, right?
2 of them, yeah. one got rest. Uh, yeah, I think that going second this game would have been better because he would have had to spend CP on pre-game move to get within range. He would have to advance, so he would suffer the -1, and he still wouldn't get within melter range, I believe, with me being at the back end of my deployment.
Probably not within immediate melter range, no.
Yeah, and if he had just gone so heavy into me with his bites, they would just be gone turn 1. And making it easier for me in the long run.
Right, that makes sense. Okay, Joko, Erebor, do you have any more questions before I get to the couple of fluffy questions I usually ask?
Yeah, a couple more. So you like this group, like this season of Alpha, and I can only post the group like in the chat. We will get to that for tomorrow, guys. It's like super interesting because obviously we have Lockjaw who won season 6. We have EDT stroke Edamchin stroke Edwin stroke many names, the man of many names from New York, playing Mortarian Soup, who won season 5. And then we have 3 very good players, including Creeper, including Love Dave, who I played against last season with Harlequins. And we also have Horseboy, if I'm not mistaken. Is it King Bella of Hungary in the group?
He's in group 1, I think.
All right, okay.
But you guys definitely love murder pods.
So it's a really tight, interesting group. I think there's going to be a lot of win-loss across it. To be quite honest, you know, it's definitely the most interesting group in Alpha, like this season. We want to stream as many games as possible. How do you guys feel about that, like, situation? And I'm sorry, not sorry about it.
Sure, I'll take it. I'm excited. I love good competition. I didn't try into a tournament to have, easy pushover opponents. I want to have face really interesting armies, and Creepers definitely was. It's definitely surprising. It wasn't on my radar. I like playing against great players. I would prefer close games, and these may not be, but I'm excited to play against great players with good and interesting lists. I'm particularly interested in playing against EDT's Chaos Soup, and there's a Harlequins opponent. I'm not sure how that one's gonna go.
Love Dave made like a few mistakes on the stream, like when we like cast one of his play games, but he's like talking to me, he's like, I've learned from these and this and the other, and I think he's gonna be great. He played a great game against me last season in groups as well, so really looking forward to how he does. How about you, Creeper? How do you feel?
Why me?
You're doing fine. I know you were really anxious. You spoke to me about it. You were saying, why's this happened? And I was saying, because you're a good player. That's why this happened. And you just proved it,
Creeper, you won fair and square. You should be proud of yourself, and I wish you the best of luck with the rest. I'm sure you're going to beat a lot of other good players because you're a good player, so keep it coming, man.
Thanks.
If it makes you feel any better, I know the feeling. I jumped into a different competitive event and ended up in the same pod as 2 of the best Sisters players on the planet, Scary from Scarredcast, and I got thrashed, dude. So, like, I understand the feeling. I'm playing Tau. What am I doing here?
You're playing a real army now,
but... okay, so here are some fluffy questions. Because we can't be here all day. We've been streaming for 4 hours, going on almost 4.5. So, Lockjaw, first off, pick an MVP for Creeper's army. Who do you think did the best on Creeper? Like, which unit did best for Creeper?
I think that the Dark Reapers probably did the most damage per points, but they're so fragile. I'm actually surprised they survived as long as they did. Maybe that's my feeling. Lynxes are fantastic. I think the Dark Reapers traded up the best.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when I killed Lynxes with attack bikes, that's a trade up for me.
Yeah.
But his Dark Reapers killed so many Deathwing Terminators, and that's a massive trade up for him.
Yeah, for sure. They got a glow up and all this, and they were hard to kill because they kept on fire and fading into the Falcon.
I was stunned. I could never manage to get any damage to them. I killed like one model. That was it.
What about units that you think need to go to the gym in your army? Which model do you wish did a little bit more to pull its weight?
It's hard to say. Maybe the bodyguards. I mean, the command squad.
Yeah.
But,
They're bodyguards. We know exactly what they are. Command squad, my bum. They sit there and protect the characters. That's what they do. Creeper, back at you. What do you think would be Lockjaw's MVP? Like, what was Lockjaw's best unit this game? I think I know the answers. Sorry?
Talon Master.
The Talon
That's
Master.
2 for 2 on Talon Master, because I said exactly the same thing.
Interesting. Why the Talon Master?
He was able to just zip around the board and kill my Shell Spectres really easily.
Mm-hmm. I actually would have picked the Terminator unit in the back, just holding the objective for dear life. That was like, let's see, 20 points, 35 points on its own. So like, the fact that they lived the whole game was pretty sweet. But yeah, no, I can see the Talon Master. That makes perfect sense. But what about your army? Which unit do you wish pulled their weight a little bit more? Who has to hit the gym?
The Warlocks? I guess.
Yeah, I can get that. Those poor guys failed a couple too many psychic tests to be like a comfortable moment for
They
you.
got Jinx off 2 times. I think Jinx is amazing.
Jinx is stellar. It is one of the strongest psychic spells in the game. So
Yeah, it's one of the best. And someone was disagreeing with me on this, like, it's not brilliant. I was like, dude, going from a 4-up invul to a 5-up invul is huge.
going from
like,
a 5-up to a
what do you mean?
6-up is
Yeah.
gross.
I think that Doom can rival that. It
Yeah.
could be a bit between Jinx and Doom.
Like, Eldar has so many good psychic powers, sometimes you want to take 2 Farseers.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, and like,
Pride and Fortune.
Warlocks with multiple casts and all the rest of it.
Okay. Which
I
brings
had
us
some earlier drafts with Watchers in the Dark and kind of wish I brought them now.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why when I've been like toying around with DA lists, I've been looking at Watched as an option is because of stuff like that.
So we have a few questions from the stream chat right now. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to Malfunction for subscribing to the Warhammer 40K TTS Twitch channel. Mostly appreciated. And then I will have a few look at the questions that we have. Where can I get decent Primaris models for TTS? So if you join our server, I will post a link to you. We have the Battleforge, which has every model you can think of converted to TTS. I'm sure that you can find what you are looking for in there. So
It's updated frequently as well, so make sure that
Discord link for that. So give me one moment to get that. I nearly hit leave server, which would have been really bad, and Malice would have got very confused if I did that. It's like, why we rage quit? What's going on? So I'm just trying to find the server link. Give me.
No, it's all good.
Unless Slow Wolf, you can get to it quicker.
I probably might be able to if you're not fast enough.
For some reason it's not.
Click on the cog in the upper left corner. Go to the invite people button. Change the edit invite
Go under
link.
player resources download.
There we go. I got it. I got it.
No limit,
Okay.
Generate new link. Copy. Go over to the thing.
So yeah, look at that. We have one of our top channels is called Battleforge Updates, and that will literally like give you like the links. I think it's in pin messages for like all the mods. Failing that, for some reason, if you don't want to join the Discord server or whatever, just literally search Battleforge on TTS, and it will come up with like everything that you need to play the game. And I'm pretty sure there will be some pretty decent Primaris models in there for you. Okay, so couple more, I think. Just having a look.
I think we're pretty good on questions, but keep on checking.
Hey, long time no see. Good to see Malice is still alive. Am I Malice now? Right. So Malice wasn't involved. Like this is just.
You poked in a little bit earlier.
Alpha League stream. Me and myself and Malice though will be doing a stream at some point next week on here, and we're gonna do a hobby hangout, and we're just gonna be like building models, painting, and streaming. That is planned, and I've had a few questions tonight on how's a hobby on a budget. So that's gonna be like a big topic for us. We're gonna be talking about like not always like buying the most expensive models and this, that, and the other. How to like kit bash. If enough people want us to do so, we'll actually kit bash a couple of models for you guys as well. Like we've got plenty of bit boxes between myself and him. So I was talking about Shadow Spectres earlier because Creeper's running them and how to like kit bash those. So if anyone's interested in that kind of thing, we'll have cameras set up, we'll be chatting away, and we might just do that as a topic because a few people seem kind of interested on how to like, you know, not pay like full whack GW prices for everything. So yeah, we can do that for sure. No problem.
Black Temp Rap says, I know you're not Malice Foo. I know the voice difference, Arrow. I'm just meaning that the channel's still around 100%. We're in season 7 of Alpha League. Not sure when you left. But welcome back, Black Temp. Good to see people returning and familiar faces. I'm new, so, you know, I'm starting my journey, but glad to see other people coming back. With that said, Lockjaw, is there anything that you would like to go ahead and plug as far as the community and what they could know or more about you?
I got nothing to plug, Slow Wolf. I'm just here to play some good games, make some good maps. It was a pleasure to play against Creeper today. I wish you the best of luck with the tournament, and hopefully I'll see you in the playoffs. And
Creeper, how about you?
Well, I'm just here because I want to roll dice. That's the extent of my motivations, so not much else.
All right.
I believe Creeper, you said to me, I'm going to get destroyed on stream.
Yes, I did.
And now it's not happened, so that's never a valid excuse anymore.
Well, not today anyway. Maybe another time, but that's for another cast. So I'd like to go ahead and thank the two of you for an excellent game, lots of fun to watch, and a really good time overall. Thank you, Lockjaw. Thank you, Creeper. This was a blast.
Thank you all.
Cheers,
all
guys.
right.
Great game, by the way. Really fun too.
Yeah, awesome game.
I had to go ahead and... Sorry, Joko, keep going.
I just thought it was fun to cast. And fun to watch.
Okay, which then brings us to you two. I'd like to thank Arrowver and Joko for coming on as my co-casters today. Arrowver, where can people find and talk to you as the tournament organizer, which is kind of important?
So got a couple of things, guys, to kind of just like go through at the end here. We will be streaming again tomorrow, Sunday, 2200 UTC. We will be doing our first podcast of season 7. It's gonna be great. I'm really excited for it. We're gonna be going through the new Drukhari Codex in case you're not already overstuffed with information from it. I've got it in my hands right now. We having a look at it tonight, and we had to kind of bring on an expert to kind of help us through this as well. So we're going to have this guy, and I'm going to post a link to his YouTube channel. In case you know, where Almost Pro Gaming is going to be joining us tomorrow. He has won a GT with Drukhari in 8th edition to go through Drukhari Codex, and he's going to be joining us to go through like Alpha League stat breakdown, which is going to be great, like faction breakdown, this, that, and the other. And if you want your list to be analyzed by someone that has won a GT, and plus myself and Slow Wolf, we will certainly do some of that on the podcast tomorrow. So we're looking forward to that. That's going to be on here, 2200 UTC tomorrow. Other than that, guys, join our Discord server. We have Alpha League going on. We have a War on 7 Fronts. If you're not a super competitive player, but you just kind of want to play the hobby and have fun, we have that going on as well for you all. That's another great event. So you can certainly take part in that. We are going to be doing more competitive events in the future planned as well. And I'll give the link for the Discord. I'm just going to copy and paste that in as well. You're going to get flooded by links right now. I do apologize. And if you miss any of the VODs, you want to check out Lockjaw's grand final game, last season, the guy that we've just had on. You can head on over to our YouTube as well to watch that game. So
and
I
this
will
game.
post the link for that. There's too much going on. There's too much excitement right now. Give me a moment. I will find a link for that, and I will post it in the chat.
We need a bot.
Our YouTube for various VODs, various podcasts from last season. We do a bit of Tactica as well in there. So if you want to look through tactical options and stuff, tomorrow we're going to be looking at we're going to be talking Drukhari, but we're also going to be talking about how to deal with Drukhari as armies as well. Is going to be a bit of a thing. So if you're sort of scared of this advance and charge, all these things Jakari can do, and you're playing like a different army, we're kind of going to go through how to sort of like deal with that as best you can in your army with the toolbox that you have. We don't have time to go through like every army because there's like hundreds of them like now. Thank you, GW. But we'll go through a few and how you can sort of like deal with that. And we'll talk about a few tips and tricks that you can do as a Jakari player, sort of going forward and playing the Jakari army itself as well. And I'm sure that on TTS quite a few people will be. I'll get the link for the YouTube, but other than that, guys, thank you for hanging out with us on your Saturday evening. It's been a pleasure as always. If you got any final thoughts or questions, post in the chat with us. That's it from me. Thank you.
And Joko, if anybody wants to get into touch with you or talk to you about orcs or whatever else, where can they find you?
They can find me in the TTS server. Just message me directly if you wanna play a game or just ask questions. I'm happy to help.
Excellent. And I'd like to thank you again, both of you, for coming on and casting with me. This was a blast as always. All right. With that said, chat, it's just you and me. And I'd like to go ahead and thank you all for coming in. Again, a big thanks to Malfunction for the sub, for the Twitch Prime sub. It's obviously one way to support us. You can also support us by going over to the Patreon for our channel here. So the TTSWH40K Patreon. Erebert probably has a link somewhere for that, and he's likely listening. So as a result, yeah, you give him a second. If not him, then I will soon too. And that's it from us. This has been your Saturday Alpha League Season 7 cast between the Dark Angels and the Eldari. The Eldari coming in with speed and skill to annihilate their opponents in what might have been considered a fairly domineering performance, but the score says, hey, actually, that was a pretty good performance from both players. So all told, well played to both Lockjaw and Creeper. Good luck to both of them on their future games, and hopefully we'll see both of them down the line in their league journeys. But for now, that's it from us. Thank you so much for watching. My name has been Slow Wolf. I've been your caster and host, for one of your casters and your host for today. If you have any feedback, please do let me know. You can go ahead and contact me on the TTS Discord as well. Finally, before we go, it's worth mentioning where we got all this fantastic music from. For the outro and intro music, we've been using music from Argo Fox. That's ARGOFOX over on YouTube. He has a lot of free use, copyright, free kind of music that you can use for your own streams and such. So check out Argo Fox yourself. And if you want to get a little bit more information on the game music that we used in the middle of our match, I'm not sure if you've heard of him, but his name's Widminter Minis, and he's got an album on Bandcamp called Death by Dice Volume 1. Go ahead and check that out on bandcamp.com and toss him some money for that album. It's super good to paint to chill to, and all that stuff. The feedback that I needed to be told to keep using that album was given by Faith, so thank you, Faith, for coming up with a more thoughtful and conventional music, I guess, for a strategy game that involves thought and, thoughtfulness. So there's our credits. Thanks again to Malice for helping to create this community, to Erever for organizing the tournament, and for all of you for watching, without whom this could not be possible. Thanks again for watching. Make sure you hit that follow button, hit the notification bell to see when these things go live, and we'll see you again tomorrow for the first episode of the Season 6 Alpha League podcast. My name's Soul Wolf, and that's us signing out. Bye for now.